you at the Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala Conclave. What an exciting day we had yesterday. ആ ദിവസത്തിന് ശേഷം ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ കാണുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും നല്ല ഊർജ്ജസ്വലരായിട്ട് ഇരിക്കുകയായിരിക്കും എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചത്. എന്താണ് ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റ് കഴിച്ചതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ സ്ലംബറിലാണോ എല്ലാവരും? Is that the reason why the energy is slightly low? I understand we are just getting started with the day, and to energize you, we have a stellar panel of speakers waiting here to come on stage and speak to you. So once again, a hearty welcome to this second day. Yesterday, in case any of you who's present here wasn't here yesterday, we delved into 5 facets of Kerala's transformative journey, covering segments like well-being, banking and MSME finance, infrastructure, technology, and we ended it with entertainment and sports. And the day, of course, culminated in a performance complete with grace when Dr. Shobhana performed for us on this stage and enthralled us. So after all that, here we are on a new day, a new morning, and with 5 brand new sessions to further deep dive into the transformative journey of our state. ഇന്നത്തെ ആദ്യത്തെ സെഷനിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതിന് മുൻപ് ഈ വേദിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ നന്ദി പ്രകാശിപ്പിക്കേണ്ട കുറച്ച് പേരുണ്ട്. Without them, these 2 days of eventful happenings, of thought-provoking discussions wouldn't have been possible. I would like to take a moment to thank and acknowledge the contributions of our gracious sponsors. Our title sponsor, Kim's Health Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for those people who made this possible. Our diamond sponsors, Manappuram Finance Limited and Sri Gokulam Buildtech Builders Private Limited. Our gold sponsors, Ocean Group Overseas Consultant Private Limited, Regional Passport Office Thiruvananthapuram, the Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, and Ramachandran Textiles. Our silver sponsors, Kinfra, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited, FACT, Caron Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, ESAF Small Finance Bank, Bank of Baroda, and Canara Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a loud round of applause for all of them who made these 2 days possible. പരിപാടിയിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് എനിക്കൊരു ചെറിയ റിക്വസ്റ്റും കൂടിയുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ റൗണ്ട് ടേബിൾ സീറ്റിംഗ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഓൾറെഡി നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് സ്കാറ്റേഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം എല്ലാവരും വളരെ സ്കാറ്റേഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഐ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ഓൾ ഓഫ് യു ഹു ആർ ഓക്യുപ്പൈങ് ദ ബാക്ക് സീറ്റ്സ് ടു പ്ലീസ് സ്റ്റെപ്പ് അപ്പ്. ഒന്ന് മുന്നിലേക്ക് വന്ന് മുന്നിലുള്ള ടേബിൾസ് ഓക്യുപ്പൈ ചെയ്താൽ സദസ്സ് കാണാൻ കുറച്ചും കൂടി നല്ല ഭംഗിയുണ്ടാവും. എസ്പെഷ്യലി നമ്മുടെ സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് വേദിയിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നതിന് മുൻപ് ഇഫ് വി ക്യാൻ ഡു ദറ്റ് റീഅറേഞ്ച്മെൻറ്റ്, ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി റിയലി അപ്രീഷിയേറ്റഡ് ബൈ ദം. നമുക്കറിയാം ഇന്നലത്തെ സെഷൻസിൽ ഒരുപാട് ഇൻറ്ററാക്ഷൻസിനുള്ള സമയം നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇന്ന് വി ആർ ഹോപ്പിംഗ് all of our sessions to be much more interactive. ഒരു പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷൻ എന്നുള്ള ഫോമാറ്റിൽ തന്നെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകും. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് all of you need to be up front for our speakers to engage with you. അതുകൊണ്ട് പുറകിലത്തെ ടേബിൾസിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്ന് മുന്നിലുള്ള റൗണ്ട് ടേബിൾസ് ഓക്യുപ്പൈ ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് വിനീതമായി അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. ആരും അനങ്ങുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. I'm hoping some of you will take the cue and come up. All right, on day 2, the first panel discussion is on education and art. This session is supposed to unlock the transformative potential of 2 pillars of human expression for our state. Our educational prowess and cultural heritage combine in this enriching dialogue, and we know that we have world-class universities, innovative approaches, and a vibrant art scene. So our state is definitely a crucible for creativity and learning. And today we delve into how education and art intertwine to sculpt the minds and souls of our people and foster both personal as well as professional growth. And it's my pleasure to bring on stage the moderator for this session, Srimati Sapnu George. Welcome, ma'am. She is the Executive Director of the TRINS group of schools comprising the Trivandrum International School. She's trained as an architect with a master's degree in interior design. She's a Thai Kerala Charter member and a member of the CII Kerala State Council as well. Welcome, hearty welcome, ma'am. Coming on stage next as our keynote speaker is a stalwart. Shri T.P. Srinivasan, IFS. He's a former Indian ambassador who served in the Indian Foreign Service for 37 years. Moreover, he was the Vice Chairman and Executive Head of the Kerala State Higher Education Council with the rank of Vice Chancellor. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തെ പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ഏറ്റവും ഉചിതമായ ഒരാളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ഇദ്ദേഹം തന്നെയാണ്. We are so privileged to have him on stage today. A name that needs no introduction to Malayalis. Joining us on stage as panelists next is Shri Surya Krishnamurthy. He is also known as Nataraja Krishnamurthy, a renowned artist, philanthropist, and scientist, also chairman of the Kerala Sangeeta Nadaga Academy, and of course, the founder of Surya Stage and Film Society. Welcome, sir. I am glad to bring on stage next Professor Sauvik Bhattacharya, who currently holds the position of Senior Vice President of TCG Centers of Research and Education in Science and Technology, Kolkata. It's a non-profit translational research institute. Before this, he has also been the Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani and the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. Coming on stage next, Professor Venkatraman S., a faculty member at the Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and also the chairperson of IIMK campus, the Kochi campus. He's an independent director for the Caribbean Information and Credit Rating Services Limited as well. And finally, Shri A. Gopalakrishnan, a senior partner at K. Venkatachalam Iyer & Co., a renowned firm of chartered accountants. Hearty welcome on the stage, sir. He's a professional with over 60 years of experience. Also the chair of FICCI KESE Finance Committee. So, a man from the organizing committee himself. And now I hand it over to you, Srimati Sapnul George.
A very good morning to our esteemed panelists and dear guests. Such a great topic to be included in this conclave. Art has always been this window to society's progressiveness and culture's inclusiveness and people's emotional intelligence. And we speak about Kerala being 100% literate, which is fantastic, but literacy isn't quite the same as education. I think we can all agree on that. And literacy isn't a gauge to culture's progressiveness, inclusiveness, or EQ for that matter. So when we are deep diving a little bit into that, education is always what comes to the forefront, because what are we teaching our young? And we have to go back down to the grassroots level to see what is that we do here in Kerala specifically. And art is something that we see as helping with the progression, with the evolution of a society. And it's great that we are talking about the two at this conclave together, because they are not mutually exclusive of each other. And we want to have all of these esteemed panelists speak a little bit about how art can be better interwoven with education and how that can help put Kerala in a better position as a pioneer. So I will go in specific order with each person, asking a specific question to them about what they do. I'd like to ask Sir T.P. Srinivasan first, because we are speaking about the land of giants, legendary artists like Raja Ravi Verma and K.C.M. Panikkar, E. Ramachandran, so many people. And you would have seen at the Kochi Biennale how many globally renowned artists hail from Kerala. But a lot of these artists have gone out. And they've gone abroad to receive support, to receive due recognition, and to hone their talent and get to where they are today. And that is not a very good place that we need to be in. We speak about the Malayali migration and the brain drain. And I would like, sir, to maybe shed some light on why that is and what we can maybe do to help with that.
distinguished moderator, Ms. Sapnu George, Sri Surya Krishnamurthy, other respected panelists and friends. First of all, let me express my gratitude to Dr. Sadullah and other organizers of this conference for inviting me here and for extending their wonderful hospitality. I often wonder why I am asked to speak on education, in which I dabbled by accident for about 4 years, and not on diplomacy, which was my vocation for 40 years. Some say it is because of sympathy for the slap I received on my right cheek for promoting reform in education. But I can assure you that even diplomacy too, I had such violence to face. I was expelled from Fiji for championing the cause of the Indians in that island state. I was subjected to an attack in Kenya because of the deeds of some of the Indians who had migrated there. But I suppose our interest in foreign policy or foreign affairs is not very extensive in Kerala. We get excited about Palestine, we get excited about Saddam Hussein, maybe sometimes Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. And beyond that, we don't really bother much about foreign policy. So it's only fair that the interest is more in development, particularly in this conference. Well, education is such a vast subject that it cannot be covered in 10 minutes or 10 hours. And taking the cue from the moderator, I would rather focus on one issue, which is the burning issue in Kerala today. And if you look at that issue, you will find all that is wrong with our education system and also how our people vote against the system with their feet by fleeing from our country. One way to deal with it is to examine those reasons, to see whether it is fair for us to think that people who leave Kerala or India are really justified in doing so. The first reason why I think such thing is happening is because migration is a global and frequent phenomenon. And migration is what gives the humanity the variety and diversity that it has today. If humanity had remained stationary, we would not have had any of the rich civilizations humanity has created. It is migration which has changed the course of history and created the mixture of races that we see today. If Indian medical personnel, teachers, and computer experts had not gone to the US and Europe, and if Indian workers had not gone to the Gulf, India and Kerala would have been much less prosperous today. Secondly, with the demographic dividend, which you are all aware of, which means that India has the largest young workforce in the world, India has the responsibility to shoulder what I may call India's burden, like the white man's burden of the past, of shaping the fourth industrial revolution. Thirdly, Indian education is in such a state of affairs that our graduates have to spend years to make their degrees adequate for handling the opportunities available elsewhere. Indian education needs reform at all levels, as education around the world has changed in the last 20 years more than it ever did in the last 100 years. This was the reason why the Higher Education Council at my time proposed a 6-point formula consisting of improvement in infrastructure, teachers training, technology-based education, autonomy, research, and internationalization. I do not need to elaborate on this because you all know that infrastructure is very poor in our educational institutions, even the government institution, even more than the private institution. Teachers training. I became a teacher of English without a day's training, and it is the case with many people who go from college straight to teaching. Technology is hardly used in our education. Every principal has a computer on his table, but it is never opened because he is afraid that if he opened it, it will go bad and they will lose their pension. Research autonomy. Autonomy is unheard of in our system. We introduced autonomy in colleges, 20 colleges, and there was much objection to that, but now those are the institutions which are the best in Kerala. Research is a matter of gathering information rather than creating knowledge. And internationalization is a dirty word in Kerala most of the time because they feel that we will be infected by Western culture and we lose our ideology. We submitted these proposals to the government for action, but we know why it did not make any changes because over-politicization and ideology. They stood in the way of the implementation of our proposals, except for the grant of autonomy to colleges. These colleges, as I said, are far ahead of the others in Kerala. After 10 years, we hear that some of our proposals are being considered positively, but it has not gone beyond reinventing the wheel. The students are voting against our system by their feet, fleeing to other states and countries. In ancient times, scholars flocked to India, and we can only now dream about Kerala being a hub of foreign students. Foreign students come to Kerala only to study Indian traditional art forms or language. An experiment to bring 30 American students to India for a semester in one of our universities turned out to be a fiasco because of the low level of teaching and the high level of intolerance. We cannot stem the present flow of our students unless we revolutionize our education system. In the meantime, let those who qualify and are able to go abroad to lead a better life go. It is no brain drain. It's a brain overflow, and those who stay back will also benefit from the general prosperity of the country. I have a friend who runs a YouTube channel called Geometric View. His name is Jose Correa. He is a wizard with statistics. He says if 1 million students leave India this year, as expected, our 44,000 colleges will lose only 23 students each. And this is not a great calamity. Many engineering colleges have already shut down in the state. We cannot stop people whose income will increase from 120 to 500% for work which never exceeds 40 hours per week. Sri Narayana Murthy is urging India's youth to work 70 hours a week to make India prosperous. But we are not as patriotic as the Palestinians who sit on a pile of rubble and declare, we would rather die than leave our nation. Our country is heaven compared to Palestine, which has been denied statehood, but we like to leave our homeland for better living. During the Industrial Revolution, people worked for survival. Then they started working for quality of life, standard of living, and now they need quality of living. We would like our nation to prosper with the comforts of modern living. We would like our tan is the body, We would like our tan in America, our man, the heart, is in India, and our dhan in Swiss banks. Indians who excel in any activity leave the country. The only exception, rather strangely, is a group of prisoners in the Yerwada Central Jail in Pune who won a gold medal in the World Online Chess Tournament. Unfortunately, they cannot leave because they are still in jail serving their terms. Other than that, anybody who does well tends to leave the country. So what is the solution? Education in Kerala can be saved if only there is consensus among the political parties on the purpose of education, the languages which should be taught, the amount of private investment that would be permitted, and the frequency of changes in syllabus to include the very latest technology, including artificial intelligence. Online education, or at least hybrid education, will become the norm, and courses in the best universities in the world will be available online. More than anything else, our fossilized mindset of resisting change must end. The National Education Policy of 2000 is a major step in that direction, but the period of implementation is very long. We have no time to lose. We need to catch up with the world by adopting new methodologies of teaching and learning. The moderator asked me also to touch upon art, but I had decided that I must leave this to Surya Krishnamurthy, whom I call the Tsar of culture in Kerala. But suffice it to say that the interlinkages between art and education are very obvious. Without art, without music, without dance, how can any culture survive? So if you have a proper education, obviously you need to have to encourage art and culture too. And that is what Surya is doing for the last 40 years. So we have both in our country, but both need rejuvenation. We need to give up our mindset and try and create a new kind of system of methodology of education so that we can survive in this changing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for very comprehensively telling us and recoining brain drain is brain overflow. And, migration needn't be the worst thing that happens to us. And so many things that we frown upon, like international education, like you said, we probably need to reimagine and maybe rethink our perceptions of things a little, and how Malayalis are truly global in where they want their body, their mind, and their wealth to be at. Thank you, sir, at different places all over the world at once. So art is something that we all believe will keep us sane and agile even in our old age. When we retire and when we don't have our careers and our professions anymore, or we don't probably want to pursue it anymore, we will always have that hobby, that creative pursuit, that art close to us, which will give us which requires physical and mental dexterity and discipline. And it's something that will give us pleasure, that will give us purpose well into our old age. And no one knows this better than Sri Surya Krishnamurthy, who has spent his life's work on promoting art and making it more accessible. Everyone here knows that Surya Festival, it's a very long and large festival, but it is the longest in the world. And it's something that he makes accessible to the common man. It is free, and it's a non-profit organization that he runs. Multiple awards. Congratulations on your Prabha Award, sir. Very recent. But please, if you could share some light on art and culture and its importance on us as a society.
Thank you, Dr. Sahadullah, for inviting me. Thank you, Srinivasan sir, for the nice words expressed about me. Thank you, Sapnu, for introducing me. The time given to me is 5 minutes. I wanted to speak on the difference between art and culture, the difference between graduate and literate, and I wanted to tell something about the 4 steps of art education. I will only be able to introduce the subject, and I would request Dr. Sahadullah to invite me next year also, so that I can explain about this. Today I will be presenting just the subjects. Once in America, I think it is a Malayali convention, Fukana, Dr. Srinivasan was there speaking, and he may not be remembering this. He was telling about the optimum length of a speech. He was telling that the optimum length of a speech is like the mini skirts of beautiful ladies. It should be short enough to sustain the interest and long enough to cover the subject. I will not be doing both. I will not be sustaining the interest nor covering the subject in 5 minutes. But I'll be introducing what I wanted to say next year. Art and culture. Once Mahatma Gandhi met a diplomat from Great Britain. Without knowing the greatness of Mahatma Gandhi, this person, this diplomat from Great Britain, was explaining about his country, he was boasting of his country, and he concluded the long speech by saying, in my country, Great Britain, we have a lot of valuables, and we have a strong British army to protect these valuables. After that, when Mahatma Gandhi got a chance to speak in a very low tone, low volume, he said, in my country, India, we don't have valuables. We have only values. And we don't have a strong Indian army to protect these values. We have the artists to protect these values. So that is the greatness of artists. Another story I would say, I am trying to explain the importance the great people have given to art and culture. Once Swami Vivekananda, you must have seen his dress in photos. In a European language, he is shabbily dressed. So he was invited for an international poets conference, philosophers conference in Sweden. As he entered the hall, the convener of the conference, international conference of poets and philosophers, one lady, at the entrance, she was telling Swami Vivekananda, Swamiji, we know that you are a great scholar, but this is an international conference. Why don't you come at least for such conferences in neat and tidy dress? Then this lady gave an advice also to Swami Vivekananda that he could go to a tailor outside, get a good dress stitched, and come back as a gentleman. So, like Mahatma Gandhi, in a very low tone, Vivekananda Swami replied, in your country, a tailor makes a gentleman. In my country, culture makes a gentleman. So this is what is required. We should know about the difference between art and culture. Artists are people who think different, react different, act different, dream different. Culture is something which we have to attain through art. If somebody is singing on a stage, he is only a singer. If somebody is dancing on a stage, she is a dancer. Somebody is acting on a stage, he is an actor. Somebody is painting, he is a painter. I will not call him or her an artist. If I have to call him or her an artist, through art, he has to do something useful to the society. In my about 35 years back, near my house, I had a neighbor who was, one small girl who was in the seventh standard or 8th standard. She was studying in Trivandrum Holy Angels Convent. The school hours, it is from 9:30 to 3:30. After the 3:30 bell, the students disperse. They go to tuition, restaurants, they go for entertainment, playing, they go spend time with parents. This particular girl, will walk about 30 minutes walk and go to a place called the Terminal Cancer Patients House. In those days, about 35 years back, cancer means death. There was no medicine. So this girl would go, walk 30 minutes and reach that place by 4 o'clock. And all the patients of this institute, around 3:45, they'll start coming out of the room and will sit in the veranda and half wall of the building. There is an iron gate. Through the iron pillar, iron rods, they'll be waiting for this girl to come. They have only one thing to wait for, the death. But they have started waiting for this girl. She comes in, and then she starts singing for others. And after a while, the patients also sing with her. And for a moment, they forget about the ensuing death or the pain. That is culture. This music, if a reality show judges, they may say that rhythm is not proper, Kantashuddhi is not there, Shruti is going in many places. But I would say this song is the most divine song. So one has to reach culture through art. That is what is required. Silence, the mere silence also can become culture. Professor Owen Vikur, the great poet, once was invited for a 7-day-long conference in a European country. That also is a very rich country. Very rich country. There are no poor people in the country. 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, are kept as holiday. They can visit their relatives, or they can go for shopping or window shopping. They can go for sightseeing, whatever. So ONV said, I want to spend 2 days in a poor farmer's house or any poor man's house in a village, in a remote village. There are no poor people. With a lot of difficulty, they found a very poor man in a remote village, and he was made to stay there for 2 days. There, in the evening walks, there is a railway station which is almost 100 years old. Anytime it can collapse. There in that station, only 2 trains come in a week. One going and one returning. Every day when the train comes, one person, this story was narrated to me maybe around 10 years or 12 years back. A 95-year-old man, he used to come there on the days when the train comes. He will be properly dressed, bow is there, stick is there, and in one hand, there will be a tulip flower. When the train comes, he will peep into the last compartment, and he'll be looking for the person he's waiting for. He is not there, he'll move on to the next compartment, and to the last compartment near the engine. Disappointed, he keeps the flower in a concrete bench and goes back and comes back again on the day when the train comes. This has been happening for years. The whole village, they know that he is waiting for his only son. And they also know that this son died in the Second World War. But they are keeping silent because they know, the good people there know, that if they tell the truth, the same day he will breathe his last. So the silence becomes music, and music becomes culture there. Then I'll quickly mention, and I'm not going to explain, there are 4 steps. It is not the usual education. Art education is something different because artists are different from other people. There are 4 steps in art education, which is Shruti, Smriti, Siddhi, and Buddhi. If I start explaining, moderator will push me out. You are not seeing, there is a timer stopwatch here that is warning me. So I
Sir,
quit.
please.
Thank you very much.
No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, but I do want a little bit more elaboration on these 4 aspects because we are taking the rest of the discussion forward in school level and higher education. Yes, we all agree, I think. If you can.
Briefly, I will tell about the 4 steps of education. The first is Shruti. Shruti is what we learn from the classrooms. Somebody has prescribed a syllabus. Some teachers are teaching us, and we are mugging up, and we are writing examination. We get a degree. That means we are graduates, not literate. This knowledge, what we get from the classroom, is only 25% of the knowledge or literacy. This is enough for getting a job. This is enough to tell that I am a graduate. This is enough to get married into a good family. All these things, it is okay. This 25% of knowledge. That is what we are having. Most of us, including me, we are having only 25% of this classroom Shruti knowledge. Afterward, it goes to Smriti. Smriti is one when you learn from others. You listen to Rabindranath Tagore. You listen to Martin Luther King. Listen to Abraham Lincoln. Their speeches, recorded speeches. You go to library and learn from outside the syllabus. You mingle with people who are educated and really literate, who would be able to share their experience. Then you gain 25% more of knowledge or literacy. That is called Smriti. And the third one is called Siddhi, which we gain out of experience. If we get a bad experience, especially the girls of our country or our state, they cry. They shed their tears. Instead of shedding tears and realizing that tears is something which is very precious, tears is coming out of blood, and it has to be reserved for someone whom you love and not for somebody who hates. So often, the tears, it is shed for somebody who hates you or you hate. So that is not the case. So from experience, if you are able to learn something instead of crying, that is called Siddhi. All these great people like Sri Narayana Guru or all such people have attained this. And the last one is, a lot of explanation is required, but I am cutting it short. The last one is Buddhi, Siddhi, Buddhi. Buddhi is, if you are able to add, subtract, multiply, divide, integrate, all these things, and come to your own conclusion in life, that is Buddhi. That is the point when you start asking questions. To be or not to be, that was a question raised by Shakespeare. In Panchali, in Mahabharata, she asked, is husband the owner of a woman, a wife? She is asking this question. Topal Basi, in his drama Ashwamedham, Rogam Oru Kuttamano. If you are able to ask such questions to the society, you should be able to, as I said earlier, integrate, differentiate, add, subtract, multiply and divide and come to your own conclusion. That is Buddhi. So this forms 4 steps of education, which requires a lot of explanation, but I am moving out now because other speakers are there. Time constraint is there. It is only 1 hour for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think only an artist could have coined that so beautifully, right? Shruti, Smriti, Siddhi, and Buddhi, which is what we learn in the class by our teachers, what we learn from experience, how we synthesize that, and also how we give back to society. Wonderful. In fact, when we talk about education, thank you so much for sharing that. When we talk about education, of course, there's a school level and the college level. But the younger you start that's something that gets ingrained very early on. And when we talk about, in our schools, we speak about holistic education, creating change makers and leaders and children who care about society. None of this is possible if we don't expose them to art, practicing it, appreciating it. And what that does is basically, like he said, makes them question, debate, sparks curiosity, makes them talk about uncomfortable subjects, normalizes it, and makes them more open-minded to different outlooks, different perspectives and opinions. And it's so important to expose them both in the classroom and outside. Like he said, in the classroom, of course, you can introduce it as board subjects, as core subjects. And also outside, we have students channelizing art. Art is a vehicle, like he said, channelizing art for their fundraisers, for their awareness building of social causes. And that is how they can actually learn and also give back. It's definitely, and it happens in the classroom, within the curriculum, and it happens outside. And this has to happen hand in hand if it is supposed to come to them naturally, instinctively, inherently. So thank you so much for sharing that. And when we talk about introducing the arts as a curricular subject, we are obviously expecting them to take it forward as a profession, which brings me to higher education. Right now in India, at the age of 17, you're expected to decide what you want to do. You can either take the arts or you can take STEM or some other profession, and you follow that. But there isn't quite so much the option of doing both. You'd be hard-pressed to find an engineering course with a minor in dance, for instance. And how do we leave these options open? What if they change their minds later? I would like to ask this next question to Professor Sauvik, because is there an impact to learners if we introduce arts, say, with the STEM subjects? And is that something that we can do that is practical in India? Just a little introduction while he walks onto the stage about Professor Sauvik. And this is something that the National Education Policy has taken up really well, and I'm glad it's overdue, but they have also started to give an importance to art in the curriculum, but we'll hear more from Professor. He is currently the Senior Vice President of TCG Centers of Research and Education in Science and Technology, Calcutta, a non-profit translational research institute. Previously, he was the Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani and the Dean at IIT Kharagpur.
Thank you. Distinguished panelists and distinguished gathering over here. Thank you so much. Very good morning, and thanks for having me here. I'm probably the only one in the panel who have traveled a little longer distance, come all the way from Kolkata. It's a favorite state of mine, but it's not my state. There are a lot of things I can talk about why it's my favorite state, but not today. I've been given a fleeting 5 minutes. Let me see if I can do a fleeting job on that. I'm going to restrict my comments to higher education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM, education-related, the infusion of elements of humanities, fine arts, art, liberal arts, and so on, and how it can be leveraged to have a more comprehensive, more impactful curriculum. A lot of people have come up with a new acronym. You must have heard that before. So science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM, has been extended to make it STEAM, the A coming in for art, and of course, the pun intended to infuse more power to it. People do believe, good people, educated philosophers, educationists believe that there is interplay between technology, education, and the world of art. Now, we must leverage on that and see that the education we impart leads to better products, better engineers, scientists. Again, I'm restricting myself to STEM education. So what's our game plan? We wish to see more reflective engineers and scientists, right? Who can discern life better. Absolutely correct. So how do they do that? Some people are naturally gifted, but we need to have a training program, a curricular structure, which will do that job. Thank you so much, my previous speaker, Suryaji, to have shared those 4 steps. Let me make a comment, having spent almost a lifetime in higher education in some of the leading institutes in this country, both government sector and private sector, that we have moved on beyond Shruti. Today, some of the better schools, better universities impart education which is well beyond Shruti. And lots of elements of Siddhi, as you explained, is part of a regular curricular structure. That's why we produce interesting people today. I don't share that view that today's education, today's products are not as good as when we used to study, and that's not something I share, respectfully. I think we are producing more complete individuals, and we are producing definitely more skilled individuals who can face the world, and they are doing it today compared to our times, possibly. The benefits of having an element of art and related humanities, etc., they are fairly obvious. I think in many other sessions I heard in yesterday, one of the sessions also, it has been discussed, so I won't talk about it. You know, issues like it enhances critical thinking, it enhances creativity, and you know, I want to talk a little bit about it enhances our visualization ability. I want to talk a little bit about this visualization ability and creativity. When we were undergraduate students many decades back, we used to have, I had 5 years of engineering drawing. But then later on today, I mean many years back already, computer graphics has sort of killed that the way we did engineering drawing, this, you know, isometrics and so on. I think that has changed the way we visualize, and I want to quote something in favor of the spontaneity of freehand design, as opposed to something which is developed by, and you code and you develop a sketch or a drawing or a complex plan, anything of that sort, which is done through computer graphics. So this is a quote from a 2009 book titled Successful Education, How to Educate Creative Engineers. So the quote starts here: "The spontaneity of freehand design, rather than being superfluous, permitted direct expression by parts of the brain that are not engaged by computer-aided drafting tools. These drafting tools typically lead to technically perfect computer-generated drawings, which always seem to be complete, and they imply that the work is over." So that brings out the essence of why freehand design is to be favored as well, along with what we do in engineering drawing today. It also leads to enhanced creativity, and I think some of these elements, elements of design thinking, elements of courses on design today are available in certain institutes where these sort of lateral, orthogonal elements brought in from liberal arts and humanities are actually part of the curriculum. There is hope. There are beautiful models available in this country. We just need to imbibe, we just need to bring in some of these models where you want, for example, in this state. The improved visualizing ability, let me also comment on that, as both an artist and an engineer can attest, there is a big difference between seeing and visualizing. Both my previous speakers have alluded to that. learning to see directly affects the ability to visualize. Engineers tend to try to do that, trying to see directly. In seeing, the images are external, as we know, but in visualizing, the images are internal. There are lots of benefits when the images are internal. The creativity is infinite. So there are those benefits. Let me complete my comments on that aspect, that the infusion of arts into STEM, it doesn't stop at aesthetics only. It delves deeper into societal and ethical considerations. So that's the big benefit that you can have. The individuals which come out of a STEM program which has those elements are going to have those attributes. We discover the ability to address real-world challenges with a much broader perspective. Let me do a quick reality check on India. So there are beautiful models in this country, not widespread, not everywhere. And unfortunately, the standard deviation of quality and such diversity of curricular structure in this country is very large. You have terribly poor curricular structures being practiced, and you also have extremely enchanting, elegant curricular structures being practiced. You just need to know which one is which where. And so I'll give you an example without naming any university. If there is at least one university I know of, I have worked in also, which will enable an undergraduate engineering student during the 4 years of study at maximum of 12 humanities subjects in an engineering curriculum. I don't think that this model exists anywhere else, including the IITs. But think about it. This is a flexibility that's offered, and the students who come out, they become different kind of individuals. Just to give you an example how it translates. So today we have about 6,000 CEOs and CXOs across the globe from that particular institute. We have 14 unicorns today. That's a big number for this country. 14 unicorns who are graduates of that institute, and about more than 1,000 startups. So those are, innovation is an inspiration from some of these lateral elements and contents in the curriculum. That has been tested. Lots of studies have led to that. So this is what we need to do, that the pedagogy has to be accordingly tuned, and it's not Shruti anymore, as I said before. So synergy of art and technology, it's a blessing, and we need to look into how to patronize that, how to infuse that into our curricular structure. I end with 2 words of caution on this. One, decisions and conclusions from such discussion forum sometimes empowers a government or a regulatory body at the state level, at the central level, wherever, to over-prescribe, to dictate things, that this is a curricular structure you as a university you have to follow. That's a wrong approach in my mind. That leads to really poor results. So we should leave that decision, how to do the details, how to do the granular details, to the academics, to the university. That autonomy must always be there. We just give general directions as a guideline, but not prescribing anything. And the second one is, while talking about interdisciplinarity and bringing in other elements, we shouldn't lose focus of the attention to the core. One has to be good at the core to do something well at the periphery or at the intersection. So if somebody is learning subject X, the subject X cannot be overlooked to do something which is orthogonal. So you can do well in orthogonal if you know subject X. That's all from my side. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to respond to queries beyond this session offline. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I would like to let you know that the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, has joined us online, and he'll be addressing us shortly. Let's have the link connected, please. With the permission of the moderator, who's on the stage? No, please be on stage, ma'am. Yes. Honorable Chief Minister has come online. കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ പയനിയറിംഗ് ഗ്രോത്ത് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോമിംഗ് കേരള എന്ന ഈ കോൺക്ലേവിന്റെ 2ാം ദിവസം ഈ സദസ്സിനെ അഭിമുഖീകരിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഓൺലൈനായി അദ്ദേഹം നമ്മളോടൊപ്പം ചേരുകയാണ്. We heartily invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, to address the audience at the Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala. Hearty welcome, sir.
Sisters and brothers, greetings. Sisters and brothers, greetings to all of you who are attending this conference, Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala. I take great pride in addressing you all and to reaffirm Kerala's commitment to advancing economic growth and enabling social transformation by welcoming investments. Kerala, often referred to as God's own country, is a land of opportunity and progress. We are on the cusp of a momentous occasion as we are forced to elevate Kerala to the standards of middle-income developed nations over the next 25 years. We plan to achieve this by transforming Kerala into a knowledge economy and innovation society by building on our inherent strengths. Kerala's accomplishments on various fronts are indeed noteworthy. With 96% literacy rate, high human development indices, excellent quality of life, and the best law and order situation in the country, Kerala is at par with the developed nations on several accounts. Therefore, our appeal as an investment destination is undeniable. It was showcased in the recently concluded Keralium, which was a celebration of the past, present, and future of our state. Kerala is a connectivity hub boasting 4 airports, 2 major seaports, and several national highways. Our infrastructure is tailored for higher economic growth and a superior quality of life. E-governance is our strong suit, with all our services and schemes being accessible online now. We are utilizing technology for human progress and social transformation. Initiatives such as CarePhone are linking every household in the state with the global information highway. Kerala has excelled in the ease of doing business rankings. We lead the nation in fostering a robust startup ecosystem and are at the forefront of export preparedness. We have launched several initiatives to support entrepreneurs and investors, including help desk at various levels. All free numbers, MSME clinics, and investment facilitation cells. Having set up the Kerala Blockchain Academy and the Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission, we are further enabling the industry ecosystem in the state. We have a vision: create an industry 4.0 ready industrial ecosystem in the state by 2027. Accordingly, we are intervening in the higher education sector so as to create an organic link between education and industry. 7 pillars will guide our efforts, encompassing infrastructure development, skilling, investment promotion, and research and development. We have identified 22 priority sectors to ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for Kerala. Recognizing the importance of creating a favorable environment that attracts investments and promotes economic growth, we have implemented several initiatives that have positioned Kerala as a hub for business innovation and development. One of our key achievements in this regard is the introduction of the online platform KSwift. This innovative platform integrates various departments and agencies, streamlining the approval process and eliminating unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles for investors. Currently, we are working towards integrating KSwift with the National Single Window System for further enhancing Kerala's ease of doing business. In addition to KSwift, we have taken significant steps to simplify business regulations and ensure transparency and accountability. Manual inspections have been replaced with the Kerala Centralized Inspection System, CASIS, which not only streamlines the process but also promotes transparency and eliminates any room for corruption. Furthermore, we have actively pursued the minimizing regulatory compliance burden exercise, which has successfully eliminated or reduced a staggering 1,928 burdensome compliances for businesses and citizens since its inception in 2021. By minimizing regulatory burdens, we aim to create a predictable and transparent business environment that nurtures growth, encourages investments, and stimulates economic prosperity. The future of Kerala is bright, and we invite you to be a part of our incredible journey, which has sustainability at its core. Let us collectively work to make Kerala a shining example of responsible industry, responsible investments, which is our guiding motto. Let us thereby contribute to India's larger economic growth and social progress as well. Kerala is ready to welcome you all, and the doors of opportunity are wide open. The government of Kerala is always ready to assist you. Together we can shape the future of Kerala and India. Thank you.
Disconnected. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't think the line is. Honorable Chief Minister, can you hear me? No, I think it is disconnected. All right.
We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, for finding the time and joining us online this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it once more for the Honorable Chief Minister who did that for us. Over to you, Ms. Sapnu. Let's continue with this panel discussion.
Yes, do we remember where we left off? So the question that we were talking about was rebranding art in a way and seeing it, taking it seriously and seeing it as a viable means of livelihood. Now the very obvious question, and art, as he rightly pointed out, encompasses all disciplines, creative, performing, design, all of it. But a big need for art to sustain and survive is if wealthy, influential people are there to support it, to invest in it. And not just as patrons, as investors. So the question that I'd like to ask our chartered accountant, Mr. A. Ramakrishnan, is if it is, seen as a good investment or if it is just something for the vain and the entitled. As he prepares to speak, I just wanted to introduce him. He is a senior partner of Venkatachalamaiyer & Co., Chartered Accountants, with over 47 years of experience in audit, tax, corporate consultancy, and mergers. He's also deeply involved with the Chinmaya Group of institutions.
Shri Surya Krishnamurthy needs to leave in a few moments to catch his train back to Thiruvananthapuram. So we are taking this moment to take the group picture. Thank you, all the panelists, for being so accommodative. Apologies for that intervention. We definitely wanted to capture that one memory from this panel discussion, all of you standing together. And yes, we request Gopal Krishnan sir to address and talk to us.
Esteemed moderator, Ms. Sapna George, erudite panelists, and eminent delegates, invitees, good morning to all of you. The question asked to me is the role or how much we have to invest on art, culture, music, and related areas vital for education. Just now the Honorable Chief Minister has very clearly, with clarity, given the vision in 2047 that Kerala should transform itself into a knowledge economy and also an innovative society. Very clear mandate, very clear agenda. And FICCI, as a partner of the nation building, has chosen the topic of pioneering growth and transforming Kerala. So transforming Kerala to create a knowledge economy and also to an innovative society. And for that, we had to make quality investments. And I will say, if you want to achieve a knowledge economy and innovative society, there must be creativity, there must be imagination, there must be insight, there must be intuition, deep thoughts. And art and culture alone will be able to have these qualities. And Surya Krishnamurthy was also telling about the 4 steps involved, starting with Suti and Smriti and Siddhi to Buddhi, to develop art. So, when we have such a noble vision to create a knowledge economy. Yesterday also we listened to the wellness seminar where it was mentioned that we should go for a preventive way of rather addressing the wellness issue and enhancing happiness. A fully integrated body, mind and soul is needed. So India needs, or Kerala needs, young talent capable of understanding, evaluating, assessing the opportunities before us. And the talent remains in the young minds. And education is always means by which we can either achieve all these noble visionary goals. One side, I will say, we have academic theoretical knowledge, again put into manufacturing activities or industrial activities or service activities, but all must be driven by, I will say, art and culture and music. Because a full integration of a personality takes place only when the creativity from him comes out, and only when the music or the art or culture or the painting or any other sort is ingrained in an individual, this will take place. For that, I'm very clear that we have to make quality investment. When we say investment, it is not merely in terms of the money I have in the mind. More investment is required in terms of the precious time that we are able to invest on ourselves for transformation, because the world perfection is possible only through individual perfection. We can transform Kerala only when each and every one of us at the individual level transforms. And the values and imagination and creativity cannot be taught. It has to be cultivated. Values has to be nurtured. And art and culture gives us amazing opportunity to develop creativity and innovation, and having the 21st century skills of problem solving, how to think than what to think, rather know it all, learn it all rather than know it all. These are the innovative way of 21st century skills. So I would like to sum up by giving the experience and knowledge which is mentioned in the NEP 2020. And the role of the artificial intelligence and the technology in facing the issues of the new generation, I will say artificial intelligence or technology or data analytics, etc., cannot substitute the creativity of the mind, expansion of the mind. It can only supplement that, and I'm very clear that art and culture must be integrated. Quality time must be invested, quality money must be invested. We must have top-class teachers and top-class professors and resource people from the LKG up to the higher education. I will say the quality teachers must be appointed in the LKG, UKG, and the primary classes where the character formation takes place in the young mind. The disciplines, the punctuality, nation building, patriotism, all these noble values can be inculcated only in the young mind, and the concept of patience and perseverance and the commitment to the goal and commitment to the nation can all be cultivated through quality education. So I will say in the entire 2-day session, this particular session have very vital significance because the future of the nation is in the children of the society, and the children must be given quality education. Every parent, every grandfather, every father, every uncle, every cousin will have to invest their quality time on the child. Whether he's in the LKG or UKG or primary, upper primary, secondary, senior secondary, even at the PhD level, we must rather invest on the values. Invest on character formation. Swami Vivekananda said, the education is the character formation and bringing out the divine potential with each one of us. So we had to bring the potential within each of our child and each art form. Even when you are taking a class on mathematics or physics or chemistry or accounting, whether we can bring out the concept of music in that, whether the concept of art into that, concept of Bharatanatyam into that, then I can tell you that becomes a fully integrated teaching methodology, and the learning methodology, the teaching learning process becomes complete and comprehensive so that the child is able to understand the opportunities emerging before us. And when India is going to celebrate 100 years of its independence in 2047, we are equally competent to have a very young, educated, strong-minded children and the youth capable of grabbing the opportunity and with imagination, with creativity, with innovative mind, and finally a knowledge economy as envisioned by the Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopal Krishnan, for those thoughts and on why it is important to start as early as possible in the school level itself. My next question is for Professor Venkatraman. Just like what the Kochi Biennale did for us in terms of being seen as pioneers in art, would it be possible for Kerala to play host to the Indian campus of a global university to position ourselves as pioneers in education? A little bit about Professor. He is a faculty in Strategic Management and Sustainability at IIM Kozhikode and chairperson of IIMK's Kochi campus. He was a senior director at CRISIL, and in over 3 decades, he also has experience in microfinance and public-private partnerships for infrastructure development.
Distinguished moderator, fellow panelists, and everyone gathered here, a very good morning to you all. I follow very eminent speakers, and I shall not take that the 60 minutes stable in front of me doesn't mean that I can talk for 60 minutes, of course, but I was given 5 minutes. I'll try to do some justice to those same 5 minutes. But at the outset, I would like to thank on behalf of IIM Kozhikode, FICCI and the organizers and the sponsors for having us here. The question posed by Ms. Sapno George, I would probably turn it on its head because I find it a little provocating, right? Being a student of strategy, and possibly, if I can arrogate myself a little undeservingly, to the position of a teacher of strategic management, the core lesson of strategic management or strategy, as they say, it's about being different in a good way. So when we talk about being pioneers, of Kerala being pioneers, I would possibly pose the question for us, for all of us to reflect. Is progress to be measured in terms of hosting global institutions here? Definitely that's a hallmark that one would definitely cherish. But is that progress, or should progress be measured in terms of Kerala being a destination for a world audience? Distinguished Srinivasan sir mentioned right in the beginning that a lot of people do come to India, come to Kerala, but for a lot of other things, not necessarily for education, for arts and tradition and so on, rightly so, right? But the question possibly to, I would say, the question to possibly ask is there a way in which we can seek out what is it that we can do best, what is it that we can do better, and possibly turn the paradigm in such a way that we become a destination of a different sort. Because that's when we can be pioneers. By seeking out what is it that is there in our, ancient and recent history, which may have forgotten, but the best out of what we can do. Other speakers spoke about integrating as well. Can we think about integrating what the best that the rest of the world has to offer, combine it with the best that we can, if we dig deep inside, bring it out in such a way that we can be the destination rather than be just a host. And that's the what that I would possibly pose for all of us to think about, for the reason that when we think in terms of being different with a purpose, that is when things start changing. Otherwise, we might just end up emulating a whole bunch of things, neither be a pioneer and probably just be an also-ran. But I think we do have the ability, we do have the deep insights. We just heard just a few minutes before how the whole context of learning can be encapsulated in just 4 phrases. These are phrases that have come passed down to us from generation to generation, but we need to remind ourselves of it from time to time. And that is one thing that I would possibly say. But how do we go about it? It is not as easy as it sounds. And I'm not talking about, thumping our chests and saying that we have an ancient glory and history and that's why things will happen. No, I don't quite think that's the way it happens. But we need definitely to get to an alternate narrative about where we can build in that power, right? And to quote my own senior colleague and director, Professor Chatterjee, Debashish Chatterjee, director of IIM Kozhikode, he often talks about knowledge being India's greatest power, knowledge as India's greatest soft power. And that is something we need to possibly remind ourselves time and again. And when we think in those terms, we can possibly separate, the ordinary, the mundane from what is significant, and maybe bring to the fore how we can integrate some of those values into what we teach and how we teach, and yet not, decry what may be the best out there. I speak this as a student myself, having studied outside. I studied at Harvard, I studied at Cornell University, and the best of universities right here. I'm a student of Kerala too, right? So very well, having been all of that, I'm saying this, that there is a lot that we have to offer, but we need to be able to think differently about how we go about it. So we possibly need alternatives to celebrated Western models of thinking, Western models of progress, and I'm sure with the brilliance of minds that we all have right here in Kerala, we may be able to do that in a way that attracts the whole world to us. Just yesterday, I saw this news in Economic Times that as part of QS World University Rankings, today in the Asian ranking for 2024, India stands among the highest, having the highest number of universities which rank in the 856 universities that count. We have 148 universities, which includes the best of universities that we have, like IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, Indian Institute of Science. We have come a long way. and I agree with my academic colleague, Professor Shovik, in that there are a lot of things we have done well. We probably need to do a lot more than that. I think we also rank the best in terms of having the highest number of PhD qualified faculty. 9 out of 10 is the count we have, better than any other country like China or Japan when we take the Asian region. That is something to take note of. So we have to come up with alternative narratives which sound very meaningful, not just sound, but are meaningful as well. And we need to be able to connect the dots in terms of what is it that we have, digging deep inside, but yet combine with what the rest of the world has to offer as well. I will possibly wrap up my comments with a couple of things. So when we think in these terms, we are essentially talking about being pioneers by not just inviting the globe to us, but actually globalizing Indian thought, which is a theme that my own institution has taken on as a motto. And the principles, we always need principles, just like the previous speaker spoke about values being ingrained. We need to be anchored in certain principles that will guide us all the time. And the 3 principles, again enshrined in what we have right here in Kerala, is about Satyam, which is authenticity, Nityam, which is sustainability, and Purnam, which is about wholeness of thinking. So together, Satyam, Nityam, and Purnam, if we can approach everything that we do, the learning that we can bring to place, we might be able to lead the entire ecosystem to a very transformed level of thinking, which is what I believe that we need to pursue in the days to come. We need to think not just of today and tomorrow, but possibly 10, 15, 20 years ahead and lead, and that is strategic thinking. How do we get to that place? And that's the note on which I would stop my comments here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those thoughts and for reminding us that we can be pioneers in our own right instead of playing host to a global university, and use our strengths in our favor and share that with the world, and in the importance of education being sustainable, authentic, and the third one was wholesome, which is holistic, which is what we've been talking about this whole time, and that's where art comes in as well. I've been told that we don't have time for audience question and answer, but thank you so much for your time and for the time of our esteemed panelists. It was great to be invited to this session. Thank you, Dr. Sadullah and Fiki, for having us. We're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that stimulating conversation. But before you leave the stage, I have one more request from you. We have a couple of awards to be given away, and we would like the 2 stalwarts on stage to do the honors. Before that, may I request to come on stage to introduce this award segment. Shri A. Gopalakrishnan is already here. Mr. Savio Matthew, Mr. V.K. Nandakumar, joined by Dr. M. Sahadullah, of course, from FICCI Kerala chapter. They're going to tell us briefly about how these awards were instituted and how the jury came to these decisions. Can we have a cordless mic handed over to them, please? A few of these awards were given away yesterday in the final panel discussion, and the rest of them will be given away today, and they'll be talking to us.
Hello.
Mr. Savio Matthew, if you're here, please do join us on stage.
Mr. Savio. Mr. Savio here. Please come to the stage. All right, just a couple of words about the awards which have been decided by FICCI last year under the leadership of Mr. Deepak Kaswani. It was given. And this year, the subcommittee chairman was Mr. A. Gopalakrishnan. And he's here. He will explain 1 minute about the award and the jury system. And after that, we will discuss. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chairman. we are extremely happy to give you the modus operandi and the procedure adopted for deciding the awardees. We have constituted a committee of eminent and erudite scholars, Mr. Rajamanikyam, Mr. Rajesh Nair, Deepak Ashwani, and we have received or rather invited nominations from various sectors of industries, service, banking, non-banking finance company, healthcare, education, and under each sector, we have divided that into 2-3 categories: large, medium, and small. And we have again gone into the various criteria, broadly divided into 3 major criteria. The first criteria was definitely the innovativeness or the ideas or the theme in which the organization is functioning and operating. Is it relevant to the time? Is it new? Is it replicable? Is it scaling up impact? And after the innovation, we have also gone into the brand, its reputation, its adherence to value systems, and overall reputation of the entity in the society that they serve. And finally, also, we have taken into consideration the profitability, the sustainability, the financial discipline, financial controls, reporting, and other compliances. And we have tabulated that in a very organized, professional, systematic manner. Mr. Savio, I really thank Mr. Savio and the entire team in the Wiki office to do a very commendable job in tabulating that. And we had a sitting. We discussed about the various parameters, ranking, and an overall assessment of the entire organization, graded that, ranked it. On that basis, the final selection has been made. And at this moment, again, I express my profound gratitude for the guidance and support received from our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Sabudullah Sir, and the Vice Chair, the Co-Chair, Sri Nantakumar, in completing this exercise. And finally, of course, we are also desired that the final grand finale validatory function to be addressed by His Excellency, the Governor of Kerala, will be giving the flagship awards. And each of the day, we will be giving awards to the rest of the awardees under the various categories. And yesterday, under the Shashi Tharoor's leadership, we have given about 10 awards. Today also, during the panel discussion, we'll be giving the rest of the awardees also. And the grand finale will be given, our 5 awards will be given to the top awardees, maybe in the validatory function. So I request each and every one of you to be participating in the last session also, so that we are able to encourage and motivate and support quality and performance and whatnot, and excellence. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 awards to be given away in this segment for the best engineering college as well as the best B school. I request the honorable delegates on stage, speakers on stage, Sri T.P. Srinivasan and Professor Sauvik Bhattacharya, to do the honors. The first award for the best engineering college goes to Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science. The award is being presented by Sri T.P. Srinivasan. For the best engineering college, the award goes to Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science. We request a representative to come on stage and receive the award from Sri T.P. Srinivasan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it louder as an award is being presented here. This is for the best performance in running an engineering college, Muthoot Institute of Technology and Science. The next award for the best B school goes to Lead College of Management. Lead College of Management. The award is being presented by Professor Sauvik Bhattacharya in the presence of other dignitaries on stage. Lead College of Management has won the award for the Best B School. Hearty congratulations to both the institutions for winning the award, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. And thank you, our dear moderator. You've been very accommodative through this session. Thank you. It's now time to introduce our next session, which is about turning dreams into dollars. We are now going to delve into the dynamic world of startups where dreams and innovation converge to shape Kerala's future. We know that there's been a surge in entrepreneurial spirit and also an enabling environment in the state of Kerala, and the Kerala startup landscape is thriving. So how are they turning their dreams into dollars, propelling our state into the journey of transformation that we've been discussing about? It's my pleasure to bring on stage as the moderator and keynote speaker for this session, Shri M.G. Rajamanikyam IAS. He is the Commissioner of Rural Development and he's also the Special Secretary to Government of Kerala, a renowned civil servant, and particularly for people of Ernakulam, he needs no introduction. He's been our district collector and has done stellar work in that capacity. Beyond his responsibilities as the collector, he showcased great humanitarian work as well, particularly with the initiative of Unboard Kochi, someone who's known to care for people beyond roles and duties. Shri M.G. Rajamanikyam IAS is joining us on stage as the moderator and keynote speaker for this knowledge session on turning dreams into dollars. The Commissioner for Rural Development and Special Secretary to Government of Kerala. Joining him on stage as a panelist, Shri Sharif Kottapuratha, a veteran of the IT industry with over 40 years of experience, the founder and chairman of Rebar Financial Consultants, a financial advisory and wealth management firm. Also, he holds several patents in software engineering as well as distributed computing. Hearty welcome, sir. Very proud to present to you the next panelist, the Chief Executive Officer of FreshToHome.com, Sri Shan Kadavil, the world's largest e-commerce company in the fish and meat industry. FreshToHome.com is his brainchild. He's also the chairman of Debox Technologies, a technology startup in the critical infrastructure security domain. FreshToHome.com, by the way, is also a case study at the Stanford Business School. What a proud moment for our state. And finally, joining us on stage as the final panelist in this session is Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, an award-winning social entrepreneur, famously known as a career doctor. She has pioneered initiatives like myavatar.com, which is India's first diversity job portal for underrepresented groups. And she's also recognized as a pioneer of the concept of second careers for women. We are eager to hear what she has to talk about women, particularly in the startup sector. Over to you, Shri M.G. Rajamanikyam.
Okay. Fine. No problem.
So good morning, all of you. In fact, we are in the wrong timing during the tea break. So I construed this is because of the tea break everyone is out, not because of that we are speaking. In fact, I would like to express my very sincere thanks to Dr. Sagadullah. He's a very, very wise man. Today morning, actually I'm supposed to attend the validatory section. So he was seeing me happily roaming around the breakfast tables. Then, as I said, he is a very wise man. He thought like, who is the person who is to be very happy? If he doesn't have any responsibility, he will be very happy. So he decided, why can't you be moderate this session? So then started my jittering. Especially, with the great, panelist, sitting here. Indeed, it's a very, very great privilege for me and pleasure amidst a group of individuals, in fact, with dreams as vast as horizon of possibilities lie ahead. In fact, the topic in which we are going to discuss about, our panelists going to discuss about is to dreams into dollars. In fact, the heart of every entrepreneur's dream, turning dreams into dollars. That would be the heart of every entrepreneur. In fact, my moderator session, actually we plan to have the session like that. I will speak 3-4 minutes, setting the context of the speech. Subsequently, first 2 speakers will take 15 minutes each, and third speaker will take 10 minutes, and finally we'll end up with a summing up as well as a question and answer session. In fact, it is 60-minute ticking behind me. So 2 things I would like to mention here. So I could see people sitting here have a lot of confusion right from the yesterday, which I could see from each and everybody's face. The confusion is because I hope this session is maybe 6, 7 or 8 or whatever the session we are talking about. It started with a session wherein that, there were, a lot of speakers who had come and speak for Kerala, against Kerala, in terms of Kerala's success stories and growth. So people sitting here would be very much confused. I would like to quote here an important anecdote which everyone will undergo in a day-to-day life. It is there is always a perfect wife, but there is no perfect husband in this world. Husband always would be imperfect. Please clap after I conclude this speech. This will go against you. Wives are always right and husband is always imperfect. Whosoever it is, you talk about any richest person in the world, any very intellectual person in the world, intellectual scientist in the world, whoever you take it, is when you come outside as a man, you would be respected in the society very much. But when you know the value of you, just get into the house and then know the value of you. Your wife will perfectly tell you that who you are in the context of the society. So every state, every place in the world is same like husband. There is no perfection anywhere in the world. Every place is imperfect. So what is, development or what is a growth is nothing but how we are making that imperfection into a perfection. It is not that everyone born with a perfection. There would be imperfection. Always there will be imperfection. I'm coming straight away from Nagaland. I just, attended as an observer and then just, landing down. In fact, I was talking to the district collector of Nagaland. I was telling, there are people who are sitting in Kerala who used to talk a lot negative about Kerala. I used to send all of them to Nagaland for a month so that they understand what is the value of Kerala. So I just very jovially used to, tell him, and I came here actually. Why I am setting all this context? Because as far as Kerala is concerned, some may talk about okay, everybody is going from here. Some may talk about everybody is coming from outside and be here. As I said, as I mentioned earlier, as like every other place, Kerala is also not a perfect place. It has its own imperfection. It has its own perfection. Considering all that in mind, we are all here as entrepreneurs, FICCI and other organizations, and a lot of people, we are all taking efforts of what? Making a place to be a better place. Making a place to be a perfect place. So these are all, our perfection. Today, we have three incredible speakers here who are going to speak about their dreams into dollars of their success stories. One is the person, Mr. Shan. He's going to talk about not only his success stories, how we can be successful. That can be a lesson for all of us. So he's going to talk about it. As rightly mentioned, in fact, I was setting the context in which I was saying, there are people who goes away from Kerala. There are people who search for the opportunities and come to the Kerala. For example, we should not forget, Vasco da Gama comes to Kerala finding opportunities here. Because in his mind, there was opportunity in Kerala. Shan, I would mention, actually he was the person who searched opportunities. In fact, he was a Silicon Valley product actually. But then he came back to Kerala finding an opportunity. He started a startup business, and today, I heard thousands of crores of business he's doing today, actually. In fact, introductory speech, they were mentioning about, he's, actually everyone, previous session was, I think, Srinivasan sir is here or he's left, okay. Previous session was regarding the education, global quest of education. Everyone of us, some of us will go to, US or other universities to search for imbibing or introducing knowledge to us, especially Stanford, like universities. And we are having a person who is a case study who is in Kerala. What I'm trying to say or what I meant is that in search of searching or education, we are all going away. There are case studies which is done by the Stanford, who is sitting in front of us as an example. He is a great Kerala Malayali entrepreneur who is sitting here in front of us, in fact. And second incredible speaker sitting here is Mr. Sherif Kotaprat. I was in the brief introduction with them, I was talking about, is like a startup is kind of a finished product. It's like a car. It's perfect. A car can be a Mercedes, car can be Rolls Royce, whatever, a perfect car. But car cannot run without a fuel. So, a fresh to home, a great wonderful idea created by our, the co-founder or founder, together they founded a wonderful idea, is like a finished product as a car. We need a fuel. Who will supply the fuel? Fund is very, very important. In a traditional system of business, we all know that men, material, machines, capital, all those things are very, very important. What disruption or revolution which changed, the startup businesses? In fact, there are two groups of people. One group of people is pre-2000, I would say rather even 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, I'm 80 born, 90s and pre-2000, who are all liking their wife. Post-2000, who are all liking the Wi-Fi. There are two sets of people. One is wife, another one is a Wi-Fi. Why I am mentioning about Wi-Fi? Today, no person in this world now, at this point of time, whether it is a pre or post-2000, cannot live, without any app. Whether you take a food, whether you take a travel, anything it's like in app. Because I said post-2000 because the marriage itself is done by app now, through the lot of matrimony. So it's a technologically, developed era wherein that, traditional system of business and all is vanished. Or rather, I would not say, I should not use the word vanished. The more opportunities for the persons who are having a lot of dreams and ideas. Idea is, kind of a wealth. So there is a product. In fact, there is a fuel. Both of them sitting. And car and fuel is there. But at the same time, there should be a traffic rules. Otherwise, what will happen? Just like that, if we take a car, Rolls-Royce car with the fuel and traveling 140 kilometers, here will definitely cause an accident here. So there should be a kind of a controller setting a rules. That is a third speaker who is sitting here actually. He's going to talk about the sustainability, ESG, and she's one of the very famous women entrepreneur, sitting here. We are having that. third speaker. In fact, I mean, three of them are, in fact, going to speak about a startup, how a dream can made into dollars. In the sense, not necessarily in monetary terms, but in terms of how we can make challenges into the opportunities. That is what it is meant, dream into a dollars. How the challenges into opportunities, that is what they are going to talk about through their success stories. Without, having much of the time I'm taking, I would love to, leave the stage to three of them. First, I would like to, request Sri Shan, Fresh to Home, CEO, to talk about his experience, his success stories, and what kind of ideas or things he can give it to the audience and the society. In fact, one small introduction and just, leave it to him. Hope, most of us here are Malayalis. So I had I'll take liberty of speaking in Malayalam at this point of time. The Malayali, Malsyam kalikkadirikkan pattilla, meen kalikkadirikkan pattilla. Nobody can live without the fish. You know, the Fresh to Home today, 1,000 crores of business, not started because of a business as such. Shan wanted to have a good fish. The quest of searching spices landed up Vasco da Gama here. The quest of searching a good fish landed up a Fresh to Home here. So with this, a small introduction, I would request Shan to speak first. Thank you so much.
So we are sorting out slides and slide issues. So I need the next slide. But honorable, chairman, panelists, Rajamanikam sir, thank you for the forum. So I was just trying to tell him that it's not the same slide. Please, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, the next, not the next slide, the next PowerPoint. But don't worry about it. I can try to manage it without the PowerPoint. So. My favorite topic is fish, because I've been a Malayali and I'm from Panani, and my house is very close to a harbor. I grew up essentially, eating a fair amount of fish. And most of my early life was in the US, so I spent a fair amount of my time in San Francisco. So while you were joking about it, it was actually, in fact, coming back to my roots that brought me back to India. And once I came back to India, I was a CEO for a software company called Zynga. I used to make games, Farmville or Mafia Wars. I don't know if any of you have played with it. And at around the time, I just got married. This was, in the sort of early 2000. And when I had kids, it was really hard in Bangalore to get good quality fish, the same quality that you would get in Panani. Anytime you would go to a Shivaji market or any of the other markets, it would always taste quite differently, especially if you guys are all, true-blood Malayalis. Nobody can forget the cheriya matti, all those small delicacies that you would never ever get in the US, right? So at some point, I used to buy fish from my co-founder, Matthew Joseph. He's a fish exporter, from his company. He used to have an online venture called as Sea to Home that would ship fish from Cochin to Bangalore and Delhi. And I would be a hard customer. We would order all the time. I would be running software companies, but eating fish is a passion on its own. And post that, at some point in 2013, I couldn't get good fish because Matthew shut down his venture due to various reasons, right? And at that point, I came down to Cochin. He was not on social media or LinkedIn, or he was not really a tech entrepreneur. So it was really, really hard to get him. So finally, I found the web designer who had designed the site of C2 Home. And through the web designer, I found out who was Matthew. I went and I angel funded him. And then I got the venture up and running. Then at some point, when it became really fast growing, we all jumped in and started Fresh to Home. So while, sir, you started out as an anecdote, it was really, really the reason how we started Fresh to Home. So I think, the theme today is about pioneering growth. And Kerala, in particular, is, in my mind, a huge entrepreneurial opportunity. Because, most of it has not been tapped out, but there are certain elements of Kerala that I think is very, very interesting. Because the Honorable Chief Minister talked about, blockchain, the new age technology, and so on. And those are all relevant new age areas that we are getting into. But at the core of it, if you look at sort of the biggest areas, right, as an entrepreneur, I tend to look at opportunities, right? I tend to look at how large a market is. And if you look at sort of the areas that all of us as Malayalis are quite familiar with, right? Fish, coffee, banana, some of these categories are some of the largest exported from India in general, and we are familiar. So there is one aspect of familiarity, right? Whether it's Ayurveda or all the huge opportunity in front of you. The important thing is that it is not tapped into properly. So I haven't seen, the biggest sort of, new age consumer tech brand, interestingly, is not from Kerala. But, there is, Vadam and a bunch of others who are doing it. So there is a huge amount of opportunities and in multiple different areas. Since you guys are just coming in and it's between lunch time, I thought I'll wake you up and ask you a few questions. So we are talking about fish. So I asked Mr. Rajamanikyam, some high-level questions around GDP and what are the numbers. I'm an entrepreneur. I don't know any of these things. I only know my numbers. So I asked him to get some guidance. So the first question was, all of the latest movies that you would see, right? Pathans and, all the new movies, he told me was about $2 billion US. Do you think the Indian fish industry, is it bigger than that or smaller than that? Just because I think we have to, wake up a little bit, can you just tell me, is it bigger? If just say yes. If it is smaller, say no. Can all of you guys tell me? Just raise your hands if you think it's bigger. Okay. So you think that fish industry is actually bigger. All right. That's great. So it's bigger than $2 billion US. We've established that. The Honorable Finance Minister in her budget speech had mentioned that the railway budget for India was $30 billion, 29 point something. Do you think the fish industry, is that bigger or smaller than that? Raise your hands if you think it's bigger. Okay, there are less takers this time around. People are a little skeptical, but I see 4 hands. It's actually much bigger. So it's bigger than $30 billion, which is about 2.5 lakh crore Indian rupees, yeah? So let's go to the next step. Kerala's GDP was, sir, you said 140 billion US. Where about? 11 billion. In that range. Is it actually, is it actually bigger than that? Okay, it's actually not bigger than that. Nothing is as big as Kerala. That is the moral of the story. But it is very close. It's about $50 billion US or 3 lakh crores. So the things that we take for granted, things like fish, things like coffee, things like banana, things like, all of the stuff that India is the largest from an exporting standpoint are really immense opportunities. And so some of the things that, I wanted to talk through is that as we think about pioneering growth in Kerala, the first thing to realize is what are we sitting on? We are sitting on a really amazing pile of opportunities, right? And we take it for granted because we see it. We go to the fish market every day. Everywhere you go around, there would be some fish guy selling it. So we tend to think that this is, a day-to-day affair. But these are incredibly large business opportunities. So I'll start with a few areas. The first is really around team, right? How do you harness this business opportunity? The first is really around team, and I talked to you guys about Matthew and how I found it. So finding opportunities and monetizing them requires a really amazing team. I was fortunate to have people like Matthew as a co-founder, the folks that you studied with me, Jayesh, who is my classmate, who is another co-founder. So we founded the entity together based on trust in a team. And I find that as a true blood characteristic of any Malayali. So I'll give you an example. I was in Jizan in Saudi Arabia 2 weeks back. And this is, if you guys don't know, it's some remote part of Saudi Arabia, but it has got the highest fishing resource. And we are trying to crack Saudi Arabia right now, right? We are trying to launch in Saudi Arabia. We're trying to figure out how to launch Saudi Arabia. And I was thinking that it will be, how do I start? Because in the true strength that we've created in Kerala and other parts of India is our sourcing strength. We are in pretty much almost all of the large harbors. We use technology to do sourcing. I was thinking, how do I crack, the same thing in Saudi Arabia? Interestingly enough, there was a guy from Tirur, which is like from my mom's, hometown, who is actually doing a fair amount of the fish trading there. So anywhere you go, and you only realize this because Sir mentioned about good and bad about Kerala, but the brand ambassadors of Kerala are the Malayalis who live outside. And you can see them across anywhere. So when you talk about team, it's not just your own team. The entire Kerala, especially when I go outside, tend to act as my own team. The guy who supplies and gives me an unfair advantage in sourcing in UAE, the people in various different harbors of Saudi Arabia. For that matter, even if I go down to Gujarat, which is one of the largest harbors in India, you go to Varawal, which is right next to the Somnath temple, you will see a barber shop with Malayalam written on it. And the guy who's actually doing the large-scale trading, the equivalent of the Taragans here, are all Malayalis. So you should, tend to think about team not just as your own internal team. The entire Kerala, if you are able to truly harness it and if you are able to gel with it, becomes your extended team. We're also fortunate to have some really good investors. So, Mr. Sharif from Mount Judy is with us. He's one of our investors. Amazon is an investor. We've got folks like the CEO of Google Ventures, CFO of Facebook, folks like that who are investors. We have the US government who has invested in us. So some of these also are extensions of your team. And this helps you, create the story, figure out how to go to market, also puts on, essentially the controls and breaks that you require, and also gives you the guidance. So team is an essential element of it. Moving forward, so we talked about market opportunities, right? So we figured out that, fish is an incredibly large opportunity. So in India, it's 3 lakh crores or $50 billion. But if you look at it, outside, it is probably the only area where there are no big giants there, right? So $400 billion is the worldwide organized fish market. We've just announced, going into fish exports today. You may have seen in some newspapers today. But essentially, that market is completely unorganized. If you look at chicken or if you look at any other beef or other categories, there would be people, large, massive companies, which control 20% or 30% of the category. But there are no large players who control more than 2% of the category. We are reasonably large, and yet we are only 0.2% of India's overall fish sales. So fundamentally, the next big thing that I tend to look at is when you look at opportunities, look at it from an unmet need, right? Look at how large the opportunity is. Don't try and go to very small opportunities because at some point you might get tapped out. So for example, if you look at organic products in a particular subcategory of grains with a particular thing, it's very hard to sort of then grow out of it. So try to look at categories that are larger, which is really what we have done in the case of fish. It is extremely fragmented. Getting good quality fish, as all of you know, as Malayalis, is very hard. It's one thing to get fish in Kerala. It's a different thing to get it outside Kerala. It's even harder, right? And for example, in Delhi, it's almost impossible to get good fish. We have to literally fly it by air, or from Dubai, we have to fly our matti from Cochin back to Kerala by air, back to Dubai by air. So finding that opportunity was really the first thing that we started out with. And we solved some of the structural issues that we talked about using technology. So this is the unfair advantage, right? So we talked about team and how you can have essentially a large team that's your enabler, both your own team as well as the larger Kerala as a team together for you. Second is really about finding a large unmet need and a large opportunity, which in this case for us is fish market. The third is that how do you create an unfair advantage, right? Because one is you need a lot of capital to be able to run this. You need to be able to take a traditional brick and mortar industry, which has been there for a huge amount of time, into the sort of masses and make it a consumer brand, right? That's really the big thing that we have done. We used a lot of technology to do that. I won't go into the intricate details of it, but at the high level, what we did is we digitized the process of auctions in all the different harbors. So if you go to, here, if you go to Chelanam, or if you go to Waipin, or if you go to, the Cochin Harbor, you will see some of the Tarragans who in the 4 a.m. in the morning, when the real live auctions of fish happens, they'll be bidding with Fresh to Home on doing a reverse auction with us on their app. So they are not very literate, but at the same time, the app is designed in such a way that it uses pictures. So they were able to scroll through the pictures. They're able to then give us what happened in the auction, and then they'll get a red or a green on the phone, whether to buy or not buy. So that's just at a high level what we did. But that's allowed us to give, pan-India sourcing. We are now present in 400 harbors across 4,000 fishermen, and allowed us to take a brick and mortar industry and then convert that into really a technology-first industry. That's a key aspect of what we did, right? That's a big unfair advantage. And we have real-life infrastructure, right? We have got about 20,000 employees. We've got, large warehouses, presence in 140 cities. So there's some real infrastructure, but most of it runs on technology. The next big thing, and this is something that, traditional players have known for some time, but building a trust is the next big advantage, right? If you want to be the ambassador of Kerala and if you want your product to speak for yourself, you have to build a brand. So what we have done is to build a brand in fish, meat, poultry, ready to eat. We have used a lot of brand ambassadors like Ranveer Singh. And using this, we have created an unfair advantage in terms of creating a brand. So we do now about 30,000 tons of produce annually, fish and meat, to about 140 cities across 2 million consumers per month. So basically about 1 order every second. And along with that, about 7 million liters of milk. So this is all free from antibiotics, free from preservatives. So essentially what I'm used to eating with my hometown in Edappal and Punnani is really what I wanted to give the consumers. Matthew and other co-founders together, we have now really made that into a reality. But at the end of the day, all of this is not, all of this is not kosher unless you talk about the value creation from this, right? There is a fundamental purpose, and there are some numbers and slides that you see there about, how many jobs that we give and dependence and how much food we reduce. But I'll give you a very practical example. When I was running my corporate stint as a CEO for a number of the largest software companies, whole flexi time was a big deal, right? We were trying to get more women into the workforce. We are looking at flexi times. So if you look at any corporate jargon around sustainability, it will have flexi time written somewhere there. But when I was explaining this concept to Matthew, he was telling me that the Indian fishermen have perfected flexi time since last 100 years. So if you've gone to any of the harbors, and 30% of the workforce that we employ, let's say in Cochin, are women. The men go for fishing, but they're all generally alcoholism is a big problem, right? So the people who run these families in all these fishing villages are women, and they have to balance everything, between going to getting kids ready for school, managing the home, and whole this thing. So the way it works is that if you go to any peeling sheds or any fish processing cells anywhere in Cochin or in and around anywhere in Kerala, they can come and go anytime they want. And when they come, they'll be given one token, that is a plastic token. For every kilo of fish that they clean, they'll get a token. So they can come at whatever time, there's no fixed timing. They'll clean the fish or they'll peel the prawns. After that, they'll go back, they'll do, cook for lunch, then they'll take care of their family. They'll come back again and they will take another token. At the end of the day, these tokens get encashed, and that's really how the entire fishing industry in Kerala works. So corporates have a lot to learn sustainability from what happens day to day in Kerala. So I think at the end of the day, Kerala has all the right elements. So I'll leave it with that, and then I'll invite the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shan. In fact, in 90s, there was a advertisement in the TVs. You must be knowing. P.T. Usha was then, star of that. She always runs for the search of the good tea. That is how Kannan Devan tea. There was a big, advertisement in 90s. So like that, in 2023, we are also running for the good fish through the Fresh to Home. Rather, we are running Fresh to Home is served freshly at the home. Thank you for the inspirational speech. In fact, the wisdom he has offered, turning dreams into dollars, it's not about turning dreams into dollars, as I mentioned, turning challenges into opportunities, setback into a comeback, and aspiration into achievement. He's a model for that. Thank you, Shan. Next speaker, as I mentioned earlier, is like Sun is one, product in which like fresh to home that we are discussing about. The person, Mr. Sharif Kotapurat. So number of entrepreneurs, a fund of funder, a god of God, a fund of funder. In fact, as far as Kerala is concerned, between 2016 and 21, 551 million of US dollar that we have attracted towards a fund of, venture capital funding. Out of which almost $361 million is invested in like kind of a fintech and SaaS kind of companies. So like that, Mr. Sharif have invested not only, tech companies and so many things like that, funding, so many companies. He's a very good philanthropist also. The best part of it is that, lot of innovative products which can help to the society as funded by this organization. In fact, again, last session was educational session. He's the person, lead trust. Lead trust is a very important trust, preparing students for big universities like IITs and IIMs, success model for that actually. So a lot of things which I can tell about Mr. Sharif, but I would like Mr. Sharif to express his success stories towards you all. Welcome, Mr. Sharif.
So good morning to everyone present here. Very august audience in front of me and sitting to my side. What I'm going to cover today is that when someone has a dream, what do they need to do to ensure that they get the right support to convert that into dollars? And the venture capitalists play a significant role in that. Now, there are a lot of people who make fun of VCs. In fact, one of my classmates say, "Oh, you've become a VC. That's a vulture capitalist." Okay, so that's the kind of impression that people have. They don't realize the importance of not just capital, but the mentoring that the venture capitalists do, the kind of connects that we are able to give to various organizations so that they can grow, the kind of corporate governance that we enforce on these companies so that they don't go astray and they remain in the right, following all the rules and regulations and so on. These are extremely important, and without the support of a VC, a startup can stumble on any of these things and then fall on their face. Okay. And I want to spend some time talking about what are the kind of businesses that VC funds find interesting. Okay. I've coined a term called the 6 Ps that we look for when we want to invest in a company. It may sound surprising, but in about 3 years, we have got about 1,800 requests for funding. Okay. That's more than 2 requests per day, even if you count every single day as a working day. And we have to filter from that and then come and identify which are the businesses which first will give returns to the investors, because a venture capital fund is, we take responsibility for the money which has been invested in us by others to make sure that that money is utilized properly, they get a good return, and they get that with a good conscience, in the sense that their money is not being utilized for things which are harming the society or degrading the environment and so on and so forth. Okay. So the 6 T's that I'm going to talk about, first and foremost, I mean, some of these things, obviously, you will find it in the Fresh to Home presentation that Shan gave, because these were some of the things that we looked for when we invested in Fresh to Home also. So the first and foremost thing that we look at is the team. And I'll come to the details of that. Then the total market size that can be addressed by the idea or by related ideas that the team can bring. Again, something which Shan had mentioned. We also look at timing. Is the time right for adoption? Because we typically invest in things which are disruptive, which change the way things are happening in the world, right? So you come up with a very good product, but ahead of its time, that product will fail. So the product or the service also should match with the growth in the thinking of the consumer or the spending power of the consumer and the social acceptance of that particular product or service. So that timing becomes important. What is the traction? The product, is it gaining acceptance from the customers? Is it, are they able to grow? That's an important aspect. What technology has this company used which differentiates them from others? Do they have unique IP which can set them apart? Do they use technology in such a innovative way that others will find it difficult to catch up with them? These are some of the things that we look at. And ultimately, the thesis. We have taken money with a certain promise. And we have taken money for, after forming a team which has certain expertise, certain strengths. Does that complement what the fund, or what this particular startup is needing and what this startup is doing? So these are some of the things that we look at. So first, let's look at the team itself. So the team should be strong in terms of their ability and these things. We'll come to the what is strong, this thing. And passionate about the thing that they're doing. Do they have a clear vision on where they want to go? Do they have the relevant experience to pull off that vision? And is the team comprised of people who are providing complementary strengths, right? So if you take the example of Fresh to Home, you had Matthew who had all the expertise in sourcing fish and how to preserve fish and so on. And then you had Shan who came with the experience from the technology perspective and ultimately the taste perspective also. What do we look for in the founders as individual attributes? We look at resilience. Every startup will go its peaks and troughs. There will be times when the founder is going to sleep thinking, am I going to survive another day, right? So are these people resilient enough to go through those stresses, those troubles and so on? Do they provide leadership to the people that they employ? And are they able to motivate them to, to perform to their fullest extent? Are they adaptable? Because market conditions can change anytime. Whatever assumptions you had in the beginning, you may suddenly find that everything gets shifted overnight, like what happened during COVID a few years back. So are they adaptable enough to, to reorient their startup based on the new realities around them? Okay. So I'll take a few examples other than Fresh to Home. Otherwise, it will become like an extended presentation of Fresh to Home. So we have invested in a company called 4Base Care. They do testing of cancerous tissues, to see what genetic mutation has happened. And they take clinical data and then match the two to ensure that over a period of time, they build up a database where, given the mutation that they've identified, they can suggest to the oncologist that this particular treatment methodology might give you the best results. Now, the oncologists may know this from their own studies, But in addition to that, over a period of time, as we use artificial intelligence and machine learning, we'll be able to come up with better and more accurate predictions on how a particular treatment will behave on a specific cancer patient, right? And this is set up by two persons, Hitesh and Kshitij. They were molecular biologists, researchers in molecular biology. Then they decided that they want to concentrate on cancer, oncology, this thing, and they started off this 4-base care with support from US, there's a US company called Illumina, which is a leader in genetic, mutation, the gene analysis, genetic analysis. So they've been funded by them, incubated by them, and we have provided them funding to, take it forward. There's another company that we've invested in, again, a medical device company called Inaxel, which has come up with devices where, premature babies born with respiratory disease syndromes can be treated even if there are no NICUs available. They can be treated in a maternity home. They can be given treatment while they're being transported to wherever they were born to a specialized hospital and so on. So, and this, a good team is the single most important. I mean, if this is not there, even if you score very high on the other 5 Ts, we will not look at that company. Sometimes companies are started with a single founder, unlike Fresh to Home. And this is a risk, because now we are at the whims and fancies of one person. But still, if the other things are strong enough and that particular individual shows the capabilities that we have listed here, then we may still go ahead and make an exception in that case. And domain expertise is certainly a very important aspect. Next, we look at total market size. Rajamanikam sir, if I'm overrunning on time, please tell me.
You need a 1 day, and actually rather we need a 1 day to hear about you, but I mean, it would be better if we have 2 minutes for you.
Sure. So then I'll go quickly. Okay, so on the total market size, again, it was mentioned, unless the market size is large enough, unless there is a clear value proposition that you provide to this market, which differentiates you from others, then that's something that we don't want to look at. Now, there are certain cases where when the startup comes up with an idea, there is no market which exists, right? Or people cannot even imagine how this will work. The typical example of this is Uber. When Uber was first introduced as an idea, it was pitched to various VCs. They said, how does this work? I mean, someone who's not a taxi driver, if you know, in the Uber in US, can be driven by any person. You don't need to be a licensed, taxi operator to run a Uber. A college student can do it part-time in the evening. I can even, even on the way back from office to home, I can take Uber rides if I register myself with Uber and so on. So people just rejected him left and right. I mean, I don't remember what are the number of VCs that he approached before he was finally, funded by one company. And today, all the people who rejected him before are saying, if only we had invested, we would have retired by now, right? But that happens. So that's a very difficult thing to judge. But if you're able to see that future and back such an entrepreneur early, then that's going to give you amazing returns. So we have invested in a company called Dil Foods, which uses the spare capacity in restaurants to provide regional cuisine and then delivers it home through Swiggy and Zomato. That's one such company. It's led by a 28-year-old lady entrepreneur. This was a single founder. We made an exception for her because her idea was so great, and she had already executed part of it and shown her capability of executing on this. We have a product called Diabetes Smart, which reduces, lets you eat Indian food, but reduces your insulin spike and so on. And look at the market for, how many diabetic patients India has. And so it's a huge market that we are looking at. Okay. some traction. So the product market fit, as we call it, is what the startup comes and says that we have a product which fits the market, which is what the market wants. So we go and validate it with customers. We talk to their customers, we interview them, we find out what benefits they actually foresee from it, what kind of money they're willing to pay for it, and so on. And then the revenue potential, we judge the revenue potential on that. So if there is a scalable business model which shows how they can scale up and give bigger numbers, more production, more service, whatever be the case, that's a viable growth strategy. And if they have a realistic roadmap, then we go with that. We have a company called Internshala, which provides internships to the final year or the pre-final year college students. And that's one such thing which has got a huge, it's the world's largest internship platform. Technology. If there is a unique and innovative technology, it shows strong intellectual property, robust technical architecture, and their team is tuned for high quality product development, then we will go with it. An example we have is of a video analytics company which can take a dumb camera, use software which is hosted in the cloud, and identify things like smoke, these things, fighting which is breaking out within your property, how many cartons are loaded into a lorry, how much queue is building up in a Starbucks or a coffee shop so that you can open new counters and so on and so forth. They're used by Dunkin' Donuts, they're used by Starbucks, Raymond's outlets to identify how many women, how many children, how many male members go to their outlets and so on. The timing. So we invest for the long run. We don't invest and expect to see a return within 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. We are willing to wait 5 years, 6 years, 7 years to see the return. But, what that means is that in the 7 years, we expect the market to realize the value of the services that's provided and then, and then work on it. The 4-base care example was one that I had given already. Another example is ECG-based fetal monitor, which can be used for home monitoring of late-stage pregnancies. So our expectation is that more and more people would be willing to accept this. There is home birthing, which is being encouraged in the European countries and so on. So we expect that the timing for this product is matching with the demand from the market. So these are some of those things. And finally, we'll come to the thesis, where we have certain beliefs that these are the kind of things that are going to work. This is the value propositions that need to be provided. What's the culture in the company that we're investing in? Does it match with the culture that we as a fund believe in? What values do they subscribe to? And whether our network, our expertise, our mentorship can add value to this company or not. So if most of these fits, then we go ahead and then fund that particular company. So this is highly subjective and sort of intangible, but this can make or break a relationship with a startup and hence a deal. Do I have some more time?
I think you exceeded 5 minutes.
Okay. No, then I'll stop. I had a slide on why VCs typically don't invest in traditional business, but I'll skip that. Okay, thank you.
As I said, it's like, in fact, Mr. Sharif need, a whole day of, kind of a speech which is required to us. But in any case, people like Mr. Sharif Kottapurat, Kerala today have 30,000 plus aspiring entrepreneurs and 4,000 plus startups with 40,000 plus jobs. And thanks to, Sharif Life people, because he was CTO Sun Microsystem. He was in the Wipro earlier board. So quitting all those things and he's doing a great work. Only one thing, last thing about him, he said VC is a vulture capital. But VC is a vice chancellors. In UK parlance, chancellor is a head of treasury. So he is a vice chancellor, investing in a right place, so as to create value for the funds and value for the society. Thank you, Mr. Sharif. Now I would like to, invite Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, and very famous entrepreneur, In fact, she wrote a book called the 99-Day Diversity Challenges. She's the president of Avadar, and so many Avadar she has. Again, if I introduce so many things about her, I need, one more hour. I'll leave the stage to her and request, hopefully she'll finish it in 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, it was 10 minutes before. It's got reduced to 5 to 6 minutes, so
You
I'll try.
4 minutes taken by Mr. Sherry.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's fantastic being here at this conference. And, conferences are more for conversations. I think as much as we learn from erudite folks like those who spoke on this panel, I think it's important for us to also have those conversations. And I've been having some fantastic conversations. I'm just going to name 3. I had an absolutely brilliant conversation with Sapnu George. And we were talking about how in schools, in educational institutions, it is so very important to look at inclusion, not just as something that's separate or apart from what we do in the schools, but as something that's actually part of the society, part of the whole learning experience. And then subsequently, I had a chat with Ilavarasi. And if you haven't bought her chips from her stores at Thrissur, you definitely should. Apparently, she has the unique, value or unique quality of having both Rahul Gandhi and Sri Narendra Modi as her customers. They have bought chips from her shop. Ilavarasi, maybe you can just stand up and wave to the crowd so that people know that it's you. And that was the second conversation. And the third one was with Wing Commander Rangashri. And we were just sitting there and speaking. And in 5 minutes, she got me introduced to 3 people. And she said, you know what, we should get this thing going. Conferences are about conversations. And if you ask, what is that most important aspect of input or information that I'd like to share with you today, it's actually what my colleagues on the panel were speaking about in terms of building scalable, sustainable enterprises. And I'm going to just say this to you. In our country, women have exceeded the count of men when it comes to the population. The birth rate of women has exceeded that of men. And so we should say that the Beti Bachao part of whatever we've been doing, yes, that has been working well. However, when it comes to women actually being utilized as a resource in this country, we are failing really, really poorly. And in terms of its correlation to the GDP of any state, wherever you have women's workforce participation, women in entrepreneurship, women as business owners, you will find a positive correlation to the state's overall GDP. Now, here's where we have to understand that the women in this country, they face what is called as a double bind. If you are seen as a very aggressive, go-getting woman, then you're kind of disliked for it. But at the same time, if you're very quiet and you're reserved, then you don't get the kind of opportunities that you should. And this is the very, unique double challenge that women face. So if we look at increasing opportunities for a state or increasing opportunities for a community, I think it's very important we should look at it from a sustainability perspective, and we should look at resources that have not been utilized. Women are one. In India, 23% of the complete women's workforce, of the women's population, is actually there in the workforce. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is not women like you and me who are, attending conferences in Grand Hyatt. This includes every single woman, from agriculture laborers, from fisherwomen, from people who are, in our farms, in our fields, people who are construction laborers, women who are also in the urban population. All of that put together is 23%. So can you imagine the huge amount of, neglect, wastage that's happening to a truly precious resource of this country? And that happens to be women. My own story is, very similar to this. I began my career as a banker, and within 3 years, the 3 M's happened to me: marriage, maternity, and motherhood. And once that happened, I had to take a break in career. And when I took a break in career, I was looking at, probably entering back into the workplace when I thought that the time would be right. And I needed one thing. And Shan, you spoke about it when you were talking about the fishermen: flexibility. Flexibility is the oxygen of women's careers. You provide flexibility to a woman, and you're saving careers at least 50% of the time. So I looked for such a job, and I looked for a company that would be diverse, equitable, and inclusive. And I realized there were none during those days. So I set up Avatar. It's a social enterprise. And we said, if we are to get into business, then the value proposition we would offer is, we would provide trained, skilled women power to organizations, and they would all be second career women who had taken breaks just like me. And I'm very happy to tell you that till today, we have placed not 1 but 2, but 100,000 women back into the workplace. And it's thanks to a lot of people. I wish to do a hat tip to Kripesh, who is here, who is part of KIMS, and thanks to Dr. Salaluddin for having invited me here. I believe that many industries, such as retail, banking, financial services, startups, everything can do much better with a great deal more of women in their workplaces. This actually is the most important S part of ESG. When you look at environment, social, and governance, and that together is what sustainability really means, which is nothing but the fact that we must leave behind a planet that is better for our future generations, because we have only borrowed it from them. So this concept of ESG, especially the S part, where we look at underrepresented talent, underrepresented resources, we look at people and segments of community, of customers, of talent, of stakeholders who have not actually obtained what they deserve, then that combines to create what we call ESG, and that focuses on the environment, social, and the governance aspects of a business. What we have now done at Avatar is we have created a very interesting scorecard for organizations where they can measure themselves on how they are faring with regard to ESG. Are you really doing the best you can for your planet? Are you really doing the best you can for your community? And are you doing your own business in a way that it will be sustainable, and it will outlast you, and it will probably deliver true value to the communities that you wish to serve? So this really is the work that we do at Avatar, and my request to FICCI and to the August panel that I'm a part of, I think it's important to look at inclusive capitalism. I think it's important to see that we do not, shred every aspect of what is good in order for us to make, that extra EBITDA. I think it's very important to look at planet, people, and profits, and believe that this is what is going to take us to the 6 trillion, 10 trillion, 20 trillion economy that India is absolutely poised to reach within the next couple of decades. With that, I truly thank everyone from the organizing committee at FICCI for having invited me to share a few thoughts of mine. Please visit www.avatarinc.com. That's www.avtarinc.com. And you will have a lot of resources on how you can create diverse, equitable, and inclusive systems within your organization that not only help you be a very fond company that everybody loves to do business with, you will also create a company that's truly sustainable in the long run. Thank you so much, and best wishes to Kerala. Best wishes to everyone here to create sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soundarya. In fact, in a matriarchal society like India, it is not that men is powerful. Men want to show himself as very powerful. Not because of that he is powerful, but if he allows women, he will surely defeated. So that is the reason why that, because especially when somebody has have that inferiority in mind, so definitely they show us arrogance. So that is how the society as a matriarchally we developed. So we always, believe that women is powerful, and everyone, those who married agree to that. And in fact, Dr. Soundarya is like, running a project Putri also, which, empowers underprivileged girls. It's a wonderful project he's, taking along. And with this, 3 speakers have completed, and we don't have much of the time for Q&A. I would rather request, 3 questions, one each to the, speakers, if you want to ask, like, if you can ask one question each to the speakers, we'll conclude the session. Over to you, please.
A humble request, Rajamanikam sir. From here, sir, from the podium, can we make that as brief as possible, because we are standing in between 2 more sessions and lunch as well.
I can finish it off with thank you, but still. Okay, in any case, like, since we are running out of the time, just, would like to, conclude the session. It's like, to be very frank, like, all the 3 speakers, I would rather say that they unravel the magic behind the transformation of dreams into tangible, thriving ventures. And with this vibrant state of Kerala, not only embraced, innovations or embarked innovations, but also become the nurturing ground for startups that have sowed unicorn and sunicorn like, sans fresh to home. In fact, the take on from this session is, so let's all, embark on this journey of discovery, learning from those who have not only dreamed big, but have also dared to convert those dreams into dollars. In fact, their stories ignite the spark and, in fact, pave the way for countless more success stories to be emanated or emerged from this, room. I wish all the best for all the speakers to still achieve a lot more and come back to Kerala, so that together, we can grow in this pioneering growth along with the transforming Kerala. Thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity provided to us, FICCI, especially Dr. Sagadullah, Mr. Kripe's team. Everyone, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, respected moderator and the panelists. May we request you to join us here in front of the stage for one group photograph to mark this moment. The moderator of our next session paid attention to what I said in the morning, that we intend to have more panel discussion format today. So he insisted, rightly, that the chairs be rearranged for a panel discussion format, and that's exactly what's being done on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is about the fascinating intersection of retail and technology, where data and innovation redefine the way we shop. This is about the science in shopping. We know that there's a rapid rise of e-commerce, data analytics, and cutting-edge retail tech, and Kerala is experiencing, indeed, a retail revolution. So that is what the next conversation is all about. And moderating this engaging discussion on stage is a person, a face so well known to you, Shri Deepak L. Aswani. He's the Managing Director of Aswani Lachmandas Group, which specializes in FMCG and retail. And he's also a member of the FICCI National Executive Committee and also previously served as the chair and co-chair of the FICCI Kerala State Council. An accomplished entrepreneur, very well known to almost everyone assembled here. He's been involved in his family business from a very young age, and he has prospered it to new levels. Welcome on stage, sir. That's Shri Deepak L. Aswani, the moderator for this session about science in shopping. And with your permission, sir, let me invite the other panelists on stage as well. Shri Radha Krishnan K, a startup expert in small and large businesses. He's an expert with over 40 years of experience in a diverse range of fields. He is currently the director of Tata Starquick.com. It's a startup that he launched in 2017. That's Sri Radha Krishnan K. Joining us on stage, Srimati Vardhini Prakash, Executive Director of Kalyan Hypermarket, an MBA holder in Human Resource Management and a proud alumnus and rank holder from Loyola College in Thiruvananthapuram. A member of a business family that we are all fond of, the Kalyan family. She has headed the designing department of Kalyan Silks earlier and is now the executive director of Kalyan Hypermarket. And delighted to bring on stage Dr. Gibson Vedamani, a retail industry veteran, a retail thought leader, and a renowned consultant. He's the founder and designated partner of Retail Solutions and Learning Technologies LLP, which is a retail domain consulting and e-learning organization. So that completes that stellar panel on stage, and I now hand it over to Sri Deepak L. Aswani.
It's very good afternoon. I think this panel is instrumental in coming in the way of producer and the consumer. So it is very obvious that we are standing in between you and your lunch. Because unless we sell you the product, you cannot have the food. So give us our time. Retail is probably one of the most important segments of business, and particularly so in Kerala, where we hardly produce anything. Almost everything is brought from outside the state, and most people who are startups or entrepreneurs, and now that retail is also classified under micro and MSMEs, this is a very important segment of the business that is taking place. So to understand retail, what happens is there are so many people who think that it's very easy to set shop. So a number of people, particularly the Gulf returnees, they come with a little bit of money and then they jump into supermarkets and small retail outlets. They're not able to sustain themselves. Even the people who are already into the business basically are family-owned businesses who have not grown along with times. What has happened to retail is technology, a lot of management, and a lot of analytics. A lot of effort is being taken, and probably the thing that happens most is that we are not able to get succession because the youngsters don't want to continue on the shop floor. So it's not only limited to the business families, but it's also that we are not able to get attrition. We are getting a lot of attrition, so we're not getting people to work actually. So we are fraught with various problems, but I'll just briefly describe what is the science in shopping in India, and then we'll go on to the panel and we'll pick up their brains. So can we have the PPT, please? Yeah, the science in shopping in India encompasses various aspects of consumer behavior, market trends, and the influence of technology. The first slide. Yeah. In recent years, India has witnessed a significant transformation in the retail sector with the emergence of modern retail formats, e-commerce platforms, and the adoption of advanced technologies. One of the key factors driving the science behind shopping in India is the changing demographics and rising disposable incomes. With a population of almost over 1.4 billion people, India represents a massive consumer market with a diverse preference and buying habits. As more people enter the middle class and experience an increase in purchasing power, their shopping behavior undergoes a significant shift. I have a small video to show you.
Let's get granular and be ready to explore the incredible world of the Indian consumers. This is the anatomy of India's consumer. Know that India has a population of 1.4 billion people. That's a lot of people, right? And out of that, a whopping 850 million already use the internet, and 600 million of them use it through smartphones. That's as many people as who own PAN cards in India. In fact, a whole host of them are pretty active online. We've got 450 million online gamers, 350 million people who do online transactions, and 185 million online shoppers. But here's the catch. Mature regular users like you and me are just 45 million. And that 45 million accounts for most of the online consumption. In fact, if you look at mutual fund investors and credit card holders, they belong to this mature online user pool itself. And that's where the fascinating facts about disproportionate contribution from a small clutch of Indian consumers lie. I mean, did you know that just 1% of Indians account for 45% of all the flight passengers that you may encounter? And only 5% of Zomato users are responsible for a whopping 33% of all the orders that are placed on the app. Even UPI, 6.5% of UPI users are responsible for 44% of the transactions. And that's mainly because of the income difference. Just 1% of Indians take home a staggering 22% of India's income. Now with 600 million smartphones and so many screens, let's talk about media consumption, because Indians are consuming content like never before. TV has a reach of 900 million. Radio has a reach of 750 million. But smartphones, while they have a reach of 600 million, it's growing at 12%. That's nearly twice as fast as TV and 4 times faster than radio and print. But you know what's growing fastest? Short form content, all those reels, etc. that you watch. It's growing at an impressive 26% CAGR. That's nearly twice as fast as how smartphones are growing. So obviously ad spends will now move towards digital. Digital has already become king. They have a revenue share of 47% from all the ad spends that are made and a time share of 46%. And the good old boy TV still holds a significant chunk with 32% revenue share and a time share of 40%. Let's talk about Indian shopping then. What are people buying online? Fashion takes the cake. 40 to 45% of online shoppers indulge in fashion. Electronics and general merchandise, that follows closely with about 20 to 25% each. And while mobile phones are growing fast, they account for 5 to 10% of the overall e-commerce in India. E-commerce in India is growing, but it's still 7% of overall sales. And this compares with 14% globally. Online grocery sales have increased 4 times post-COVID, but still make up for just 1% of the market. And interestingly, over 60% of fashion shoppers in India come from tier 2 plus cities. India is a land of immense possibilities, a tech-savvy population, a thriving startup ecosystem, and an appetite for growth like no other. But also, it's a land of income inequality, too few accounting for most consumption, and possible growth saturation at higher income levels. A land of opportunities with a tinge of risks. That's the anatomy of the Indian consumer market for you.
Well, isn't that a very complicated anatomy? And this is what every retailer in the country, the state, or every town has to understand. It's not as easy to be a retailer. This apart, there are a whole lot of government licensing and other issues that actually drag back a retailer. Apart from this, we've already discussed about the other aspects, that is rise of e-commerce. There is stuck. Anyway, that's stuck. So we're talking about the influence of social media. There's a lot of technological advances. The mobile phone has become an extended part of the... Yeah, it's not working. Yeah, we're talking about the influence of social media. Everybody's on social media right now. A lot of technological advancements, mobile phones. There will be a lot of screens. You find LED screens all over the place. And very shortly, with artificial intelligence, you will find characters appearing in front of you, guiding you across the stores. Data analytics is going to be one of the most important aspects. And in fact, in the US, most of the IT jobs are being taken by data analytics, and they're the most well-paid jobs because there's a mass of information which is not being analyzed, which cannot be analyzed because there is so much data. And of course, we just cannot forget the role of traditional retail. All said and done, for all the technology, finally we will definitely go back to the neighborhood retailer who gives you the personal service and he knows your requirement and also gives you free advice on the family also, since he knows the family more than many of the relatives do. So traditional retail is there to stay. So going back to my panel, and since we have very little time, I'd go straight to the expert, Mr. Radhakrishnan. Sir, you are an expert in retail, having spent so much time with all the biggies from Spencer's to Reliance and now with Tata's. And you're the wizard of online grocery retail. Can we hear it from you?
Hello. I think that's too big an introduction. ഒന്നാമത്തെ കാര്യം ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസ് ഒരു ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ പ്രോബ്ലം ഇല്ലാതെ ആദ്യം നടത്താൻ പഠിക്കണം. അത് തന്നെ വലിയൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. സോ ടെക്നോളജി ആൻഡ് ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ് ആർ നോട്ട് സിറ്റിംഗ് ഇൻ ദ സെയിം റൂം. We have to understand that man is getting aspirational. 40 years ago, and I'm taking something from what Surya Krishnamurti said in the morning, that it's about an inside out and an outside in view. 40 years ago, people would shop the way they would think. But I think people today are thinking the way they are actually shopping. The outside is determining the way my inside mind is working. And I think, personally, I think that's a very big problem. If we don't know what we want, then we will not get what we should deserve, right? And therefore, I think the online has to be ameliorated. It has to be taken in the context. As far as grocery is concerned, over the last 10 years, our GDP has been growing phenomenally. And I think the tide has risen. And there is aspiration amongst people. And people struggle. People are telling me that, you know, online grocery is going to close down all the shops. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think it is wrong to say that e-commerce is going to blank out everything else. It depends on the category for which you're shopping. If you want to have an experience of a category, online cannot give it to you. When there is no aspiration in your mind about the category, then you will shop online, when you know exactly what you want. For instance, I run stores in Bombay. I work for the Tata Group. I work for Star Bazaar. Over the last 3-4 years, we have decided that the fruit and vegetable section is going to be the biggest draw. And our section of fruit and vegetable has become so big in the store that of the 100 people who come to shop in our store, 83% of the people buy fruit and vegetable. Now, you cannot get the experience of buying fruit and vegetable if you don't actually go to a store. So I do not agree that as far as grocery is concerned, that online is going to kill all offline stores. I remember way back in 1996, when I was part of that team called Food World, which opened the first retail outlet in this country called Food World in Raja Annamalapuram in Chennai. Everybody said, okay, now modern trade has come. So all the kiranas will now close down. The only thing I've seen since 1996 is small kiranas have closed down large funded shops. So don't take it for granted that being small is actually weak. I think the 14, 15 million kiranas who are there have done a phenomenal job. The difference between a kirana shop and a corporate is that the kirana works for his livelihood and the corporate people work for their salaries, right? And therefore, that's a very big difference. So to answer your question, this is a huge subject. I think online will grow. Online has penetrated, but I do not believe that online will blank everything out. Offline stores will continue to do equally well if they know how to run the stores.
Yeah, there's a good clap coming for you. And I move on to Madam Vardhini. She's entered into the Kalyan Silks business. She's already there. Kalyan Silks is famous for its silks. And there is this tendency of the textile people getting into the supermarkets and hypermarkets. And we also find the reverse also true. That is the hypermarkets like Lulu getting into Celebrate and things like that. So she coming into the business and looking after the hypermarket sections, what are the type of problems that you are facing, ma'am? And where do you think that this will go towards? I mean, you've gone into the market wholeheartedly.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I think it's our duty to keep you all awake now because of the hunger pangs coming in. Now, back to your question, sir. I don't know why these two are going hand in hand, but one thing I can tell you, our Kalyan Silks is more than 100 years, so we really wanted a diversification in the field. That is the reason why we came into the supermarket segment. When we started our store, that is 7 years back, we didn't have any store to give you a international experience, a shopping experience. That was one of the reasons why we opened it. And our flagship store is the one in Trichur, which is a 50,000 square feet store. And now going to the second part, that is the difficulties that we face. As we all know COVID, but now it has become history. It has actually made two impacts. One is, it has divided the category of people into two. One, below the age of 35 and other above the age of 35. As Radhakrishnan sir rightly said, one group of people, they want to go digital. The youngsters, that is below the age of 35, they don't want to come to store, they don't want to meet people, they don't want to read newspapers. So, but the other category, that is people above the age of 35 or 40, there's one theory that we have always been learning, man is a social being. They want to come out. For them, a brick and mortar store is a place for socializing. So they want to come out, they want to keep in touch with what all is happening around them. They want to know the happenings in and around them. So this is what has happened now. So now our challenge is to cater to the needs of these two people. So one, we have to go digitally, and we opened our online portal 6 years back. We have an app, we have a website. So all these things was open 6 years back. But then at that time, it did not gain any importance. We were getting hardly very few orders. But now, after this COVID, the scenario has changed a lot. Now, in fact, for the parents, for the age-old parents, the children who are there in US, they are making the orders. About a couple of days back, I met a old couple, maybe in their mid-70s. It was on Sunday morning. So that uncle and auntie, they came in and they were sitting on the for having a cup of coffee. So I just happened to see them and they smiled at me. So I started a conversation. They were like, Mole, what to do? Ende magan ellam US irnu order cheyum. Njakku ipo veetil irnu porthu irangan pattandai. Njakku 4 pere poi kaanande. അതുകൊണ്ടാ ഞായറാഴ്ച പള്ളിയിൽ പോയതിനു ശേഷം ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ വന്നത്. So this is another version to it. I think I have...
Yeah, you've got us right. And We'll come back to omni-channel because you're just getting into it, and sir, of course, will give us a lot of ideas on that. But in the meanwhile, one of the biggest problems that we've been facing is basically getting staff. There's a huge attrition rate, not only in this industry, but the attrition rates go up to about 75 to 80%, which means you get a person for a job, and within 6 months, he's out. That is one aspect. And then since there is so much advancement in retailing, the science of shopping, and also the technological advancements that are taking place, what are the solutions that you are providing, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you all today and to share my thoughts. I like the topic so much because it's called the science of shopping. I mean, once upon a time, it used to be seen as a mundane activity. Guys, of course, had the guilt of spending, and women, of course, had the pleasure of shopping. That was the thought process, that existed for a long time. And I've seen in my own family 3 generations, Mom used to give a list of products to buy. He said, I've left the list starting, she would start, very auspiciously from turmeric. And she would give a big list. And she would sometimes leave the list with the grocer and tell me, Gibson, go and get that, take your cycle, bring it back in the evening. So she would pay for it in advance, and then I would go to the Palayamkottai market and then pick up the goods from there and then come back. Then I saw my wife, when we went in the early 90s to Mumbai, and that's the time when all these supermarkets were there, starting with Heiko in Powai. And she used to shop, and the list was in her mind. She used to look around the shelves and pick up the stocks, and she would, 20% would be those things that she wouldn't want for that month also. But then she would buy that one essence that she would use only during Christmas time, she would buy that also. That's how, purchase increased there, and then service came up, and people would speak to her, and she would get more merchandise. And that's how her shopping interests, and she was experiencing shopping. And then came my children, so they would not bat an eyelid, to Blinkit now. So she said, Dad, why are you going to the shop? Just do Blinkit, and it would come in about half an hour, and it does. But then they also spend time in the malls, they just go hang around, do, enjoy shopping there. So they do that. As you very rightly said, every format coexists. And this kind of shopping, except the list has got, kind of extinct. But all other things kind of remain, and they also enjoy. The only thing that we need to do is to give a lot of value addition, in the sense that we have to give the right price to the customer. I know all retailers, most of the retailers try and give value to customers. And in India, it's a challenge because we have an MRP system. I think only 2 or 3 countries in the world have an MRP system, because your prices are dictated by the manufacturers and not by retailers or customers. When manufacturers decide at what price you should sell. And here, the backward integration into private labels is very important. You need to work and see that, you have your own price, you give that kind of a quality at the right price, and then customers keep coming back to you. That's the value addition that one needs to give customers. And the second thing is about, service value addition. You serve your customers right, and truly, rather than asking whether the customer is loyal to you, flip the question on its head and ask whether you as a storekeeper is loyal to your customer. That's the question that you need to ask, because you need to trace their purchases, talk to them. Is there any price advantage that has come on the categories that they buy very often? Talk to them, communicate to them, and that's the value addition that you do. Regarding the training of staff, treat them as partners. Like Fab India is doing to its, karigars. They treat them as partners. So treat them as partners, that's number one. Number two is train them so well and give them a career path. Help them move from one level to the other. So give proper training to them to take the next level. Otherwise, what happens is they would change jobs for just a meager 500 rupees a month in retail. That's what happens. But then he or she knows that I'm going to the next level, I'm going to become a supervisor, and then I'm going to be a department manager, and I'm going to be a head of merchandising and buying, then the person stays with you. I've seen so many people, when I worked in Shop Stop, the guys whom I'd seen as sales associates at the smallest level, today, many of them are heading companies. Many of them. Small organizations, large organizations, mall organizations, they're just heading companies now as CEOs. So that's the value addition you give, and attrition can be kept under control.
I'll just move on to the next question, and this is a common question for all three of you. There is a fear in the market that the big three, when you say big three, the Tatas, the Reliance, and the Landmark Group, and then of course many more groups are just building up. We also find that the the online retailers, they're also now coming into phygital. Myntra is trying to open stores very shortly. Libas is a brand which was online, is coming onto offline retailing. And the same thing is applying to even the hypermarket goods. Now, Reliance by themselves have got various aspects, like the mall, right down to the smallest store. So you were telling us about the store in Ahmedabad. And I think the audience would be keen to hear about that also, because we would like to know what is going to happen as we progress in the Indian context. And particularly so for you, ma'am, because these hypermarkets, what are you heading for? And this competition that you're facing from these big guys, they're just growing so rapidly. Like, take one brand like Zudio, for example, or Max. They're outselling many of the major retailers now. And we were talking about value addition. We are talking about even value retailing, where the price is the main factor. So where price is low, the loyalty factor is not there. So even if they have a brand, it may or may not work out. So let's hear it from you.
All right, I'm going to give you 3 tests for your business. Whether you can continue to be in business or not be in business. Doesn't matter whether it's a hospital or whether it's an apparel company or whether it's a school or whether it's a college. I worked with one of the largest companies in India, and that's where I understood how their mind works. I won't name the company. So I'm giving you 3 things. First of all, are you in the mass business or are you a niche player? Are you making a product which is widely used by a number of people or greatly used by a few people? For instance, Louis Vuitton. It's a very limited number of people who can afford, and that's what makes that brand tick well. But there are other things which are consumed in mass and where obviously everybody can do. So are you a mass product or are you a niche product? That's the first question. Second question, are you the cheapest? Jeff Bezos was once asked about what the future of business is, and he had a very good answer to say. He said, 5 years hence, is any customer going to come and tell you, I don't want it cheaper, I don't want it faster, I don't want it better? Are they going to say that? They're not going to say that. Then you might as well do it today. So are you a mass product? Are you the cheapest product? And the third is, are you the best product? Sometimes the cheapest and the best are enemies of each other, right? You think that you want to make something good, you can't be the best. Technologically, you got to be the best. Attribute-wise, you've got to be the best. You got to be the most reliable. If you tick these 3 boxes, don't worry about what business you're doing. Whether you're a kirana, whether you're a hypermarket, whether you're omni-channel, whether you're a hospital, whether you're an apparel, if you tick these 3 boxes and you think it's contradictory, just do some research. The largest companies in the world will tick these 3 boxes. Whether it's apparel, whether it's a hospital, whether it's grocery, or whether it's a school. They actually tick the boxes. Okay, so this is one way of looking at the business. I'm not sure you should fear the largest. The largest have never actually won all the battles. There's a very big difference between profitability and cash flow. Having a lot of money in the bank and incurring loss on every transaction I do is only giving you comfort that it'll take you a little more time to die. Some of the other guys will die earlier. So make a critical difference between running a profitable business and borrowing money and having a lot of money in the bank. These are some very, very difficult things. Of course, this is a thesis by itself, so I'll let the other panelists also answer.
Yeah, ma'am.
As Radhakrishnan sir said, the big companies coming into each sector. But the problem, what we are facing now is, these companies are into every sector. What to do? All the sectors are in the hands of the big companies. So eventually, what is happening is, it is the lower and the medium level people who are getting completely wiped off. He rightly said we've got to tick the 3 boxes. But as we know, when the purchase volume is done in huge quantity, obviously the cost benefit would go to the bigger players. Where the small players, they have got various other things to take care of. So that wouldn't be possible. So this is one major crisis that is going to come now. But then, as he said, we have to find out our own way, how to overcome this. I was just thinking about a Chinese proverb which had crisis. It has been divided into 2 for them. It is danger as well as opportunity. It shows both. So now we have to take both into consideration. The same, if it is an X atta, same atta would be sold by other stores also. So the customers wouldn't come to you for that. So what else can you offer them? That is where our success lies in. Whether it is the customer care that you are able to give them, it is the shopping experience that you are able to give them, or is it the personal touch that you are able to give them? And attrition rate. If you are able to maintain a low attrition rate, then the customer who walks in would be happy to see the same face again. That is what we are seeing in retail segments. Because if I am used to buying a particular brand of atta, then the next time when I go there, if the staff asks me, Madam, this is your atta, you can take it. Last time it was not an offer, this time it is an offer. So when the staff is able to recognize and understand my taste and preferences, I'm sure to go to that store again. So these are the only ways in which you can tackle this issue. The big ones are going to grow and trouble you, that is for sure.
So you have anything to say?
Yeah, I think I would juxtapose the FMCG sector with retail here. If you look at about 4 decades earlier, FMCG guys were ruling the roost. I mean, you are one of the distributors of FMCG, so you know the story. I mean, they used to come and bombard the market with very less margins, and all those guys came into the country through whatever FDI route that was available those days, and they did that. And then you saw the emergence of the regional brands. A lot of regional brands came in, like MTR in Karnataka, Masalas in Tamil Nadu, or even here Double Horse and things like that, in the food sector and in many other sectors, So you've seen the emergence of regional brands. Exactly that's what will happen in retail. The regional retailers will grow big. So you guys will grow big if you have the, strategy very clear. You have to do backward integration and go to the Kerala government and ask for SOPs for setting up your own parks. All retailers get together and ask for your own manufacturing. Like you have a park in Cochin, the food park in Cochin. Like that, get some SOPs for manufacturing hubs. Like IT has done that so very well. They've got those parks where they get it at very cheap prices, and you should go do that and develop your own brands which would compete against the big guys. The big guys have got their private labels. They're not dependent on Madura Garments, or they're not dependent on Arvind, or they're
I'll
not
take off
dependent
from
on
there
anything.
and ask you, what about a brand Kerala? A brand Kerala.
Yeah, brand Kerala is a good idea. I mean, you should just work on, how...
What do you feel, Radhakrishnan?
Yeah, brand Kerala has a lot of work to do because it depends. Brand for who? So I think brand Kerala must stand more for its own people first. It must do right by its own people. It must be welcoming for its own people. Why are people after graduation running away to Bangalore to find work? So I think the topic is exactly what we want. We need to grow the business. We need to pioneer employment here. And employment is not a final objective. It is growing business which is a final objective. Employment is a result of something that happens. Creating jobs is not an objective. Creating business is the objective. And businesses which are well-meaning businesses, which are environmentally reasonably friendly, nothing can be 100%. So I'm saying that Brand Kerala is fantastic. However, I think we, over the last 50 years, missed the bus in many ways. We didn't become the financial capital. We didn't become the IT capital. We didn't become the shipping capital. When are we going to be all this? And we are the environment capital. But, why are tourists coming here? We can't live only on tourism. We are not like, Sri Lanka or some place which depends on tourism. We got to offer so much more. Geographically, we are beautifully placed. And let's not worry about the fact that we import all our food into Kerala. We are one of the largest cash crop economies in India. So you asked specifically about Brand Kerala. I think somebody has got to sit and think about Brand Kerala.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually,
it must mean a lot for the people of Kerala, more than what it actually means today.
We had a very good thing in tourism, God's own country is a very big byline for Kerala.
That is an accepted thing. We are talking about retail right now because we are a huge consumer state. So I'm coming back to Vardhini again and saying, what do you think of Brand Kerala and how can we promote that product? Because Kerala is definitely respected outside of Kerala. Be it the Gulf or any part of the world, in the banking sector, in the army sector, you go anywhere in the country, when you say that you are from Kerala, just saluted. So even the products that are going like coconut oil and things like that, which at one time were thought of the best products in the world, spices. But today the world is opening up to all these things. But what type of brands of Kerala do you think should be promoted?
It's a very nice dream, sir. But then God alone knows when we can fulfill this dream. Because, as you said, the spices, all the good qualities are being exported. And if you go to any of the retail store, you get either the third quality or the fourth quality. Only that has been available here. The rest is all going on export. And the other day, I had a talk with my son. It was a Sunday. Every Sunday, we are having problem with our children because we don't have anywhere to take them to. Same was the case this Sunday also. This Sunday, he was like, Mother, where can we go? Don't tell me temple. You take us anywhere else other than temple. Because in a place like Trichur, where we live, there isn't anything but a temple to go. You don't have anything. So that is the problem. And I think that is one of the main reasons why Kerala is becoming like another Japan. It was there in the newspaper a couple of days back. Because when we reach 2030, the young population or the so-called young blood of Kerala will not be there. I happened to hear the talk of Mr. Shan, where he said he went to Gujarat and next to the Somnath temple, he saw a Malayali. And sir was telling Bangalore, you have a lot of Malayalis. So in Kerala, you don't have Malayali. That is the problem. And that too, the young blood is no longer there because what is there in Kerala? It is a complete retail market. And another thing is, as you said, if we are able to grow up Kerala, I was just having a tiff with the Amul distributors. Amul has launched so many new products, but nothing has come to Kerala. For them, this is the last thing in their mind. When something is reaching its expiry date, they send it to Kerala. Till then, it doesn't come. Because though Kerala is the biggest retail market, which everyone knows, but it hardly reaches here. So if such a dream can be fulfilled, that is very nice. But then, I don't know which generation would be fortunate enough to see this.
Yeah. One suggestion, what you were talking about is, see, everything comes into Kerala, nothing goes out of Kerala. So there is this concept of reverse logistics, which is not happening. That is one of the reasons why the costs keep going up. The transportation costs are high. We have the unloading charges, which are very high. The staff costs are high. The electricity rates are very high. So how do you run a retail store? The land is scarce. So the land prices are high. So given all this, and you're selling an MRP product like what you said, so how do you survive?
I'll share with you a very interesting conversation I had with one grape farmer. So I had gone sourcing for grapes to Nasik. So when I went into his factory, it was really a beautiful factory. And the way grapes are grown is they will harvest the grapes, they will pre-cool it, they'll put it into a container and they will export it. So if you go to buy grapes, they will ask you, sir, you want this for India or you want it for export? If it's for export, that field of grapes will be so beautifully maintained. No grass, no weed, all the grapes are nicely pruned, no pesticide. If you say want for India, he'll take you to another field which is full of weeds, full of pesticides, nobody looks after it. So that guy was telling me, so I was working in Reliance at that time and we had over 80, 90 stores in Kerala. So I said, I want grapes for Kerala. So he said sir, I can send it to Brazil, but I doubt I can send it to Kerala. Why? Because Brazil will give him a 100 container order. He can produce in mass. He can pack in mass. But I will give him an order for 500 cases. How will he send it to Kerala? It will not even reach Kerala. So the one rule of thumb that you see in all businesses that India is great at is consolidation of demand, aggregation of demand. So let's look at the industries. IT. When IT orders are consolidated, when Microsoft gives you a $200 million order, you can do the good things you want to do in IT. Look at apparel, in garments. They give us millions of pieces order, you can do that. Seafood export. We export some 300 million tons of, shrimp from India. That's consolidated. Only what gets consolidated, demand gets consolidated, don't worry about the supply chain. That'll happen. The problem is, unless you are able to aggregate demand, retail has to start aggregating demand. I wish you will open your 100th store in the coming decade. Then you would have aggregated demand. You will send an order for grapes to that Nasik fellow saying that I have 100 hypermarkets, I want 100 containers. You will get good product in India. You don't have to fear anybody, or you don't have to fear time where large players will come in. Grow size, don't worry about it. Just keep at it. Keep aggregating the demand of the people in Kerala.
I'm just one
May your words turn gold.
Sir. You were saying something, sir.
Yeah. Fine. I see a lot of change that happens in Kerala also. I mean, right from the airport, if you look at it, behavior, of entire people handling things, handling goods has, changed. So I think that change will definitely happen. There are days, when lorries never used to be allowed in, particular time and charges used to be very high. Now they say at least, you unload in your own premises. A lot of things are being done. So those are changes in mindsets that happen, and also we need a interference and support of the local governments there. I think we've come quite a long way in terms of handling things. Half the time I live in Trivandrum now. So I've seen a lot of change that happens. As you very rightly said, aggregating demand. Retailers started going out into into various markets, and they keep buying in quantities from various areas. So that is how they keep their, the entire value addition happens there. So I think those are things that we have to constantly keep doing. Another thing I'm reminded of is the Kerala chips. I was traveling in entire Punjab last fortnight. And in every store, we were trying to set up, kind of a retail chain, cafe chain for a large petroleum organization. And I've tried to find the impulse products being sold in these cafes, So one of them is the Kerala chips. And they call it the Kerala chips. It's been branded Kerala chips, and that is sold there. So that is how we should do the branding part that I wanted to mention at that particular point.
So just to quickly sum up, I think everyone's hungry and going to get angry soon. I'd say that we need to be customer-centric, give the customer an experiential experience in the stores. We are also known for some of the largest stores in the country, because there are no stores like Kalyan or Simati or Jayalakshmi's in many parts of the country. So on one side, retail is thriving very well. It is the worry that we are talking about of the smaller retailers. But then, like Sir was saying, things will fall into place. Aggregation of demand is going to solve many of the problems because it's already started for the imported fruits and vegetables that are coming in now. Today you can get anything, and the magic of retailing for agriculture products is that it's available on every junction now. So I think there's still a lot of hope for retail in Kerala. The name of the game again is value addition, and we should not be worrying about value retailing. So with this, I'd like to thank this lovely panel. Obviously, you're the center of attraction, and wishing you all the best. And we'd love to have all of you on another session on another day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Pakasmani and the rest of the panelists. We request you to please join us here for that group photograph, the ceremonial picture. We request you to stay on stage for one more moment because we have a few awards to be given away. Please do stay back on stage. I'd also like to bring on stage Sri Anthony Kottaram and Sri UC Riaz, both of them from FICCI, Kerala State Council, to join this panel on stage while we present the next two awards. Welcome, Sri Anthony Kottaram. Yes. May I request Sri Bibu Punaran to come on stage from FICCI. Yeah, oh, you're here already. Thank you. The two awards that we are giving away in this segment is for the best exporter in rubber category and for the best cashew exporter. I'd like to bring on stage the winner for the best exporter rubber category. First, Travancore Cocoa Tuft Private Limited. Can we have a representative of the company on stage, please, to receive the award from this panel in the presence of FICCI Kerala State Committee members? The best rubber exporter, Travancore Cocoa Tuft Private Limited. The next award is for the best cashew exporter. The award goes to Western Cashew Private Limited. Western Cashew Private Limited bags the award for the best cashew exporter. Hearty congratulations. What a moment of glory to receive this award on this stage of Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala Conclave from this esteemed panel. Congratulations once again, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Vardhini ma'am, for joining us on stage. Thank you. I request all of you to join the audience now. And the stage is being reset for a small surprise for you all. We have an enthralling dance performance coming up on this stage, being presented to you by three gifted artists. They are the directors of Punya Dance Company and Ubathe School of Dance, Bengaluru. Shruti Gopal, Aditya PV, and Pashwanath S. Ubathe. They have been running Punya Dance Company for 6 years, and in the last 6 years, they've done 6 path-breaking productions, of which Abha, that production has been staged more than 75 times. They've been traveling the world with their productions, and today it is excerpts of Abha that are being performed on this stage for you, depicting scenes from Uttara Ramayana, which is the part of the narrative that unfolds after the war in Lanka, where the people of Ayodhya are waiting for Rama to come back to Ayodhya. So let's tune in here on the stage. Performance by Shruti Gopal, Aditya PV, and Parshvanath S. Ubathe.
दशरथ अचर बिहारी मंगल भवन अचर बिहारी। सीताराम चरित अति पावन, मधुर सरस अरु अति मन भावन।
धिम्बि तक जन्नु धित्तांकड़दिगु तरिकिडतग धिम तद्धित्तांकड़दिगु तरिकिडतग धिम किडतग तांतगदिगु तरिकिडतग धिम। सीताराम चरित अति पावन, मधुर सरस अरुमति मन भावन। लखी मृगलोचनी नगर अयोध्या, हर्षि उर्षि मन सरयो सुमोध्या। तद्धि तक्किड तुंग तद्धि तक्किड तुम 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 तज्जुम तद्धि तक्किड तुम धिम तज्जुम तज्जुम तद्धि तक्किड तुम तद्धि तक्किड तुम धिम तज्जुम 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 तद्धि तक्किड तुम तद्धि तक्किड तुम तद्धि तक्किड तुम तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तक्कधिम्बि जन्नु तक्कधिम्बि जन्नु किडतगधिम्बि जन्नु धि तांकड़दगु तरिकिडतग तक्कधिम्बि जन्नु तक्कधिम्बि जन्नु किडतगधिम्बि जन्नु धि तांकड़दगु तरिकिडतग तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग धिं तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग तां तरिकिडतग तरिकिडतग नं तक्कधिम्बि तक्कजन्नु धि तांकड़दगु तरिकिडतग धिं तद्धि तांकड़दगु तरिकिडतग धिं किडतग तांतगदगु तरिकिडतग तां।
गज सहस्र सहस्र पधारे, जे झण ऋण झुण ध्वनि सुनाए।
गज सहस्र सहस्र पधारे, जे झण ऋण झुण ध्वनि सुनाए। अश्व विचित्र तुरग रथ नाना, बानर सेना अद्भुत माना। मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी, द्रबहु सुदशरथ अचर बिहारी। सीताराम चरित अति पावन, मधुर सरस अरुमति मन भावन।
जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय बिराजहि छिनी छिनी चरण सियाज बढ़ावहि मानहु पुनि बैकुंठ बिराजहि। जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम जय सिया राम।
tom nam nam ta 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 di 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 tom tom nam 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 ta di gina tom ta ka ta di gina tom ta ta di ko ta di gina tom ta ta di gina tom ta ka ta di gina tom ta ta di ko ta di gina tom ta ta di gina tom ta ka ta di gina tom ta ta di ko ta di gina tom Jai Siya Ram Jai Siya Ram Jai Siya Ram Jai Siya Ram Jai Siya
Shruti Gopal, Aditya PV, and Pashwanath S. Upadhyay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it loud for those three performers who gracefully enthralled us before we break for lunch. I know you all been waiting for that announcement. This was a little surprise that we planned for you. So time is now 1:45 p.m. Let's see you sharp here at 2:15 p.m. for our next knowledge session, which is about what's next for God's own country. It's going to be a really, really exciting panel, so see you sharp at 2:15 p.m. Please have a quick, enjoyable lunch and come right back. Thank you. Hello, check. Check. Good afternoon to everyone who is assembled back here. Once again, we really appreciate that you've come back here on time. Just expecting a few more people to join in before we kickstart our first knowledge session in the afternoon. Our moderator and all our speakers are here already. Thank you, gentlemen. Just waiting for a few more minutes and giving time for our delegates to come back after their lunch. Thank you.
We all want to explore beautiful places, to share more meaningful moments together, to make memories that never fade. We all want to pause sometimes, instead of always rushing towards the future, to embrace the little things and to take center stage at least once in a while. Over the past 2 decades, we've been empowering you to do all of this and more. As a leading international healthcare provider, KIMS has always had one simple mission: to provide world-class care with courtesy, compassion, and competence. Be it in our primary care centers or in our unparalleled centers of excellence, we will be there to take care of all your healthcare needs. From something as simple as a sprained wrist to something as complex as an organ transplant, we're proving that nothing is too big or too small when it comes to your well-being. Since our earliest beginnings in Kerala, your trust has helped us grow in India and beyond. We now span all the way across the Arabian Peninsula and can be found everywhere you are. Improving the health of communities and the world, one precious life at a time. From clinical care to medical education and research, we're setting the new standard of excellence while creating a healthier, and happier world for tomorrow. By using innovative techniques and cutting-edge technology to achieve the best clinical outcomes for you and your family. Each and every day becomes a We all want to explore beautiful places, to share more meaningful moments together, to make memories that never fade. We all want to pause sometimes, instead of always rushing towards the future, to embrace the little things and to take center stage at least once in a while. Over the past 2 decades, we've been empowering you to do all of this and more. As a leading international healthcare provider, KIMS has always had one simple mission: to provide world-class care with courtesy, compassion, and competence. Be it in our primary care centers or in our unparalleled centers of excellence, we will be there to take care of all your healthcare needs. From something as simple as a sprained wrist to something as complex as an organ transplant, we're proving that nothing is too big or too small when it comes to your well-being. Since our earliest beginnings in Kerala, your trust has helped us grow in India and beyond. We now span all the way across the Arabian Peninsula and can be found everywhere you are. Improving the health of communities and the world, one precious life at a time. From clinical care to medical education and research, we're setting the new standard of excellence while creating a healthier and happier world for tomorrow.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Well, to be very frank, there aren't many ladies here. There are a few gentlemen here. Hope all of you enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Most of our delegates are still outside, but in interest of time, we are getting started with the first knowledge session in the afternoon. But before we dive in, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the support that we've received from our gracious sponsors. Our title sponsor, Kim's Health. Our diamond sponsors, Manappuram Finance Limited and Sri Gokulam Buildtech Builders Private Limited. Our gold sponsors, Ocean Group Overseas Consultant Private Limited and Ministry of External Affairs through their State Facilitation and Knowledge Support Fund, which has been dispersed through Regional Passport Office, Thiruvananthapuram. The Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited and Ramachandran Group. Our silver sponsors, Kinfra, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited, Caron Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, ESAF Small Finance Bank, Bank of Baroda, and Canara Bank. Pioneering Growth, Transforming Kerala Conclave wouldn't have been possible without the support of these organizations. We would like to place on record our gratitude to all of them. And whoever is present here, please, can we have a round of applause from all of you? And also to wake all of you up a little bit. Thank you. നമുക്കറിയാം ഇന്ന് വൈകുന്നേരം ആദരണീയനായ ഗവർണർ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന നമ്മുടെ വാലിഡക്ടറി ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇന്ന് ഉച്ച കഴിഞ്ഞുള്ള സെഷൻസ് നമുക്ക് കൃത്യസമയത്ത് തുടങ്ങുകയും തീർക്കുകയും ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. Our moderators have been briefed about it to keep to the time. So we hope that that will be kept up. And without any further ado, let's get started. This session, What's Next for God's Own Country? We delve into the ambitions, challenges, and opportunities in the tourism industry in this session. We are going to have a forward-thinking conversation here. And this is going to be moderated by the very worthy person, Shri E.M. Najib, coming on stage first. He's the chairman of ATE Group of Companies, also the executive director of Kim's Health Group, and one of the pioneering leaders of Kerala Travel Mart Society. An expert of tourism industry indeed, Shri E.M. Najib will be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it a bit for E.M. Najib. Also welcoming on stage, Shri Vinod Zutshi IAS. He is the former Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and is a renowned speaker and expert in tourism industry. He has more than 35 years of experience in central government as well as government of Rajasthan, and he has held key positions in tourism sector. Also happy to bring on stage Shri Riaz Ahmed, the Managing Director of Abad Hotels India Private Limited. He has an impressive track record, holds directorship positions in more than 20 companies. And over the course of the past 30 years, he has formed and transformed Abad Hotels and Resorts Private Limited, a prominent name in the tourism industry. Coming on stage next, Mr. Prabhat Sahai Verma, Senior Vice President Operations at Taj Group of Hotels. He has 7 esteemed companies. He serves 7 esteemed companies as a director, including KTC Hotels, Taj Kerala Hotels, Taj Madurai, Kaveri Retreats, etc. Again, a prominent figure in the tourism industry. Very happy to bring on stage Shri Bose Krishnamachari, accomplished artist and curator known for his very diverse creative practice. He's the artistic director and co-curator of India's first Binale, the Kochi Muzris Binale 2012, and we know that he's also the president of the Kochi Muzris Binale Foundation. And finally, Shri Birendra Singh. He is based in Delhi and currently an area manager of Booking.com. He is also experienced in Leela Palace Hotels and Resorts before Booking.com. The youngster in the panel. So, hoping that the seniors did not take offense to that comment of mine, handing it over now to Najib sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I think after a good lunch, it's a siesta time, right? When we think about Kerala, we think about Kerala tourism. And also the tagline of God's own country. Starting from prime ministers, presidents, ambassadors, the tourism professionals, the other professionals from other sectors, everybody, when they talk about Kerala, they always mention God's own country. The story of Kerala tourism is really amazing and incredible for the last 3 decades. 3 decades ago, in Trivandrum, we had a brainstorming session in Kanagakundu Palace. The then tourism director, Mr. K. Jagobar IAS, the KTDC managing director, Mr. T. Balakrishnan, and 3-4 entrepreneurs, including myself, were there to brainstorm about the future of Kerala tourism. Till such time, the tourism was basically guest houses and ministers' houses, and the Department of Tourism were looking after hospitality segment of Government of Kerala. But from there, the government wanted to have a change, and we brainstormed and decided to take a bold step to participate in the international travel exhibitions and showcase Kerala. I said bold steps because no hotels except few hotels of KTDC, and no tourism destinations except Kovalam and Thekadi, which were 1 night and two nights destinations, and no airports except the old Trivandrum International Airport, as well as no tourism infrastructure. But we decided to participate and attended the World Travel Mart in 1991. And immediately after the WTM exhibition, the Indian Embassy has arranged a meeting in the Indian Embassy, the beautiful Indian Embassy Hall, inviting about 100 entrepreneurs, tourism entrepreneurs and travel writers from UK and neighboring countries, and we made a beautiful presentation of Kerala. What we projected at that time, the Kerala's nature, the Kerala's culture, and the Kerala's cuisine. That was the only product range at that time we had to present. We made a beautiful brochure and circulated, and it created a lot of interest among the people who have come in. And they have decided to come to Kerala and experience Kerala. People started coming slowly, but the small and medium entrepreneurs at that time who were in Kerala decided to give them a warm welcome and look after them very well, and they have got back with memorable experiences. The travel journalists have taken thousands of photographs of our nature and culture and cuisine and publicized all over the world. And it has created an impact, and people knew about Kerala, and people started coming in large numbers. The demand has been created. Small and medium boutique hotels have been started in different destinations with 25 rooms and 30 rooms. And then, the tourism flow has started, and it was going up. The domestic tourists also have started coming in. If you look at that history, what was before? Before, the Kerala was known for its red flags, the trade union militancy, and the bunds, and people who have come and invested from other states had such a lot of issues and problems they had to face in Kerala. But tourism has completely erased that bad image of Kerala and brought in a new, fresh look of Kerala with its natures, photographs, and the excellent experiences which we have extended to the tourists and other visitors who have come. So, if you look at the pioneering growth of transforming Kerala, I should say Kerala tourism has actually emerged or pioneered already, in transforming Kerala with its great presence here. In 2000, we have formed the Kerala Travel Mart Society to institutionalize the private-public partnership, which we have started earlier. Then we have, really grown and we have institutionalized the KTM Society with the support of the government. The government representatives, the Secretary of Tourism, Director of Tourism, as well as the KTDC MD, are incorporated or are included as, say, ex officio members of the society. It's a completely different formation, because just imagine the competitors of tourism industry in Kerala coming together and joining and decided to work together for the growth of their business, for the growth of the state, and also, for the benefits from the tourism industry. The good part is the tourism secretaries, the directors of tourism, the KTDC managing directors, the politicians, the ministers, all of them who have worked from tourism from 1990 onwards, they have all understood the importance of the private sector, and they accepted the reality of supporting the private sector, and they really got out of the way to support us, keeping away their bureaucratic mind and bureaucratic approach. We have taken them to world travel markets and other international exhibitions and showcase them the way the tourism pioneering countries, how they have been functioning, which they have realized. And government decided to become a facilitator for the tourism industry, and that is how the tourism entrepreneurs have come up and the tourism industry has come up. Also, if you look at it, it is not done overnight. It is over 30 years of growth which has come here. 3 major tourism policies we have come out, the Kerala tourism has come out with clear mission and clear vision. And on that basis, only the tourism of Kerala has been built up, and we could do very well in tourism. The successful pillars of Kerala tourism was effective marketing and promotion, timely showcasing of new products, keeping the destinations alive with year-round events, targeting travelers seeking unique experience, sustainable and responsible tourism development, stewardship, private-public partnership, and the 3 comprehensive tourism policies. This is actually the basis of tourism growth of Kerala. Today, our GDP is 10%, the contribution from the tourism industry, 1.5 million jobs, hundreds of medium and small destinations in Kerala, experiential products, and in 2019, 50,000 crores of revenue, and 7,000 crores of foreign exchange earning. And 18 million domestic tourists, and 1.2 million international tourists. That was in 2019, because that was a peak period of Kerala tourism. Of course, after the COVID, we had to face a lot of issues, but in 2022, we have again emerged back in domestic tourism with 19 million domestic tourists, but international tourism has to catch up, because it was only 0.3 million. And only 2,700 crores of foreign exchange earning. Now we have 4 international airports, and the 5th one is coming thanks to the non-resident Keralites who have really put pressure to the government to bring up these airports, which was also indirectly or directly helped to promote tourism in Kerala. Today we are discussing about what next. We have come up to this level. Nobody can deny the contributions of tourism sector in Kerala, probably because the reputation which we built up over years has helped the other industries to establish in Kerala, like healthcare, IT sector, education, and biotechnology, biomedical services, and so on. And from here, what are we going to discuss? We are going to discuss about whether we have to rebrand the God's own country too, or continue with the same thing with some renewable, some new add-ons. The pandemic situations and the flood situations has created havoc in Kerala. The most affected the most affected industry, not only in Kerala but all over, was the tourism industry. But from there, we are coming back. Whether we can achieve, over 30 years, we have from nothing, we have achieved 10% of GDP. Whether we can achieve 15% of the GDP and 2.5 million jobs probably in the next 5-6 years. That's a question in front of us. We have new products which has come up, the Cochin Muslims Binale, literature festivals, the wellness tourism, the medical value tourism, the MICE, the wedding destination, and so many other things which have come up in the recent years to support the tourism industry of Kerala. We have a very distinguished panelists here. We have, the computer has already introduced the panelists, and we have a very dynamic personality, the former Secretary of Tourism, Mr. Vinod Sushi, IAS, who was instrumental in completely changing this, the incredible India story which was built up by Amitabh Kant, subsequent actions by him, as well as Mr. Suman Birla, who was the Joint Secretary at that time. They took a lot of efforts to promote India in the international and the national market. And he is retired, but he is a consultant for many states, and he is consulting for many organizations, and he is a very active, dynamic personality. And, I was asking him, you are looking so young, so fresh. So he said, like Deepak Aswani asked me this question yesterday, Najib, how you are being very fresh and young? I said, because I'm in the tourism industry. So I told him, he said, I'm also in the tourism industry. So that is why I'm young. So if you want to be young, be in the tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we give a big hand. I'm requesting Mr. Vinod Sushi to deliver his keynote address for today afternoon.
Mr. Najib, the moderator of this session, eminent panelists, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be in this beautiful hotel at the historic city of Kochi, in God's own country, and address this august audience today. Friends, Kerala is truly incredible, and therefore I never miss any opportunity to come to this amazing state. Thanks FICCI and KSIDC to give me this opportunity. And mind you, my visits are not just to imbibe the beauty of this God-blessed state. In fact, every time I visit Kerala, I take away many success stories followed by the state in tourism sector for the benefit of other states and for India tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, the brand God's own country today is not confined to tourism and hospitality alone. It also reflects in the form of social, economic, and cultural prosperity of this state and its people. So where do we take God's own country from here? Friends, without dwelling on the innumerable strengths that Kerala tourism has because of paucity of time, I would like to list some of my observations and suggestions which may propel Kerala tourism to the next higher level, to the next bigger orbit, and to more commanding heights. Firstly, friends, Kerala has to put increased focus on growth of tourism along with sustainability. So the mantra is growth with sustainability. Having established good practices in the area of sustainable tourism and responsible tourism by Kerala, in fact, I would say that they are the leaders, not just in India, but they are the leaders in the entire world. Now we need to put increased focus on higher growth of tourist footfall, both national and international. I would substantiate my point with some of the latest data and figures. Mr. Najib told, even Mr. Suman Billa yesterday in the inaugural mention, that whereas domestic is doing very well, international arrivals is still to pick up. And it is a fact. In fact, if you see the latest figures of 2022 and compare it with all India figures, you will find that Kerala has still not recovered from the COVID onslaught. And so far, if you see the 22 figures, it has done only 30% level of the 2019 figure. Whereas if you see the all India level figures, it has already done 62%. So friends, we require, and something needs to be studied. We need to do some study and research, because if recovery could be 62% at all India level, something is missing. And Kerala must try to study and do research on this particular point. There can be many reasons. Now, some of the things which I, on the basis of analysis of some data, I found that there are many countries which are still missing coming to Kerala. Not just for this year, in general. And they are the South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Eastern Europe, Central and South America. Now, Kerala tourism must focus on these new source countries from where the visitors are not coming in good number. In fact, if you see Tourism Ministry's figures for 2022, you would find that there are quite a few international tourists coming from Singapore, from Malaysia, from Nepal, from Sri Lanka, and from Bangladesh. Friends, another observation which has come to my notice is that in 2022, 90% of the foreign tourists have arrived in 5 districts of Kerala. Kerala has 14 districts. And remaining 10% have come to the remaining 9 districts. Now, friends, this needs to be looked into by the department, and whether we need a more aggressive marketing strategy with these nations, because all said and done, we need to develop more destinations that can attract foreign tourists into larger area. Even otherwise, if you talk of over-tourism, if you talk of the alternative to over-tourism, which is alternative tourism, we need to create some more destinations so that more and more people get attracted to these lesser-known destinations. Talking about domestic tourism, friends, Kerala has done exceedingly well. It has received domestic tourist visits much more than 2019 level. And congratulations to the tourism department. Even more than what it is a record turnout. 1.88 crore domestic tourist visits. Even all India level, if you see, it has done only 75% of the 2019 level. Kerala has crossed it. Now that leads to another message and another observation, that Kerala has a great potential in domestic tourism in times to come. And it should consolidate that strength. It should capitalize. It should encash. I have some suggestions to make. How we can further augment domestic tourism. If you see the figures, you will find that there are many populous states from where very meager domestic tourists are visiting Kerala. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, and Delhi. Now, if you see 22 figures of domestic tourists from these states, you will find negligible. Now, needless to state that these are the most populous state and the people are avid travelers in these areas. I am from Rajasthan, so I know. So Kerala tourism must aggressively market in these states, friends, and try to address the issues as to why they are not turning up. Whether it is price competitiveness, whether it is distance, whether it is the speed of traveling that they require to lessen the travel time, whether it is food issue, whether it is the connectivity issue, all these things need to be analyzed. My second observation, ladies and gentlemen, is that Kerala has to scale up connectivity infrastructure. Coming to air, yes, Kerala is endowed with 4 international airports, which no other Indian state has. But to augment footfall, you need more airline connections. You need more frequency of airlines, and you need more seat capacity. That is one area where Kerala could focus in future. And as I mentioned, Kerala could try to have better connectivity, air connectivity with ASEAN countries. You're not very far from ASEAN countries. For rail, I would say that high-speed rails are required to lessen the travel time, especially from North India. And for roads, the last mile connectivity, ladies and gentlemen, is very important for the state like Kerala. Not just to the major tourist destinations, but also to the villages of Kerala, which would help the state to further boost caravan tourism, rural tourism, homestays, and ecotourism. And of course, the coastal network and inland waterways would help inland water cruises. I must compliment Kerala government, which has announced 7 tourism corridors in the budget speech of 23-24, ladies and gentlemen. And that is basically to build coastal network, national highways, hill highways, and heli-tourism highways. This major initiative of the government, friends, is going to be the game changer for Kerala tourism in future. My next suggestion that I would like to place is that Kerala has to become a multi-product destination with renewed thrust on conventional tourism themes and to open new areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Kerala has to go beyond backwater tourism. Kerala has to go beyond Kovalam and look for more areas suiting its strengths and resources. Friends, water and sea coast are the 2 blessings of God to its own country, Kerala. And so we need to harness these resources at the optimal level. Water, we need to diversify water tourism and strengthen it further. Now, what could be the possible areas? You need to have more beaches. Kerala is on the Arabian Sea and the Goa is also on the Arabian Sea. It is a long stretch. You can see number of beaches that we have in Goa. Why can't we have in Kerala? Water adventure sports that would instill adventure tourism into the state. Inland canal cruises and of course sea cruises. We have port of call in Kochi or other places, but let us develop domestic cruise facility for both domestic as well as outside international people. The third blessing, ladies and gentlemen of God, to Kerala is its natural vegetation, forest, and greenery. So without disturbing the ecological balance and within the overarching policy of sustainable tourism, the state must aggressively promote Kerala as a green tourism destination and build and promote themes like farm and agri-tourism, spices tourism, coffee tourism. In fact, I know 2 states, Assam and West Bengal, who have incorporated tea tourism in their policy. Kerala is the 2nd largest producer. Why can't we have it coffee tourism? Hill tourism, of course, and rural tourism. Friends, these areas would not only augment the tourist footfall, they are also highly employment oriented and would help the rural youth to a great extent. Other themes which need a big push, ladies and gentlemen, is pilgrimage tourism. India, if you analyze the figures of domestic tourism in India, friends, 50 to 60% of the travelers, domestic travelers, they go for religious tourism, spiritual, religious, pilgrimage. Now, Kerala has got great potential to attract through Sabarimala, to Padmanabha Temple, Guruvayur. And I remember when I was Secretary of Tourism, Government of India, at that time Swadesh Darshan had started. So Kerala was one state which was given the most in the Swadesh Darshan project. We gave about 250 to 300 crores for these 3 destinations. I'm sure the infrastructure in these areas must have been developed by this time. Now, with better tourist infrastructure, one can capitalize on these new destinations and attract the North Indian visitors. Because all said and done, Indian visitors will leave no efforts to travel even to the long distance if it is a religious tourism and traveling. Friends, MICE tourism has a great future in the country, and it is a high valued activity. The world has seen the might of India, during G20 presidency in conducting MICE events throughout the year. And in fact, Kumarakom and other places in Kerala was also one of the destinations and one of the venues for probably Sherpa meet. So Kerala, with all its MICE potential, now this is the MICE destination. I mean, what a beautiful property where you can have conventions, exhibitions. You have a next door, another convention center. So Kerala must use its MICE potential and take a big leap in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to suggest that Kerala tourism should follow a destination development strategy. I would like to recall one such provision in the new draft tourism policy, national tourism policy of Ministry of Tourism. They have made a provision for destination management organizations, DMOs. Now friends, this DMO concept which has been brought about in the new policy is in the form of special purpose vehicle, SPV. It is not like district tourism council, development council like we have 14 in 14 districts of Kerala. And they are more sustainable because they are a company. I would urge the policymakers of Kerala that you could consider adopting the DMO model of Government of India alongside your district tourism and development councils. Ladies and gentlemen, all the suggestions that I have listed to take Kerala tourism to the next higher orbit would need at least 2 essential elements. One is finance, and the other is futuristic government policies. Talking about finance, we all know the states do not have enough funds to invest in infrastructure. Therefore, Kerala needs huge investments from private sector in the area of tourism. It may be the international players, now that there is 100% FDI for tourism sector, or it could be domestic players. Kerala could think of even holding a Kerala Tourism Investors Meet exclusively for tourism on the lines of Kerala Travel Mart, which has been highly successful all these years. In fact, in 2016, ladies and gentlemen, when I was secretary, we conducted a global investor summit in Delhi, and it was a huge success. The state should fully use the funds which are provided by Ministry of Tourism and the other ministries, to propel tourism and to build infrastructure. I would name one very useful scheme. It is viability gap funding. I mean, it is for the private sector, maybe sitting here, they will also find it very interesting. The Government of India, under this VGF, through Ministry of Tourism, the state government and the private sector, they combine together. And you can use money up to 200 crores for golf courses, for making cruise vessels, and for convention centers. And there is a provision of subsidy of 20% or even more. Now, this VGF is not known to too many people. And then we have Swadesh Darshan and Prasad, about which I have already spoken to you.
Sir?
And talking about, yes, give me 2 minutes. And talking about the second element, Kerala must bring out a new comprehensive policy. Last policy was 2012. There were some additions in 2017 and 2023. The world of tourism, friends, is changing very rapidly. That is, COVID and digitization has transformed tourism. The new policy can incorporate the immediate needs of tourism sector and could have a futuristic outlook. In fact, the new tourism policy of Kerala would be the right document to answer the question of this business session, what next for God's own country? Ladies and gentlemen, I stop here. If the moderator requires intervention during the panel discussion, if the audience has any questions, I shall be happy to interact. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. It was a very comprehensive speech as a keynote speaker, and especially we mentioned about the new tourism policy, our government of India, draft tourism policy of government of India, in which actually the destination development has been given thrust. And that's going to be an excellent policy because they will not be focusing the states. The central government will be extending their funding in the destinations where they can improve it and attract tourism to destinations. The competitions will be between destinations. That's going to be the future. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Riaz Ahmed, Managing Director of Abad Group of Hotels. You know, he has got 14 hotels in Kerala, and a uniqueness of this group is all the hotels are alcohol free, but still he is doing roaring business in Kerala. And more than 30 years of experience in the travel and tourism industry, hospitality industry. Riaz, you can say a lot, but we have only very few minutes because the FICCI chairman asked me to stop the session by 3:45 because another session 4:30 and governor's function is at 4:30. So we have to limit our timings.
Thank you, Najib. Distinguished panelists and friends. The adage, God's own country, has been serving the purpose of promoting tourism in Kerala. But it's our duty to maintain, sustain, and to evolve the things that have been happening here until now. I'll be very brief, and I will be only making bullet points because of the paucity of time. Now, as we all know, tourism in Kerala is centered around central Kerala and to an extent to the south of Kerala. The tourism circuit contains of Cochin, Munnar, Thekadi, Kumaragam, Mararikolam, Alapi, and it goes up to Kovalam and Kanyakumari as an extension. The positive development that is happening today is the development of NH66, right from Trivandrum to Kasaragod. That is the positive development over so many years that is happening, and it will be a big game changer for tourism in the years to come. It will definitely promote North Malabar, especially places like Wayanad, Bekal, Talasheri, Kannur, because there are a lot of historic places which have been untouched because of the lack of connectivity. Now, another thing is, Kerala, all the resorts and the tourist destinations are connected by road. We have to go by road. There is no rail connection to Munnar or to Thekadi. So the roads have to be maintained to all the tourist destinations. And especially we should have tourist facilities or amenities, the wayside amenities, like we find in many countries abroad or even in North Indian highways. So these are two things. Then there is another point is that we always hear of developing new destinations. Why don't we take care of the existing destinations properly? The Alapi finishing point or Kovalam are all neglected. They were all the great destinations once upon a time. But when we go there, we find a lot of neglect. So these areas should be taken care of. Then waste management, the lake pollution, destination waste management, like in all the waste is being dumped into the lakes, so the lakes have to be protected. So all these things require our urgent attention. Now we have also to preserve our landscape. There are certain destinations where landscape should blend with the area. like in places like Munnar or Tekadi or Kumaragam, where we should not allow high-rise buildings to become, so they, after some time, they become like a city. So some areas, we should have some restrictions. Then we have to make changes to the archaic land laws that are in existence today, like using the unused plantation areas for tourism. Now it is about 5%, I think. It's not sufficient because 2,000, 4,000 acres of plantations where nothing is happening now. Why can't we use it? We amend the laws to make it usable for tourism or any unpolluting industry. Also this wetlands or the Krishi Padangal, as you call it, which are lying vacant for 25, 30 years without any use. They should be allowed to, at least part of it should be allowed under control to be developed. Then we have to do is, another thing is create a positive image for Kerala. We always hear not very good things. Like if there is a small case of Nipah somewhere, there's a bold headline in the newspapers the next day. So this will deter tourists from coming to Kerala. So we are very good at enjoying bad things, And we like to read, I don't know, I don't like it, but generally that's why the newspapers are always full of these kind of stories. Now another thing is that traveler today is looking for experience rather than sightseeing. Sightseeing is there, of course, but experiencing the culture, the cuisine is all very important. At the same time, we should not create artificial things like the culture, Like we have boat races, genuine boat races, Nehru Trophy, and most of the village areas where there is water body, we have this. But we are trying to create new things like boat race in every district, which nobody is there to see. I was wondering why they spend so much money on these boat races and all that, artificially created. We have such splendid temple festivals in Kerala. If you go in the night time, you see a lot of light, bright lights, elephants, all the drum beats. Why can't we promote that? Why do we want to have artificial things to come in? The Puram is there in Trivandrum. Why do you want to create a Puram in Cochin, spending a lot of money there? So people, let them come and enjoy the reality of the place rather than make artificial things here. Kerala has, as said by earlier speaker, Kerala has a great potential for tourism development, and we are all working towards it. And with a little support from the government, I think we can do wonders. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Riaz. That was a very brief speech with very relevant points because it comes from his heart, his experiences, because he has excellent hotels in different locations so that he knows actual problems at the site. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Prapad Sahai Verma. We always call him Prapad Verma. He is the Senior Vice President Operations of Taj Group of Hotels from Bombay, based in Bombay. He was earlier General Manager of Taj Malabar Hotel in Cochin. In 2000, when we started KTM, his contributions for making KTM as a successful story from the first travel mart was immense because we have captured his hotel, his office room, and some of us have stayed there for weeks to plan the whole KTM. And, he was hosting us with the lunch and dinner, everything, and coffee, and he was sitting through us. Dr. Elangova and Prapad Verma, myself, and a couple of others, Riaz, and all of us were actually sitting and working. His contributions is tremendous for the growth of Kerala tourism, even though it is years back, but he is doing a great job in the helm of affairs of Taj Group. And thank you so much for coming for this, for this session from Bombay. Prabhat.
Thank you, Najib. Ladies and gentlemen, very special welcome. I feel very proud that I've been called to attend this interesting seminar of looking beyond what should be the way that Kerala should look at as transformational growth. Before I begin with any of my comments and suggestions, let me tell you, as Indian Hotel Company Limited, popularly known as the Taj Group of Hotel, where the Taj is the most premium brand, we've been invested in Kerala since 1974 with Taj Malabar. You should be proud that as part of the Tata company and our interest in Kerala, Today, we have about nearly 1,000 rooms here in Kerala with 12 hotels. We have signed 5 more hotels. We are opening 3 more hotels. We should be nearly 2,000 rooms in Kerala. So the reason why I put forward these numbers is to let everybody know that India tourism is growing rapidly. The GDP growth for the nation, the connectivity, the airline connect or the Vande Bharat trains, domestic tourism has been at the forefront. Mr. Jutsi mentioned about the G20, the World Cup. There is enough and more that the domestic tourism is able to help get the tourism story of India in big way. And as part of Indian Hotel Company, we feel the same pulse for Kerala too. And that's why I'm urging all the partners and colleagues to invest in the infrastructure of hospitality. We are very clear that there will be a Taj Hotel at the airport here in Cochin as a branded Taj. We have more investments coming in Baikal, in Munnar. We are opening a selection hotel in Munnar as well. Also with the homestay brand, we've got 14 of them operating in Kerala, and I think we could have under the Ama brand another 50 of that coming in. Please understand, branded hotel rooms in India is only 200,000, maybe 2 million, while our population is 140 billion plus, the maximum in the world today. And that's the dividend of the demographic that we are reaping at this moment. And we should be very, very proud of the fact that it's not a bane but a boon now. And considering the cultural heritage of this great state, I got completely impressed by the fact when I came from Bombay as my first posting as General Manager of Taj Malabar, to come to a state where everybody spoke one language, everybody celebrated Onam, and everything looked alike, while there were so many cultures which are embedded in this great state. And naturally blessed with resources of all kind, from beaches to forests to hill station to the tea plantation, the spice routes, the heritage connect of the global trade. I don't think there is anything which is missing in this state. What is missing is, and I clearly push forward for partners, is to invest more, get more of the infrastructures of hospitality in here. While we as Indian Hotels are committed, I'm sure many of our partners are also looking at in the same manner. This very hotel with its convention facility, it was touched upon in terms of the MICE segment. Another great example what Kerala can do. I have 1 or 2 more suggestions to make. I know we are running out of time, Najib, but the fact remains is that beyond the rushed kind of tourism, there's a word and it's coined called the slow tourism. The slow tourism is in fact getting the authentic way of really immersing yourself in the beauty and the culture of this state, and there's so many places that one can look at. The sustainability part, which all of us have touched upon, the ESG of the world of tomorrow, we have to be very, very careful. And the sustainable tourism with responsible approaches, Kerala is the pioneer, and we can continue looking at that. Third part is the spirituality part, the 3S as I'm talking about, the slow tourism, the sustainable tourism, as well as the spiritual tourism. Beyond that, yes, we need some reforms. We need some reform on the Land Ceiling Act. We need some reforms in terms of even the excise policy. Why would you not have the brewing facility here as the capital of Bangalore, as they call it, with the brew pubs? Even here we could have microbrewery, and it's something which is not a content of alcohol we are talking about, but making it easy and simpler for people to connect and have that kind of an interest of creating a 365-day destination. If Goa can do it, why can't Kerala, with abundance of so many more interesting avenues available? I can go on and on because this is a state that I will always love as my first general managership. Many times people used to call me that you have a surname of Verma. Are you from the Verma family in Trivandrum? I said, it doesn't matter, but what can I do for you? And that's how it's very special. We had Mr. Amitabh Kant that time, and now we have Mr. Jutsi, who also headed the tourism. He was the one as the Secretary of Tourism that time with God's Own Country, and then the Incredible India story. I guess it's time to rebrand Kerala tourism into something of a very different kind, and there would be many more occasions for us to work on that. Thank you, Najib.
Thank you very much, Prabhat Verma. In fact, when we started, Amitabh Kant was the Secretary of Tourism Government of Kerala, and Dr. Venu was the Director of Tourism. So we worked, and Dr. Elangovan was a KTDC MD. We worked very closely, and Amitabh has driven the entire tourism industry at that time, and from the experience which he has learned from here, and it was very beneficial for him when he joined as a Joint Secretary, and later as Secretary of Tourism Government of India. We should all remember the turning point of Kerala tourism is actually that contribution of Taj Group of Hotels. When the Taj Group of Hotels decided to take over as joint ventures of KTDC Hotels during 90s, 95 or so, right? And at that time, Mr. P.S. Srinivasan was the tourism minister. He boldly, LDF government, decided to hand it over in spite of severe criticisms. But that was actually a turning point because that was the first international brand which came to Kerala at that time. And then, from there onwards, we were marching forward.
Najib,
yes.
One more point.
Yeah.
We have a brand called Ginger. This is a very, very interesting brand where we have a lookout of 1,000 gingers in India. Today we have 100 ginger. Kerala has 3 and we have 4 more ginger on the anvil. Every district should have a ginger hotel and that's how we are looking forward. The model for ginger hotel is impressive. It's got very high return. It's on a lease model. And if there's anybody interested, we can have much more communication on that. But we would invest in Kerala even with brand Ginger.
That's very good. Excellent. That's a very welcome note for, for showing keen interest to invest in Kerala with more properties, with Ginger, as well as Taj Group, as well as Amma, right? Thank you very much, Prabhat. Excellent. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is very well known to all of you, Mr. Bose Krishnamajari. He is an accomplished artist and curator, known for his diverse creative practice. And he is the man behind the Kochi Muslims Biennale. In 2012, he started as a director of this, great show, and he is a president of the Cochin Biennale Foundation. And he is a very different artist and different person with different outlooks. And, over to you, Mr. Bose. Thank you so much. He's also based in Bombay. He came from Bombay to attend this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this amazing group of speakers. I represent the Kochi Biennial Foundation. A biennial means every other year, every 2 years. The first edition of the Biennale was started in Italy in Venice, 1895. When we look at Kochi Muslims Biennale, which was started on 12/12/12, we initiated the biennial for 90 days. On people's demand, we extended the first edition for 96 days. The last edition the fifth edition of the Biennale, we had 120 days, and nearly 900,000 people visited from all around. During the time of the biennial, you can see chaiwalas, autowalas, homestays, hotels, everything is, in a way, in Kochi, is completely celebrating their time. You can also see private jets landing in Kochi. This is all economic. When we talk about cultural tourism, I don't know how many people are talking about cultural economy. When we look at the reports in UK or in Paris, 80% of the travelers to these cities for cultural tourism. I think what is brought it to Kochi through the Kochi Muslims Biennale is people from around the world, who from around the world. They are not like backpackers. Most of the time, the cultural tourists spend much more time, as you said, there's slow tourism, or, they like to experience. The luxury comes when we talk about art. There are, people, why they have art fairs. Art fairs bring a lot of who from around the world to collect art, whomsoever got funds to travel and experience. Biennale doesn't sell art, but there is a place for learning. It is also educational. You know, aesthetic cannot be taught, but it could be learned through these cultural ways of. I would look at it as, you know, one of the best products Kerala introduced, or Kerala can think about, festivals where we can have cultural festivals. People are looking towards to festivals from around the world, but you have to inform them much in advance. If something is going to happen next year, you know, we should be working right away for informing others. So I think, you know, your website should be very smart and aesthetically correct, informative, and things like that. I would say that Kerala got incredible potential in, you know, we have 14 districts, you know, as Sir said, you know, like only southern part getting attentions, but other places also can be activated with cultural festivals. And it can be short, but it can be, you know, much more thought about. I'm sure there are quite a lot of wealth can be brought into the state through cultural tourism. All my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bose Krishnamajari. I fully agree with you that there should be a, you know, festival of, you know, cultural festival calendar, you know, probably for the next 5 years. And then if you market that through the Indian embassies, India Tourism Office abroad, as well as through tour operators, I'm sure that people can plan and come. You know, when we had boat races earlier, nobody was coming. But today we have international tourists coming to attend the boat races. So festivals is a major thing. Nationally, Government of India has got a festival calendar for all major festivals in India. A lot of tourists are coming to attend this, very well planned earlier. Thank you so much for your insights. So the last speaker, Sri Birendra Singh. Birendra Singh is the area manager, country area manager at Booking.com. Booking.com is very well known. Many of us will be using, you know, are using the Booking.com for hotel reservations all over the world, and very successful, you know, thing. And probably he has to give a lot of things and educate us how you function. He also said he can talk about the travel and tourism industry and hospitality industry, because he was earlier working in Leela Group of Hotels. Over to you, Birendra Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Najib. It is, it's lovely to be here discussing some thought-provoking ideas about the future of tourism. So, Mr. Najib, I'm going to pick up a few points that you discussed during your opening speech. You beautifully captured the evolution of tourism in Kerala. And there is a saying which says that if you don't know where you're coming from, there is no way you can figure out where you're heading. So I'm going to pick up 3 or 4 points that Mr. Najib discussed. He spoke briefly about the lack of infrastructure a few decades back. But now if you look at the infrastructure in Kerala, we have 4 international airports. And you also mentioned there is another one coming up shortly. You have water metro taxi, I think it is the first one in India. And there is a train called Vande Bharat, which connects shorter destinations also. There are 2 of them.
2 more coming.
And two more coming. So there has been a lot of effort towards infrastructure development in the state, which really opens the door for tourism. The second point that Mr. Najib touched upon was about the shortage of hotel supply in Kerala a few decades back. He mentioned that there were just government guest houses and few maybe local chains present here. And today we are sitting in one of the largest chains of hotels called Hyatt. We are sitting in their ballroom here. So if you look at just Kochi as a city, now we have almost all the global brands present here. We also have our Indian brands present here. I have Mr. Verma sitting with me from IHCL. We also have a lot of local brands present here. Mr. Riaz is from Abad here, so they have 13 properties here. So there has been a big increase in overall supply of hotels as well in the beautiful state of Kerala. And then Mr. Najib also touched upon the perception of Kerala as a state. Maybe it was not what the tourism industry would have liked it to be. But look at the perception of Kerala, right? Now, when you talk about Kerala, the first thing that comes to our mind is God's own country. And it has truly become God's own country when you look at the beautiful palm trees all around you, when you see the beautiful beaches all around you, forest area. So we have come a long way on all these three important aspects, supply of hotels, infrastructure development, and also the perception of the state, where families, solo travelers, couples, international travelers, everybody is welcome. So I would like to congratulate every single stakeholder for working tirelessly towards achieving these three remarkable things that I touched upon. Like this, there must be a lot of things that I'm not able to touch today because of the paucity of time. And Mr. Najib also mentioned about, how tourism in the state contributes to roughly 10% of the GDP and how we would like to take it to 15% GDP in the coming years. He also spoke about how tourism is currently responsible for 1.5 million jobs, and how can we take it to 2.2 million jobs in the future?
2.5 million jobs.
Sorry?
2.5 million.
2.5 million jobs. So how can we get there? Coming from a company which relies heavily on technology to grow its business.
Booking.com.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about 5 or 6 things that we can look at as far as drafting the policy of tourism is concerned that can really open the opportunities for Kerala as a state. The first thing that I'm going to touch upon is, of course, technology. So how do we harness technology, first of all? Just to give you one example, the generation of today will not consume content the way we are consuming, where we go on a search engine and type, okay, I want to travel to Kerala. So what are the places to visit? There are newer technologies, artificial intelligence, there is virtual reality, there is augmented reality. So people will not come and search on any of the search engines anymore. They'll just wear their virtual reality glasses and see what kind of content is available for Kerala as a destination. So can we create that kind of content which can excite people to come to Kerala? Can we create those beautiful virtual videos where I can just wear a goggle and see what Munnar looks like, what Thekadi looks like, what Kolam Beach looks like? How does it feel to pluck coffee or tea from the coffee tea plantations here? So this is one aspect that we really need to harness in order to grow Kerala. Second would be alternate accommodations. Mr. Verma also spoke a bit about slow tourism. So alternate accommodations basically include the guest houses, the apartments, the villas, the coffee tea guest houses. So Kerala has a lot of natural beauty, and all these smaller establishments are present almost in every nook and corner in Kerala. So how can we grow grow this segment, which we call alternate segment at Booking.com? This is the fastest growing segment for Booking.com in Kerala. And this also employs people who work in the villages and also provides really experiential experience. If you visit these places, you can see how fishing is done, how coffee plantations are managed, how rubber plantations are managed. So this is the second aspect. How can we grow alternate accommodations in Kerala? Because it has everything needed to grow this segment. Third would be sustainability. Mr. Jutsi spoke about it. Mr. Verma also spoke about it. Sustainability is no more a buzzword. It is something we desperately need. We have one world to take care of. And at Booking.com, it is our goal to ensure that by 2027, 50% of our total bookings come from partners who are involved with sustainable practices. So this is the third aspect that we really need to focus on moving forward. And fourth point could be about capturing segments which are new emerging segments. I'm going to just talk about a couple of them. If you talk about digital nomads, people who can work from basically anywhere, or people who, like me, who love vacation. I travel with my family for a week, 10 days here and there. I'm coming to Kerala for 14 days on 16th of December, just to spend some time with my family and also work from here. So people like me require a couple of things. One is, of course, really good internet speed. So if I am in one of the remotest villages of Kerala, will I get at least 5 MB, 10 Mbps speed to do few virtual calls with my employees or our partners? So this is one thing that we really require. It's a must-have in case we want to attract this new segment. I'm going to talk about one or two more points, which is about experiences, you know. And Mr. Verma also spoke about it. Briefly. Kerala has a lot to offer when it comes to experiences. You know, there is cultural tourism, there is religious tourism, there are a lot of events, you know, which are organized in Kerala. There is a Kerala boat race. So how can we promote these experiential touristic activities so that people can come and enjoy these things in India? Because this is extremely important for today's generation. We just don't want to go and stay in a 5-star hotel. We want to go experience alternate accommodation. We want to understand what local people eat. We want to understand what how local people earn their livelihood. We want to understand how rubber plantations are done. So these are some important things. So this is the 5th aspect that we really need to focus on. And last is, which is basically the foundation of tourism, is infrastructure. How can we improve the road connectivity here to the remotest of places? How can we have better train connectivity when it comes to reaching out the remotest of places from here? There are already 5 international airports. Could there be few more domestic airports as well so that we can have better reach to these destinations in Kerala? So I think these are 5 or 6 points that we all can focus on. Beautiful state, lot of potential and future. I keep coming here. My sister was here for a couple of years in Trivandrum. I'm coming here for 14 days. We love coming to Kerala from North India. And Mr. Jutsi was also mentioning about few states, you know, or few places from where we are not currently getting tourists from. So yes, a lot of potential. Let's work on these 5 or 6 things and the rest of the things that panelists share here before me. And I'm sure we can achieve these goals of 2.5 people being employed in Kerala under tourism industry. And also, increasing our GDP contribution from 10% to maybe 15-20% moving forward. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Viren Singh. Very passionate speech. And, you know, you mentioned about all the points which I have said, but I was just thinking where you are coming. But finally, you came to Booking.com. Because so Booking.com, the possibilities of mapping over the entire reservations of Kerala group of hotels and going to be, you know, doing very well. You know, we have, if you look at the products, we have excellent products, starting from homestays to 5-star deluxe, 7-star hotel facilities, MICE convention centers, and it's a comprehensive destination. You know, if you look at it, where we started from nothing. And today, we are a complete destination, like any other country, like Singapore or Malaysia. If we improve certain conditions and facilities and perception, it's going to be a wonderful country and a wonderful business which has actually transformed Kerala into this kind of situation. And people like Vinod Sushi, who have contributed substantially for the growth of tourism at the helm of affairs when he was in Delhi. You know, I know personally at that time onwards, and the policy making of Government of India and the Government of Kerala has really done very well, because the foundation of the future growth is based on the policies. And based on the policies, the entrepreneurs like us work very closely, the competitors come together and work very closely for one goal to achieve that target for the economic benefits as well as for the state's economical growth. That is exactly what happened in tourism. And the wonderful partnership which has been created in the private sector with the government without having any fights or problems. Even the worst situations of Mundar demolition, we have quietly, patiently overcome and then handle the situation smoothly and march forward. See, that is the beauty of Kerala tourism trade. Shows, you know, they've expressed their maturity in handling these matters, and Government of Kerala, the tourism officers and the ministers have very well supported us. So we can achieve 15%, 20%, you know, 3 million jobs, 5 million jobs. It's an easy game. Work hard together as a team and move forward. And Kerala can do far more better if the same kind of partnership can be established in healthcare, in IT, in education and other sectors. With this note, I sincerely thank all the distinguished and eminent respected panelists for being here and express your excellent and very, very experiential thoughts and points. Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Dr. M. Sahadullah, FICCI Chair, and Co-Chair, Mr. Nandakumar, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. But before you go back to the audience, I have one more request from you to present an award that's very relevant to this panel discussion. And this award is for the best hotel in tourism sector. Before we present the award, can I also have Mr. UC Riaz from FICCI Kerala team to come on stage? The best hotel in tourism sector. The award goes to O by Tamara. Can we also have Mr. Alex from FICCI join us on stage to present the award? The best hotel in tourism sector, the award goes to O by Tamara. Hearty congratulations to the team for winning this prestigious award at the Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala Conclave. Thank you. Thank you for joining us on stage, gentlemen. And may I request the moderator and panelists to please join me here for a photograph.
I would like also to, hello, speakers, please come here. You're going here, yes, okay. The KTM president, Mr. Pradeep, the Jose Pradeep, Secretary Swaminathan, CEO, Mr. Rajiv, as well as Job Joint Secretary. All of them are here. All the tourism leaders are here who came to attend this session. Thank you very much for your gracious presence here.
Gentlemen, I request you to please join me here for a group photo marking the memory of this panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, once again for all those ideas and hopes that were conveyed in this panel discussion. And with that, we move on to the fifth and the final panel discussion at our conclave. And this is about sustainable ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a critical dialogue on how to achieve a harmonious coexistence of ecology and economy. And it's my pleasure to bring on stage the moderator for this session, Ms. Rashmi Aisha. She is the Chief Executive Officer at KIMS Health Hospital, and she heads cancer care and ESG for the group. She's been working with the group for the past 12 years. Joined by the keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Amitabh Saran, an esteemed Chief Executive Officer, renowned, and he's also the co-founder of Altigreen. He's a former NASA engineer who made an incredible career trajectory shift. He is also the co-founder of startups like Trivium and Buzz in Town. My pleasure to bring on stage Dr. N. Jayashankar, who is the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, who has vast experience in the Government of India and has held various positions. On stage next, Dr. B. Sandhya, renowned for her leadership and innovative institutional reforms and approaches, and also her writings. She was an IPS officer for 35 years with rich and varied experience in strategic planning in police organizations, someone who has directly and indirectly supervised around 50,000 officers. Welcome, ma'am. Bringing on stage next, Mr. Pradeep R., an Armed Forces veteran. He has been with the Indian Navy and currently a freelance trainer auditor in health safety and environment standards. He's a submariner specialized in chemical and biological warfare, ships damage control. And the final panelist joining us on stage, Srimati Jeeva Maria IFS, who's currently serving at the esteemed Ministry of External Affairs. She's been in the IFS since 2016 and currently the Regional Passport Officer in Thiruvananthapuram since November 2022. That's a stellar panel on stage for the fifth and final panel discussion. Over to you, Ms. Rashmi Aisha.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I've been sitting there for quite some time, so if you do not mind, I'll just stand up for a minute, also because I'm slightly nervous. So we have been speaking about sustainability over and over the entire 2 days now, even though this is the session on sustainability. I think every single speaker said at least one word on sustainability. And as rightly said, sustainability is in our blood, it is in our culture, and it is part of who we are. Because this is India and this is how we have always been. So this is nothing new to us. And I would like to thank Vicky for giving us this last session because ultimately this is the take-home message. We have to be sustainable, which means we have to think about others. So we will be mindful of your time because your time is precious and that is also sustainability. And so without much ado, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Amitabh Saran. Dr. Saran, while you speak about all to green, I would, because of lack of time, if you could, if there is time, please do comment on how your vehicles are impacting the society, as well as how do you find the fuel, what is your source of fuel, and what is the lifespan of your machines, and how do we take care of the wastage after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I stand and talk?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Vicky, for inviting me over here. What a wonderful panel. I feel, really small compared to everyone over here. Wonderful, wonderful event so far that I have seen. My talk is about something a little serious. I'm sure everything that has happened so far has been serious, but this is a little more than serious as far as the world is concerned. A brief presentation, but I would, do you have a clicker? Thanks. Is it on? I don't see it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we're talking about sustainable and smart mobility. I put a picture of the planet. Everyone talks about save the planet, save the world. I belong to a different league. I don't believe the planet needs saving. The planet has been around for billions of years. I don't think it's going anywhere. It's the humans that need saving. Make no mistake. These are real pictures from somewhere on this planet, most likely in Asia. This is happening right here, right now. These are harsh truths and realities. If you believe that this is not happening in a place close to you or will not happen in the near future, please be aware it is happening right now. This may be a dramatization, but it is a fact. This was a picture taken when masks were not in fashion. It's a reality. This is happening in North India, AQIs, and not just in North India, now even in Mumbai. The AQIs are crossing 400, 500. This is extremely serious. And why does it happen? It happened, of course, because of industrial pollution, of crop burning, but a large part of this is due to automobile emissions. And I'll give you some hard truths. I'm sure no one has thought about it. 2.6 million people lose their lives every year in our country because of poor air quality. 2.6 million a year. 25% of that is attributed to road transport. That's 5 to 6 lakh people lose their lives in our country because of road transport pollution. It is a fact, uncontested. Keep in mind, 1 lakh people unfortunately lost their lives because of COVID. There was a national lockdown. 1 lakh, national lockdown. 5 to 6 lakhs a year, every year has happened and will continue to happen. I don't hear of any lockdowns. I don't hear of any drastic changes being made. But it's a fact. Something needs to be done on a war footing. Of course, we are importing a lot of oil, all that. And trust me, this is happening when India has only 22 vehicles per 1,000 people. I went through a list of 188 countries in the world. India is at number 34. The penetration of vehicles is so low, yet 5 to 6 lakh a year, every year in our country alone. Fact. This is going to increase. It's going to increase big time. Why? Because GDP is increasing. GDP is related to comfort, upwardly mobile, young population, and the big thing that's happening, a road network. India is making 27 kilometers of highway roads every day. Every day. There's a reason why, as far as tourism is concerned, we talk about taking a road trip. Let's go with the family. Let's take a car out, go for a road trip. It's happening as we speak. More pollution. We can't change those habits. What we change is something that needs to be affected, and this is not just for India. This is for the entire southern hemisphere that no one cares about. Trust me when I tell you this, Australia and New Zealand aside, this is that part of the world, India, South Asia, Africa, South America. Everyone builds stuff for the northern hemisphere, and it is dumped in the southern hemisphere. It's a fact. Things need to change, and they need to change on a war footing because vehicles are going to increase in this geography alone. This is a graph, just to tell you a little bit. This is a graph of what's going to happen in the southern hemisphere. Only that is green, which means the number of vehicles are going to only increase. And hence, it's time for disruptive change. I took a picture from New York. On the left-hand side, 1900, one motorized vehicle, everything else is a horse-drawn carriage. 13 years later, one horse-drawn carriage, everything else is motorized. Disruption does happen, and it has happened close to home. 1993, long queues in front of a PCO booth. 8 years later, everyone has their own smartphone. It has happened. Disruptions have happened, and it is high time that we had disruptions even for the automobile sector. I don't know how much time I have, and hence I go fast on this. And hence the reason for electrification. I'm making a case for electrification because as a company, Altigreen makes electric vehicles for last mile mobility. We make full EVs. EVs have been around in our country since 1999. Did you know that? India was amongst the first few countries in the world, that had a production-ready passenger vehicle. It was called the Reva, 1999. Tesla had not even been thought of. We were selling electric cars made in India. It's a fact. Unfortunately, everyone makes vehicles for that. Fast-moving roads, highways, those kinds of things. Our country is, however, different. To make EVs successful, to have any new technology become successful, we need to first understand the reality. You've seen my background. I used to work for NASA. My PhD in computer science. I came back to this country. I love my country. But these pictures are not here to belittle the country. This is the reality. Diesel, petrol have done a great job. If we can't make EVs that can compete with this reality, it's never going to be successful. This is a reality. Potholes, dust, pebbles. It's a fact. Waterlogging is a fact. I'm not trying to belittle it, but until we understand this reality, we will not be in a position to build vehicles that can bear this kind of reality. This is a reality. Diesel, petrol have done a great job in ensuring that they can work on this reality. Can EVs do that? Think. Ask yourself. What is the first thing that you think of when you think of electric vehicles? Arey yaar, thoda, they are okay. Will it be able to climb? Can it take 5 people instead of 3? These are the first questions that come to mind. These perceptions will have to change. And that's where Altigreen comes in. You'll be happy to know we've been around for the last 10 years. We now have 31 global patents that have been granted to us. These are global patents that have been granted to a company in India for manufacturing EV technology. I am not doing this to create a moat around myself, no. It's being done to make sure that the world realizes that they cannot dump stuff in my country. They will need to innovate if they need to supply solutions for us, because we are a different reality. I just showed you the reasons why we are a different reality. And hence Altigreen was created. But what did I do? I focused on making 3-wheelers. These are powerful 3-wheelers that are today competing with 4-wheelers. Whenever my time's done, just let me know. Why 3-wheelers? 40 crore people access a 3-wheeler every day in our country. 40 crore people. 400 million people. That's more than the population of the United States of America. Every day. If you want to make change happen, where will you start? Will you start at a 50 lakh rupee vehicle and make sure that it is a driving electric vehicle, or will you start at a 4 lakh rupee vehicle where you can affect the change in a person's life? We started there. And you'll be happy to know that today, each and every 3-wheeler driver, we have about 4,500 or 5,000 vehicles. We are a young company, 5,000 vehicles on the road. Kerala, we have 2 dealerships, one in Kochi and one in Calicut also. So we're getting here slowly. The benefit to a driver is 1/4 of the cost of operating a vehicle. From 4 rupees per kilometer in diesel 3-wheelers, and I see a lot of diesel 3-wheelers on most roads here, the D+5, the driver plus 5 people, or driver plus 3 people. 4 rupees a kilometer, it comes down to 1 rupee, 92 paisa actually a kilometer. And these are good vehicles. So, what we've also done is made sure that we create good dealerships. I have this problem. A 4-wheeler also costs 4 lakh rupees. 3.5 lakh rupees. That's the price of a diesel 3-wheeler. Why is there such a big disparity when you go and buy a Maruti Alto, for example? Nice showroom, air-conditioned, welcome drink on arrival, the sofa to sit. Try to go to a 3-wheeler dealership. Honestly. It's like a single shutter go down. Why? Both people are giving an Aadhaar card and a PAN card. Why the difference in treatment? Our dealerships look like that. Please do visit. We've changed the way people are looking at 3-wheeler drivers. Why no respect for a 3-wheeler driver in this country? The only day you show respect to a 3-wheeler driver is when there is a strike. On that day, everyone realizes, please. That's the only day we respect a 3-wheeler guy. We are changing that. We are giving 98.4% uptime on a 3-wheeled vehicle. Never happened before, even in diesel. Diesel is 90%. I'm giving a 98.4% uptime. I'm not trying to do many things, but there's a lot of R&D that has gone into building it. And hence, I'll wrap up my session by just saying that, we're making good EVs, and we're ensuring, from an ESG perspective, we're ensuring that every electric 3-wheeler that's on the road, today our 3-wheelers compete with 4-wheelers. Every 3-wheeler on the road is saving 4 tons of CO2 annually. 4 tons of equivalent CO2 emissions. There's obviously a lot of intellectual property and all that that we built. To answer your question, we use lithium batteries. India has started a new regime of creating PLI scheme that allows for new batteries to be built within the country. By 2025, we should have it. The good part is lithium is more recyclable than even lead acid. So 99%, in fact, I say 99.9% of a lithium battery is actually recycled. So it's a very, very sustainable thing. But what's happening is sodium, aluminum, hydrogen, all these things are also coming as realities. And you will start seeing a lot of those in the country. So I think from a sustainability perspective, even though the source of the power today, and you'll be happy to know, when I started back in 2011, 91% of India's electricity was coming from coal grids. Today, that number stands at 42%. It's a fact. From an install-based capacity, there's a lot of solar that is happening. In fact, Kerala, there's a lot of solar that's happening over here. The airport I was noticing is all solar-driven. So a lot of green energy is coming. And hence, that is going to change the equation. But it's always easier to catch emissions in one power plant than to capture emissions in 5 million vehicles on the road. If you can do that, you still have a great future for it. Thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate it. I hope someone will start thinking EVs. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Saran, thank you. Thank you so much. I think he deserves a much better applause. He is one man who's actually transforming our country and much, much passionate about it. And he left his job at NASA and he knows where his life is worth and he's here for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Saran.
Thank you.
On similar notes, sir, I would like to ask you, Dr. Jaishankar, sir. So here we speak about industry and business. And while we speak on sustainability, like I said, it is part of our culture, it is in our nature. And then SEBI took it up, and now there are guidelines. And we started with the CSR being mandatory, and now we have moved on to BRSR framework that has also become mandatory for the first 1,000 companies, listed companies. A question to you, sir, is there any advantage tax-wise on being green? Or is there any, if we pollute more, is there any disadvantage tax-wise? Also, one more thing, sir. Because of lack of time, I'm putting everything together. So this is for the industry and business. What about the public sector enterprises, sir? Would they also come under BRSR at some point? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think Mr. Najib in the previous session had spoken about a bureaucratic attitude. And so I'm a bureaucrat and I'm a tax bureaucrat. So that makes it a double whammy. I don't know what kind of attitude I have, but here I am. And the question is about taxation. But before that, let me proceed to what the previous speaker, Mr. Saran, had spoken about, the essential oneness. I think all of us need to ask ourselves this question. See, animals don't do yoga. Animals and plants, they don't talk of what you call CSR and EGS and all this kind of stuff. So why is it so? So we have somehow during the progress of civilization, in some manner, we have moved far away from our natural tethering. And that is the reason why we have all these issues. And I have made a full-fledged presentation because I was not very sure about the kind of discussion that would ensue here, but I made a presentation which is freely available, which traces the history of all the three concepts. By the way, I think I should congratulate the person who has concocted or defined this kind of topic, because ESG and safety and CSR. So all of these are three sides of, you can call it the same coin, but that is the difference between a contradiction and a paradox. All of them are the same, except that ESG has a very short journey. It started sometime in the 1970s, and CSR is much older, started in the 1800s. And safety is from public health economics. So all of them finally have converged to two key objectives. The first is, of course, environmental concern, and the second one is that of human rights and liberty and dignity. So these are the two concerns that we are talking about. And now we will come to Rashmi's question about whether tax and taxation can be an agency. So I am here as I won't call myself an expert, but as a student of direct taxation. And in direct taxation, there are not many penalizing clauses. There are, in fact, it's very difficult to collect all of the different provisions that promote environmental and human concerns, but I have done so and it is available in the presentation. The most important one is that of environmental conservation is treated as an act of charity. So there is a specific section called section 2 bracket 15 and sub bracket D. So in that it's charity. So anybody who wishes to promote environmental concerns definitely can set up institutions. It can be a society, it can be a trust, it can also be a company, which is a section 8 company. So you can get full tax exemptions if you do that. And aside from that, we have very specific sections. There is also a section, exemption section called section 1046. So section 1046 again says that anybody who interests himself in some kind of public welfare is entitled to full exemption. So these are the full exemption sections. Aside from that, business expenses of certain kinds which promote environmental concerns are both allowed as expenditure and are also allowed as deductions. So these are all the technicalities. Indirect taxes is probably the easier, I won't call it efficient, but it's much easier to implement. Much of the environmental taxation that is taking place globally is as an adjunct of indirect taxation, because we have green taxation and carbon taxation. So all of these are in some manner extensions of indirect taxation. But under direct taxation, because see, the approach is slightly different. I don't want to get very mathematical. The direct taxation is about adjusting for marginal social cost. And indirect taxation is for adjusting for marginal private benefit. So there you're trying to prevent private benefit, whereas direct taxation is something different. So the approach is very different. So there are provisions in direct taxation which incentivize and promote environmental concerns and also human concerns. Of course, there are provident fund and welfare fund and superannuation fund, and there are all kinds of funds and any kinds of contributions that are made towards those funds. They're also deductible. So these are the various methods by which taxation provides incentives. And looking at the future, I think this is about transforming Kerala, and I think the present participle has been used, the present continuous sense. So that is very good, because ultimately life is all about a journey. So if you're looking at the future, maybe the cooperative sector can be involved. So there are deductions available and they can set up cooperative. Someone was talking about encouraging temple festivals, because Kerala's temple festivals are, each temple has a very different and distinct kind of festival. So these festivals are part of the local culture. So we can involve the cooperative sector and then give them deductions. So there are other ways which are probably in the thoughts of the leaders. But at this time, I will not venture into something, the larger picture, because it is, I think the moment you define it as a charitable purpose, you can always set up any company, entity, and claim 100% tax exemption. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You have a topic in which there are millions of doubts actually, and so many things to be clarified. But due to lack of time, we'll have to cut it short. So moving to you, Jeeva ma'am. You have had a wonderful 7-year career now in the foreign services. And I see that in your career you've done quite a lot of things, and things that have become like a common word in our minds. Whether you were part of G20 also recently. And all the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So all these are things that even the littlest of children have come to know. So could you elaborate on how India, from a foreign service point of view, Ministry of External Affairs, how are we looking at promoting sustainability outside to the countries who are friendly to us?
Thank you, Rashmi. Good afternoon, everyone. As we know, the Ministry of External Affairs almost exclusively promotes and represents India's objectives and priorities abroad in various countries, in plurilateral and multilateral forums and international organizations. So if we just start with the G20 itself, under India's presidency, we have made a lot of strides, especially in the in terms of ESG commitments. I think the inclusion of African Union, the 55-member state bloc into G20, and the expansion has not happened in decades in G20, and we have brought African Union in, and we have made the platform a very democratic platform. Because G20, I think the motto itself that India had chosen this time was Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. And that is the commitment that we stand for. And we also promoted a global biofuel alliance together with the US and the Brazil so that we can reduce the dependency on fossil fuels. We have proposed an innovation center for green hydrogen so that the different countries can pool together the research and all the new developments that happens. India had successfully implemented digital public goods, which is our Aadhaar and UPI model. And we have used the G20 platform to showcase this digital public infrastructure so that the developing countries and other countries can greatly benefit from this initiative, and they can use this open software model to customize solutions for their requirements. And to that end, we have promoted One Future Alliance and also Global Digital Repository Forum. At the Ministry of External Affairs, I'm just 7 years into the service, we have something very beautiful which is called the Development Partnership Assistance, DPA program. It is something that I learned only when I joined the service. I didn't even realize when I was preparing for UPSC. And this is a very large umbrella framework through which we give a lot of assistance to different countries, more so in our neighborhood and the extended neighborhood. So we have 4 types. We have grants, we have line of credit programs through which we give very attractive loans and moratorium terms. We do a lot of capacity building and technical cooperation programs, and we do undertake cultural and heritage conservation posts. So under grants and line of credit, we have committed more than $30 billion in more than 60 countries. We have over 250 projects. And we focus mainly on connectivity, roads, rail, renewable energy projects. We have created some iconic buildings across the world. The Parliament building in Gambia, Presidential Palace in Ghana, Supreme Court and the Metro project in Mauritius. And we are trying to empower the respective governments so that they can stand on their feet and take their development story forward. Under ITEC, which is the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, which started in 1964. Every year, we train more than 10,000 officials from various countries, both civilian and defense, in over 300 disciplines, so that they can come here and improve upon their capacity building, do skill upgradation, and go back and implement in different policy making process. And they also carry enormous goodwill and appreciation for India and are lifelong ambassadors for our country. And also in cultural and conservation project, more than 50 projects, restoration of temples and mosques and Buddhist relics and monuments. So we have we have a very diverse portfolio to support the countries, and we have something called high impact community development projects. So while grants and other projects are on a G2G basis, through HICDPs, we go and connect with the local government. We work with the city councils. So irrespective of, which political party and what are the dynamics there, we are bringing benefit to the people. We are touching the lives of each and every person as well.
So amazing, I have to say, because when we look at MEA, even though we generally know what is happening, but I think whatever you said, for me personally, I was not actually aware of such a lot of work that is happening. Some of the things that came out in G20, because it is published, of course, we are aware. But the way we're making friends across borders, that is going to give us a benefit a very sustainable benefit. It is amazing the work that MEA is doing.
Thank
you so much.
Just one more thing that I wanted. Just, we always speak about COVID-19 and what India has demonstrated during that time. We had mobilized a lot of medicines and PPE kits. We sent our medical teams. And vaccine Maitri, the word itself has friendship. And we have forged this beautiful bonds of friendship with more than 100 countries where we have donated or helped them to procure vaccines. And many of these countries, they would not have been able to vaccinate their population had India not facilitated this. And in terms of humanitarian assistance, we are today the first responder when it comes to humanitarian crisis. We have done a lot of evacuations, Yemen or Sudan or Ukraine. We help the neighboring countries whenever there is a crisis. The earthquakes, the Operation Dost in Turkey, the Nepal earthquake in 2015, cyclones, water shortage in Maldives. So we are doing a lot, and today, we have burnished our credentials. The countries know that they can reach out to India.
Absolutely
and
proud.
we will be there. And it is not, if I may use the term, a checkbook diplomacy. It is very human-centric. And we treat our countries, our partner countries, with utmost respect, and everything is driven by them as per their priorities.
Naturally, when as a Keralite, when we had the floods hit us, the amount of support that we got from the different states and even from Indians abroad. So that shows how much of a support to and fro there is. And of course, we will never call it as a checkbook diplomacy at all, because we know it is the way we react when there is a disaster. And so happy to know so much from you. Ma'am, there are so many things that we want to speak about, but then we have to be mindful of your time. And because of that, though this is a topic of very much interest to us, we have to move on. Ma'am, Sandhya ma'am, I was telling Dr. Jiva that whatever she's done, it's a common household word. But your name itself is a common household word for all of us. For me, we grew up looking at you as an iconic figure, and I'm very proud and happy to share the stage with you today, ma'am. Ma'am, could you elaborate something on how the youth and the employment connect on a sustainable level? The partnership, the interaction between the industry and the youth.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very interesting question. I was thinking of speaking about policing the environment, but something different has been asked. Connecting the youth with industry is the crux of sustainability. I would like to know, the FICCI organizers may be able to tell us, is the Newell's National Law University represented here, Cochin University represented here. So when lot of collaboration between industry and academia. So academia and industry, when they collaborate, and industries ask for example, we all talk about enzymes degrading plastic, which is a must. When Brahmapuram happened also, we were all dreaming, when is this going to happen? So we are conducting a lot of hackathon in the field of cyber, but FICCI actually, when it is conducting its next edition, may think of having this sort of hackathon model. Industries must ask the universities to develop. See, these sort of plastics, we are talking about sustainability, still we are using it. We must avoid maybe a bottle to contain water, which is a sustainable one. So
Yes, ma'am.
circular economy has to be encouraged. How to encourage circular economy, and this industry, educated youth, that is scientific academia or whatever you call, and like our first speaker was telling, getting patent for them and using it, our own technology. So these things have to happen. We have a lot of electronic waste. It's all dumped into Africa China and India only. These three countries or regions are suffering. So, when we are producing some product, how much it is required and how much sustainable it is, how much circular economy it is creating. These are the questions to be asked. My friend was talking about the tax. So, instead of direct tax, these sort of benefits. Plus, simply by enforcing the law itself, we cannot go. Of course, lot of policing the environment is required. We have Air Pollution Air Act, Water Act, Environment Act, all these different acts. There is no combined act. And when panchayat or municipality is imposing some fine, there is some pressure here, there, and then again it comes to the question of ethics. Ethics, especially among the youth, students. So when there is a pressure, when they put 10,000 rupees fine, it is made into 5,000 or 1,000. When there is pressure. Morning I had a meeting with some local body representatives. So one lady was telling, a local representative was telling, when there was this dumping at a place, and dumping is taking place in spite of cameras, they were unable to detect. Somehow they got some electricity bill or something. They found, and the person who was doing it in the dark was an international school teacher. What she will be teaching the children? And when 25,000 fine was imposed, she was telling government is not doing anything for waste disposal. So civic sense and this promotion of circular economy, along with a strict comprehensive law enforcement, and also a lot of awareness, branding. When you are wearing something or while you are carrying a bag, you would like to know how much sustainable it is. So branding. So let us brand. Our hotels can brand, our textiles can brand, this automobile industry, many are not aware. Even now also there are people who buy diesel cars, which has been banned in many advanced countries in 1990s. So all these things have to happen in a combined manner. Of course, FICCI is an agency which can do a lot. So that let us at least hope in the next edition, there will be, if we can make a COVID vaccine, why not other things?
Yes,
we should have our own
Actually, that is so true. Even when we look at the medical industry, most of the healthcare equipments, when we look at it, we still rely on outside countries.
Yes.
Because the quality there is way better. So there are lots of things that we have to innovate. And like you rightly said, students should be made sensitive about what is the need. And then probably they could train on that, research on that, and we will definitely come up with solutions. And yes, ma'am has put up a very good point. As FICCI members, I think next time we will be more sustainable in our projects also. Thank you, ma'am, for that. We do have to rush. So, Pradeep sir, you have had a very excellent career of close to 2 decades, spanning mostly the Navy, and your passion is on loss prevention. And of course, loss prevention is connected very much to ESG. So there's lots for you to talk about, but would you be able to talk about how loss prevention is directly related to the human capital and also any kind of capital, and on the reduction of capital expenditure?
Good afternoon, everyone. It is immense pleasure to be here in such a respected audience on the dais and off the dais, especially. So actually, I got a presentation. It may take another 10 to 12 minutes. So being a defense person now, the time is on my shoulders. Okay. So I will simply explain something. What is loss prevention? If I say something to this crowd about safety, some people will think that they believe that safety is vast, V-A-S-T. A few things that it is waste, W-A-S-T. But if something goes wrong, that will be worst, W-O-R-S-T. That is the attitude we have. So anyone from all of us can say, an accident-free workplace is possible? Can anyone raise your hands? An accident-free workplace is possible? Nobody is there.
Actually, I have to say, we do have lack of time, but when Kim's, we did a project recently, a construction project, and we incentivized the constructing company on loss prevention. And actually, the amount that we had to spend was pretty low because there was no loss, man-hours were more, and therefore the total cost of the project actually came down, even though we incentivized the company. So.
Or anyone thinks that zero accident is possible? But 0 is a fancy number, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, it's possible when we identify all the threats which is in a visible mode or invisible mode. The usually safety, it is like an iceberg. Only 10% of the portion we will be able to see. And always, as a management or anything, we will focus on the visible area. But 90% of the potential risks and threats fall under seawater. Down below, 90%. So we need to scratch that. We need to identify that risk, threats, then investigate it, put appropriate CAPA, only can ensure that a safe workplace, we can provide with a safe workplace.
Pradeep sir, being the last speaker of the session, it has its advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is that actually now we have to ensure that the governor can come in, putting it lightly, but yes, we will have to move forward. The disadvantage is that your special core of interest, we will not be able to spend too much time on it because actually the governors are on the way and I've been asked to wind up the session. So with all your consent, on a one word, sentence.
Rashmi ma'am, I'm really sorry about this, but I have to intervene because Honorable Governor has already arrived at the venue and we need to complete some security measures on stage before we can usher him in.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, everyone. We had a great session and we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, please, can you come here for that picture, please? I am so sorry to have to rush you off the stage so much. It's just that we have to give some time for governors, security staff to complete the proceedings here. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is quickly being set for the valedictory function, where the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, will be gracing us with his presence. A humble request to all of you, please put your phones on silent mode. Please put your phones on silent mode so that the proceedings are not disturbed by any such sounds from the audience. The dignitaries who are joining us on stage for this valedictory session, I request all of you to be ready to come on stage. Honorable Governor will be making an entry only after the stage is set. I request Shri V.P. Nandakumar, co-chair of FICCI Kerala State Council, to join us on stage. Shri Deepak Aswani, renowned entrepreneur and former FICCI chair. We are also honored to have the presence of 3 senior bureaucrats here who will be addressing the gathering. Shri Jyotis Mohan IRS, who is the Additional Commissioner of Income Tax for Cochin. Shri M.G. Rajamanikam IAS, who was the moderator for an earlier session on this stage, who is the Commissioner for Rural Development and Special Secretary to Government of Kerala. And Principal Secretary of Industries and Health Departments, Shri APM Mohammad Hanish IAS. We have 3 senior officers joining us on stage who will be addressing this gathering during this valedictory session. Security check process is being quickly conducted here. We appreciate your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for the valedictory function of Pioneering Growth, Transforming Kerala Conclave. I request all our dignitaries to join us on stage. Shri V.P. Nandakumar, co-chair of FICCI, Kerala State Council. Shri Deepak Aswani, ex-FICCI chair. Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, chairman of FICCI, Kerala State Council. Joined by our guest tonight, Shri Jyotis Mohan IRS, Additional Commissioner of Income Tax Cochin. Shri M.G. Rajamanikam IAS, Commissioner for Rural Development and Special Secretary to Government of Kerala. Shri APM Mohammad Hanish IAS, Principal Secretary for Industries and Health Department. We request all of you to join us on stage and take seats so that the stage can be set for receiving the Honorable Governor. Once again, we request all the dignitaries to join us on stage. Shri V.P. Nandakumar, Shri Deepak Aswani, Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, please, can we have you on stage as well? One more gentle reminder to all the members of the audience. Please put your phones on silent mode so that we do not pose any disturbances to the proceedings on the stage. Shri V.P. Nandakumar, Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, and Shri Deepak Aswani. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Please be seated. I request Shri V.P. Nandakumar, co-chair of FICCI Kerala State Council, to deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Governor Sri Arif Mohammed Ganji, distinguished guests and delegates, and my dear friends, good evening. I extend my warm greetings to all of you on behalf of FICCI and KSIDC as we gather today for the valedictory session of this path-breaking conclave on pioneering growth, transforming Kerala. It's an absolute privilege to stand before you and kick off the concluding segment of this significant event. Over the course of these 2 days, this conclave has seen profound discussions, valuable insights, and most importantly, a roadmap for the future of our beloved state, Kerala. We have studied and explored opportunities, challenges, and innovative solutions that will help shape the growth trajectory of our state. Today, we are honored to have with us distinguished guests who have been instrumental in charting the path to progress. It is with great pleasure that I extend a hearty welcome to our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Sri Arif Mohammed Ganji. His presence here today is a testament to his unwavering commitment to the development and welfare of our state. So I welcome you wholeheartedly to this function. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, the chairman of FICCI Kerala State Council, whose vision and leadership have been pivotal in orchestrating this conclave and guiding FICCI's efforts in our state. Today's session featured a distinguished panel of experts who have dedicated their careers to the betterment of Kerala. We are also honored to have Sri APM Mohammed Hanish, IAS, Principal Secretary of Industries and Health Department. Welcome to Mr. Hanish. We have with us Sri Jyotish Mohan IRS, Additional Commissioner of Income Tax, Cochin, and Sri M.G. Rajamanikam IAS, Commissioner of Rural Development and Special Secretary of the Revenue Department, Devasam, Government of Kerala. I welcome these professionals with a wonderful track record in serving our state, and I have no doubt that their inputs will enrich the quality of our conversations. I also welcome Mr. Deepak Ashwani, former chair of FICCI Kerala. After their addresses, we will proceed with the release of Kochi Declaration, which encapsulates the essence of the discussions and resolutions made during this conclave. This declaration will serve as a blueprint for the transformation we seek to bring out in Kerala, and I also am sure that our chairman, Dr. Sahadullah, will elaborate on this. We will also have the privilege of recognizing and celebrating excellence through the award distribution ceremony. We have reserved a few awards for the valedictory function. Rest of the awards were given yesterday and today. These awards represent the dedication, innovation, and outstanding contributions of individuals and organizations towards the growth of our state. I congratulate and welcome all the award winners. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you, and I am certain that the insights gained during this conclave will serve as a springboard for the transformative efforts in Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri V.P. Nandakumar. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. M.I. Sahadullah now, Chairman FICCI Kerala State Council, for his introduction.
Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammed Khan, Mr. Mohammed Hanish, and M.G. Rajamanikam, my FICCI co-chair, Mr. V.P. Nandakumar, and Additional Commissioner of Income Tax Cochin Jyoti Mohan, and all the, Mr. Deepak Ashwani, who was the former FICCI chairman, all the dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first really register my sincere gratitude to the governor for arranging his appointments in Delhi and rearranging the appointments and making it possible to attend our function. I think, please appreciate him, applaud him. My duty is only to introduce a few subjects which in this concluding session. 2 days deliberations on various topics for pioneering growth, transforming Kerala has happened in the presence of various dignitaries, government officials, and various technocrats in the last 2 days. The interesting features were that it certainly was a joint effort by FICCI as well as the KSIDC. And I really thank KSIDC and the Government of Kerala for this participation, which made this function a huge success. The second main feature is that there is an industries award which is organized along with this function, which usually FICCI does from the last year. And so this year also the awards were decided by a jury, and some of the awards will be given out during this function also. The third point I want to mention is that there were a lot of solid suggestions, and because it's a public-private participatory debate on collaboration and how to take the growth of Kerala not only faster, but on a shorter term practical, and how the points can be implemented. And so all the points and the action points are compiled, under the banner of Kochi Declaration for Transforming Kerala, which Honorable Governor has kindly agreed to release. The entire matter has not been captured. It's all recorded, and so many points have come in. And I have a lot of points, but I'm not going to mention. However, the suggestions have been extremely, interesting and practical. Lastly, I really want to thank all the public and the delegates and all who really participate in the discussion and also followed up with the various suggestions. And the speakers, coming from far and wide. In fact, speakers were from outside India, speakers from Bombay, Bangalore, and we also touched upon some of the special subjects like, the traditional subjects of tourism, health, medical tourism, technology, etc. were handled. But apart from that, there were sessions on sustainable ecosystem, ESG, CSR, and similar. And safety, loss prevention. These are required for any investment to come into the country. And everyone emphasized the need for a change in perception because the metal is ready for the maker's hand, as it's said in Bible. I think we have all the potentials. However, we need to change our perception and go into an action plan. We always expect the government to do things, and this time we could create an atmosphere that is not the government always who has to do. So as Kennedy said, ask not what the government can do for you. Ask what you can do for the state, do for the country. And with that, and I once again thank the Honorable Governor and each one of you for being a part of this story, and hopefully we will make this story continue. We will monitor the progress of the suggestions in the Kochi Declaration, and we will even report to you and in subsequent meetings and through other communications. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the key proceedings of this valedictory ceremony. I now invite Sri Jyotish Mohan IRS, Additional Commissioner of Income Tax, Cochin, for his address.
Honorable Governor Sri Arif Mohammad Khan sir, other senior dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and all dear friends, good evening to all. First of all, thank you, State Council FICCI, for having me here. I think already there was a discussion about the bureaucratic attitude of the officers. I think Sri Najib has, in last session, there was a whole discussion on that. Jayashankar sir has given a reply that, okay, we are generally, I don't know, especially in Kerala, there's a perception that, okay, especially when we are from income tax department, people keep us away. And that's why I especially thank FICCI for having us here. Generally, we people used to be barred away from such functions that, okay, these people are like blood suckers, and we always look for, like, whenever income tax, the word income tax is coined or ED is coined. So normally negative news or negative things comes to the minds of business people especially. But I think as a bureaucrat, as a tax person, I was in Mumbai for last 5 years, and for the last 2 years on promotion, I am here in Kerala, my own hometown. So I could make the difference and the attitude, the perception of business community there in Mumbai as well as in Kerala. Even yesterday after the office hours, I could join for discussion here. So generally, what all the sections, this is the validation section and the last session. So before this, for the last 2 days, there was discussion on different points. What about the future, sustainable growth, go green, so many things. So I think about all these things, even about the business and its future. Even yesterday, Sri Tharoor sir, and the last session was on entertainment and its potential in Kerala, entertainment sector basically. So they are also all were emphasizing on the importance of retaining the educated youth within state. I think that is an alarming issue here. I think mostly the news is in newspaper. I mean the advertisement, if you notice the advertisements these days, most of the advertisements are on immigration and foreign opportunities, that kind of. That means we should think of giving more and more opportunities to the educated youth, and we should work more on how to retain the educated youth within the country. And again, the attitude towards business and the public attitude is also like in Kerala we have certain, being a geographical stretch, we have many advantages and many disadvantages. Disadvantages, of course, we have restrictions in terms of infrastructural things and all, because we have less of space. We are densely populated state. So even for industries also, we have a limitation in terms of resources and all. But business side, we know that, okay, we are a beautiful, means means the entire world call us the God's own country. We have all panoramic beauties except desert here in Kerala. So tourism is a very potential industry that can grow. And connected to that, medical industries. Once again, I wish to congratulate FICCI to recognize those people have given excellent contribution to different sectors. Yesterday also, tourism sector was awarded. I think today, I'm basically from Kottayam district. Caritas Hospital people are here to receive award on their contribution, their achievement. So in that sense, medical tourism and connected medical tourism, and of course, other related industries, hospitality industry. So that have much potential in Kerala, but we are not even tapping 50% of that potential. And in terms of tax, where I'm sitting, of course, the other side of legacy and about doing business and all, I don't have much legacy in that, because I'm a commerce graduate. But if I say the legacy is that my father is running a tea shop, that is the only legacy in business that I have. But being a person sitting on the other side of the table and looking into your balance sheet and profit and loss account, I could make out the difference, because corporate tax or income tax budget of India means yearly it comes to around 14 lakh crore. But the Kerala, the achievement target is 25,000 crore. So you can make out the difference, in that magnitude. But of course, we have potential in different areas. I think in last 2 days, we had a discussion about how we can move forward and what all ways we can involve technology, we can have sustainable growth, how we can go for that. So all sort of discussion we had. Now we have to do that practically. We have to convert that into practical things. So I think already Sahadullah, chairman, as well as the co-chair, Nandakumar, they spoke about the concepts, how FICCI is thinking forward and what is the future plan of FICCI. So let us hope that, okay, all this what we have discussed here, what all positive things we can bring in, what all potential that we have, how we can convert that with thinking the future generation as well. Once again, I wish to emphasize on the fact that we should create more potential to the educated youth here. They all are leaving the state or this country and looking for foreign employment basically because they are not getting hopeful opportunities here. With the potentials that we have, let us try to create more and more opportunities. We all, like me, Rajamanikam sir, even Dr. Airul is also here. We all are from middle or lower middle class background. We all thought of getting into civil services and finding a career. But on the other side, generally, when we see the public, the youngsters, 90% of them, they are looking their career perspective in private sector. So when we take, since we are discussing about the potential in Kerala, let us create more and more opportunity. Let us give some hope to the educated youth of this state. So let us try to retain them within our state. So otherwise, we all know that, okay, what all consequences we face if we don't do that. So let us think that, keep that in our mind. And with that, let us focus on what all discussion, what all outcomes we had on the discussion on different topics for the last 2 days. With that, once again, I wish to thank FICCI and all who are present here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts about the future possibilities of Kerala. I now invite Sri M.G. Rajamanikam IAS, Commissioner for Rural Development and Special Secretary for Revenue, Government of Kerala, to speak to us.
Honorable Governor, distinguished guests, delegates, fellow visionaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor to stand before a gathering of brilliant minds who have gathered here with the shared visions, the pioneering growth and transformation of Kerala. Over the past 2 days, I heard this conclave have delved into a myriad of topics that collectively form the rich tapestry of discussions. From the intertwined concepts of wealth and well-being to the emerging trends in banking and MSME finance, bridges to the growth, the role of technology in shaping our tomorrow, the potent engines of growth found in entertainment and sports, and the exploration of vast potential in education and art. Each theme has contributed to the collective understanding of the dynamic landscape we navigate. In fact, I have heard the inspiring success stories of turning dreams into dollars, witnessing the birth of startups that are not just dreams anymore, but living testaments to what is possible when passion meets perseverance. The theme of science and shopping has opened eyes of everyone to the ever-evolving ways in which technology is transforming consumer experiences, creating bridges between innovation and convenience. The contemplation in the conclave on what next for God's own country has invited us to envision the future and strategize the pathways that will lead every one of us towards sustainable growth and prosperity. The conclave, as well as have explored the need for a sustainable ecosystem and have recognized our responsibility to be stewards of our environment, ensuring that progress is not only for the present, but is a gift we pass on to generation yet to come. Today, as this enriching conclave is getting culminated, let us all take a collective pledge, a roadmap for transforming Kerala. This Kochi declaration is not only going to be merely on words, it should be a covenant that binds us all in our commitment to action. Let this Kochi declaration be the guiding light for transformative action. Together, we shall pioneer growth, turning Kerala into a beacon of prosperity, innovation, and well-being. And thank you, especially Vicky and participants, for your commitment. And may our shared vision become the reality we collectively shape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for beautifully summarizing the proceedings of 2 days of our conclave. And I would now like to invite Shri APM Mohammad Hanish IAS, Principal Secretary for Industries and Health Departments, to address us.
Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khanji, Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, Shri V.P. Nandakumar, Shri Deepak Aswani, my colleagues, Shri M.G. Rajamanikyam IAS and Mr. Jyotis Mohan IRs, distinguished personalities, learned guests, ladies and gentlemen. Pioneering growth, transforming Kerala. This has been the theme which has actually been the cover for all those discussions, the kind of dialogues that took place in the past 2 days in this conference that was mentored and fostered by FICCI and KSIDC together. In fact, when we look at the kind of growth, the perspectives of growth, we find that we have to encapsulate every sector of human endeavor into the realm of growth and see to it that a geographical landscape called Kerala is transformed in the most constructive manner. It is ultimately a question about how the governing institutions of the state have the interplay with constructive forces in society, economic and social forces in society, and strive to create a kind of a communion, strive to create a great deal of synergy between the public and the private sector so that the wheels of change are definitely put in fine fiddle and they move forward. This is what we have to look at in all these kind of conclaves that take place from time to time. Today we understand that as compared to the past, it's not ideas chasing money, it's basically money chasing ideas. And these ideas come about only as a result of a kind of a congenial ecosystem that's created along with a great deal of passion for the work that is being carried out. There is a great deal of passion and perfection in a job in which we have tremendous deal of pleasure to do. That being the case, Kerala for long had always been kind of connected to the governmental systems and a great deal of public sector dominated environment as well. But today we find that when we unleash those engines of growth, unleash the change, the catalytic agents of change, we find that a great deal of transformation can be made, be it education, finance, tourism, food sector, or for that health, and so on and so forth. So for that, what is the role of the government in that? A government has to certainly create the kind of ecosystem and environment that really promotes and also strives to be a catalytic agent in terms of promoting growth. Apart from making niche area investments in those sectors wherein we definitely have to have a greater deal of focus. With this in mind, the government of Kerala had actually formulated the industrial policy, which is upon 7 pillars, and you would have already heard about that. It ultimately emphasizes a lot on entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship comes about only when out-of-the-box thinking happens, new ideas germinate, and a greater deal of interact between the academia and the industry is made. With this in mind, campus industrial parks are getting formed, incubators are getting more and more active, and we strive to create marketable commodities out of the prototypes that are created from those startups which are diamond essence today. Along with it, there is also the transformation to the high-tech and the skilling that is to take place. We cannot just claim that because we happen to be 94% or 95% literate, and we happen to have a great deal of universal indicators coming up in terms of the the quality, we cannot lay claim on the fact that we have been able to come up to the challenges that's being posed by the new world in terms of the skilling and the skill development. For that in mind, we need to have as many skilling institutions as possible. For the health sector, I can certainly vouch for the fact that the brand of Kerala Nurse has become a global brand, with the result that this year itself, the Kerala government has had already started off with almost 20 new nursing colleges in the public as well as the private sector together. But at the same time, along with it, the supportive environment, be it the business sector or the social sector, has to come in. There are lots of products that are being marketed at a micro scale and a small scale level in Kerala. Let it be the kind of unique mirrors that we make or the kind of food products that we make. And the geographical tag that has been given for years together. But beyond the geographical tags, it's always been a question about the scaling up of the product, the economy, the volumes, the economy of the volumes, the business of volumes, and also about how do we market it. For the marketability to take place, there needs to be a unified face in terms of the Kerala brand. That's how the Kerala brand equity is being promoted. When we have a unified brand, the kind of collective expense that will incur for the marketing purposes as well as for other activities related to expanding the footprint of this state in the whole of this globe gets reduced in a progressive scale. This is something of an interesting thing which had happened actually in the tourism sector for a long, long time. At least in the last 30 years for long, Kerala had always been known as the God's own country. How did it happen? This success story needs to be replicated, emulated in different other sectors as well, be it the food sector, be it the pharmaceutical sector, be it the petrochemical complexes. Theme-based industrial parks, a greater deal of emphasis on the infrastructure that is to be provided to industrial areas and industrial plots, and also trying to foster a new concept with just 10 acres of land called the private industrial parks. Today, we can certainly state that 25 private industrial parks are at various stages of development across the state. Along with it, there is always this question about new areas of science and technology that we need to harness. That's how graphene, the wonder substance, came into being recognized by all of us. The research tie-ups that have been made with the Manchester University, Edinburgh University, and the Oxford University by the Digital University would certainly pave the way for a greater deal of industries focused upon graphene as the core substance. Along with it, we would also look at the defense and the aerospace sector. May I just bring to the attention of the Honorable Governor that, sir, 23 companies in Kerala had actually contributed substantively towards making the Chandrayaan the success story of the year as far as India is concerned. These were all micro, small, and medium enterprises. The backward scaling as well as the upward mobility as far as industries is concerned is to be certainly looked upon with equal interest. We need to really look into the kind of curriculum that's been transacted in the classrooms and the experiential value of the education that's to be carried forth so that academy industrial parks would tomorrow become those places where history is being rewritten. We need to create that and then transform these products into absolutely brilliant marketable products with the brand equity of the Kerala image as well. That's where we have to focus upon. I think when all these matters together, FICCI and KSIDC should be able to do a lot of things together. We are having one private industrial park coming up in Palghat. It's becoming fully functional. It's going to be the first fully functional private industrial park in the state that's being inaugurated on Monday, the 13th of this month. Apart from that, lots of new interesting things are happening. We would certainly strive to promote that. There is always a great deal of hope and enthusiasm that's generated as a result of the forays one makes into new themes and new meanings. As a French writer, Victor Hugo said in a quote, "The invasion of the greatest armies can be resisted, but not that of an idea whose change has come. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the trajectory that we should take as a state together to transform Kerala. We are privileged to have the presence of the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammed Khan, gracing us with the presence at this validatory function of the Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala Conclave. It is now time to invite him for the release of the Kochi Declaration that has been talked about on this stage. We request respectfully Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammed Khan, to do the release of the Kochi Declaration, which is a key document with the key takeaways from this 2-day conclave. Some highlight suggestions, some policy suggestions, all of which have been collated from the 2 days of proceedings at this conclave, being put together as a document. The Kochi Declaration, which is being released at the validatory ceremony of the Pioneering Growth Transforming Kerala Conclave by the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammed Khan. This is a proud moment for FICCI as well as KSIDC as this key document gets released today by the Honorable Governor. This document will function as a beacon to the future of Kerala that we are all hoping and envisioning. We now request the Honorable Governor of Kerala to present 5 key awards on this stage. As Mr. Sahadullah earlier mentioned, this has been arrived at by a respected jury, and the 5 categories will be announced one after the other. The first category is for the health and wellness sector. The best medical institute above 500 beds. This award goes to Caritas Hospital. We have Reverend Father Gino Kavil, Joint Director of Caritas Hospital, coming on stage to receive this award from the Honorable Governor. Requesting Sri Gopalakrishnan's presence on stage as well as we present the awards. Best Medical Institute above 500 beds. The award goes to Caritas Hospital. The next award is for the Best Seafood Exporter. The award for the Best Seafood Exporter goes to Accelerated Freeze Drying Company Limited, Amalgam. Mr. S.P. Kamath, Executive Director, is coming on stage to receive the award from the Honorable Governor. Best Seafood Exporter, Accelerated Freeze Drying Company Limited, Amalgam. The next award is for the Best Manufacturer. The award goes to PK Steel Casting Private Limited. PK Steel Casting Private Limited, and the award is being received by Major Ramakrishnan. The Best Manufacturer, PK Steel Casting Private Limited. The next award is for the Best Bank, the Best and Metals Limited. The award is being received by Mr. Chandra Bose J, Managing Director of KMML. The Best Public Service Undertaking Award will be presented next. Managing Director of KMML, Sri Chandra Bose J, is receiving the award for the Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited. Thank you, Honorable Governor, for doing the honors. We now request you to address the gathering. We request the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan, to address this gathering at the validatory session.
Shri Muhammad Hanish, IAS, Principal Secretary, Industries and Health, Dr. M.I. Sadullah, Chairman, Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kerala Chapter, Shri M.G. Rajmanikam, IAS, Commissioner, Rural Development, Shri Jyotis Mohan, IRS, Additional Commissioner, Income Tax, Shri Deepak Asnani, Shri V.P. Nandkumar, ladies and gentlemen, Elavarkum Ente Vandanam. I am delighted to address the valedictory meet of the conclave on pioneering growth, transforming Kerala, organized by Kerala chapter of FICCI. First, my compliments to Kerala chapter of FICCI for organizing this event in collaboration with Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation. This cooperation underlines government's interest in promoting commerce and industry. As we all know, the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is one of the largest and oldest industry association in India, promoting industrial growth and connecting the government and the private sector ever since its inception in 1927. I am told that the State Council of the Federation has prioritized 6 sectors, including information technology, tourism, education, retail, to promote the economic growth of Kerala. It goes without saying that the success of this initiative will require a long-term commitment from all stakeholders and a proactive approach towards addressing challenges and opportunities. As a state with high literacy rate and social awareness, people aspire for a better quality of life, which they expect to achieve from the work they perform as employees or service providers. Often this aspect and other reasons also are there. It is mistaken as a demand for exorbitant wages, something endemic to Kerala, making some industrialists and investors migrating to other states. However, I am informed that through new initiatives and plans, such misgivings about Kerala's suitability as a place for investment are now, the mist is being cleared. This positive change is evident in the large number of registrations received in the MSME sector in Kerala in recent times. Behind this change, we can see the larger picture of India's unflinching commitment to initiate change from the apex level to the ground level in industry through the ease of doing business project and business reform action plans. We have seen how India's ranking in the ease of doing business had improved through many futuristic reforms in recent years, encouraged by Honorable Prime Minister's mantra of minimum government and maximum governance. I am sure that the leaders of the industry assembled here are well aware that 50 of our young startup entrepreneurs from Kerala, mentored by Kerala's Startup Mission, have fared well at GTEx Global 2023 held in Dubai recently. As we discuss actions to pioneer growth and bring social transformation, we are reminded of the larger purpose of business, namely public welfare. In India, we are fortunate to have been guided by industry leaders who saw the welfare of the society and development of the nation as the ultimate goal of business. I feel that entrepreneurs of today have many lessons to learn from pioneers like Jamshedji Tata, for whom business was not only creation of wealth for personal benefit, but also using the wealth for the good of our people. Many people gathered here may be aware of how a conversation with Swami Vivekananda had instilled an idea for national growth in Jamshedji Tata. Both were on the same steamer towards America. Swami Vivekananda, quite young at that time, heading for the World Parliament of Religions in 1893, and the industrialist, naturally, for business purposes. The result was that on his return, Jamshedji decided to start a university-level institution for higher studies in science, which now stands tall as the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Though Swamiji and Tata did not live to see the inauguration of the institute in 1911, an article in Prabudh Bharat, an organ of the Ramakrishna Mission, founded by Swami Vivekananda, had hailed the idea profusely. The article said that the scheme of the institute grasps the vital point of weakness in our national well-being with clarity of vision. The incident has been cited as India's finest example of a spiritual master giving unstinted support to an industrialist. Both Swamiji and Jamshedji had ideas for the progress of their nation. They both lived and worked for public good, that is Lok Sangraha, for India of their dreams. The industrialist, as nation builders, is an idea that we need to highlight in our deliberations on business. The process of nation building should also be accentuated by a sense of compassion for those who would benefit from these endeavors. With compassion being recognized as a modern business ideal, our business environment is experiencing a new vitality. Care and empathy towards employees, better and open communication, sharing of new ideas, effective conflict resolution, and fostering a sense of trust are what characterize a compassionate management style. The generosity and compassion of policy makers consist in streamlining of regulatory processes, doing away with bureaucratic hurdles, and offering incentives and subsidies that encourage people to come into business. We need to realize that our ultimate destiny depends on the way and the standard of our conduct in public life. National progress is the sum of individual industry, energy, and uprightness, as national decay is of individual idleness, selfishness, and vice. Here I recall a Sufi tale, the famous Sufi personality Mullah Nasruddin went to the market crossing and bellowed out, "O people, do you want riches without working? Do you knowledge without patient study, truth without falsehood, attainment without difficulty, progress without sacrifice?" Mullah repeated his message several times, and each time the crowd multiplied, swelling in numbers. They began to clamor, "Yes, Mullah, please tell us how to achieve these things." Finally, Mullah said, "Excellent, thank you. I only wish to know your desires. You may rely on me to tell you about it as soon as I myself find it." There is nothing in this world which comes without hard work, which comes without industry. If we wish to do good to our people and become a truly welfare society, we need resources. We need to create wealth through hard work and industry. Wealth is not created by deceptive political slogans. Great empires, commercial in character, like Carthage, and military in character, like Rome, have disappeared because they indulged in self-deception and extravagance. We must have a conscience about public money, public funds. We have to be public-minded and try to use wealth for the purpose of improving the real growth, the real growth of our people. That is what we have to bear in mind. Napoleon in his last days said, to overcome evil, there are two methods, the sword and the spirit. Ultimately, it is the spirit that is the better weapon. In our tradition, we have been told that the real strength comes from spirit. That is knowing the self. Our culture, our civilization is not defined by variable and alienable characteristics like color of the skin, faith of a person, the language which one speaks. It is defined by Atma, all-inclusive spirit. The invariable and inalienable characteristic. So our tradition tells us that Atmana vindate viryam, vidya vindate amritam. By knowing the self, one attains the strength, and by the knowledge, one finds immortality. Man is described as a social animal. Therefore, man is an imitating animal too. He takes his ideas of right people consider as successful, whom people consider as their leaders. Whatever they do is viewed as authority, and they become trendsetters. This is what Srimad Bhagavad Gita has told us. Yad yat acharati shreshta tat tat eva itara janaha sa yat pirmanam kurute loka tat anuvartate. For whatever people who are looked up to, who are successful, and here in this hall is a gathering of people who have done very well in their lives. So the common people, they look up to you. Whatever you will do, whatever people even at the higher level will do, the common people will try to imitate that. You are the trendsetters. You set the standards, and common people generally follow those standards. Therefore, Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita reminded Arjuna to lead by example. Viewed from these perspectives, leaders' hands are tied. They lose the degree of freedom, and people will keenly watch the actions of leaders and endeavor to walk in their footsteps. It is this sense of responsibility that governs the Indian concept of leadership and management, which considers the work of leaders, be they in politics, in industry, commerce, law, or any other field, as yajna, an enterprise undertaken for the welfare of everyone. The book also makes a promise to those who do good to others. The book says, there is a shlok which says that people who are engaged, who endeavor to do good to others, they will never come to grief either in this world or in the hereafter. Partha na eva iha amutra vinashaha tasse vidyate nahi kalyan krit kaschit durgatim tat gacchati. People who are engaged in doing good to others, they never come to grief either in this world or in the hereafter. Finally, I hope that this conclave would have discussed and identified strategies and opportunities that could foster robust economic growth and development in the state, and promote a sense of compassion and empathy, which alone enables us to live a civilized and meaningful life. You have taken a great initiative. Tell you honestly, last 4 years, I have tried my best to persuade people in Delhi, in Chennai, and other places. Please now come and see Kerala. There are many opportunities, but at that level, people flatly refused. Therefore, you have taken what in politics is described as a courageous initiative. I wish you all the best and success in your initiative and endeavor. And all those who work to make industries work in Kerala, they are also, in my opinion, they are also very courageous people. Very courageous people. So all my best wishes to you. My best wishes to all the participants, and I hope to see the results of your deliberations in taking effect in our business environment. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu, valre nanni, jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Governor, for your words that inspire great hope and positivity in all of us to do better work. Let us now rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, graced us with his presence at this validatory function of Pioneering Growth, Transforming Kerala conclave, and he is leaving now. As the conversations continue, I'd like to remind you that the evening is still young. There's a smashing entertainment program to happen on this stage, being led by the man with the magical fingers, Shri Stephen Devasi, with his solid band coming on stage. The stage is being reset for his performance with the sound check commencing in a bit. We request all of you to continue with the conversations and be around here and wait for Stephen to come on stage and work his magic on us. Thank you.